So to set up.
Ron, do you mind if I leave you? Because we have another conference live right now, trendy conference. I'll
Really?
join. Yeah. So giveaway for the Teachers' Day. Okay. So
Okay, well, you're on in what? Yeah, you're on in an hour,
yeah,
roughly.
an hour. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so no problem.
Can I check that my presentation works okay?
Sure. I think I gave you permission.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, so we're now live on YouTube.
So see you later on.
Okay, see you in a bit. All right, so everybody ready to go? All right. So let me share my screen. And make sure we're going. Okay, just let this catch up. Great. Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome. Let's make sure, I just want to check and make sure that we have sound here. Okay, so welcome. I'm Rob Howard, and welcome to EFLtalks. And today is a very special day because it's our 5th anniversary of EFLtalks to the day. And we're also celebrating World Teachers Day, which is why I originally set this up 5 years ago. And just to quickly run through, give you an idea for those of you who aren't familiar with EFLtalks, we're teachers teaching teachers. And the whole idea of this is when 5 years ago, I looked at it and I noticed that it was very hard for people to afford to go to all the conferences all over the world. Some couldn't afford the conference, some couldn't afford the travel. And back in the old days, do you remember those old days when, nobody was online, when there was nothing for webinars? So that's why I started. And now it seems like all of you were doing it, but we're still a little bit different. And what we do is from the beginning, I started the idea of doing short videos. And all the talkers have 10 minutes and they can only use 10 PowerPoint slides. So it's our 10 and 10. And what we do is we've been all over the world. This is number 34 for our events since we started 5 years ago. And as you can see, we've been to Russia, we've been to Puerto Rico, we've been everywhere. We specialize in whether doing specific teacher associations. Sometimes we do a combination of IATEFL and TESOL. And sometimes we just do a theme, whether it be young learners or technology. And next one. So it's 5 years today. We have 388 EFL talkers, which is a lot. I'm a little disappointed. I thought I could get 500 by 5 years, but it's tough. But we've had 34 events, like I said. At the end of this, we'll have 550 videos online on the YouTube channel, all teacher development for free. And if you're really bored with lockdown coming back again, there's 120 straight hours of teacher development take a weekend, relax, enjoy, watch every video, okay? And just to show you a breakdown, we are very pleased. In 2018, we received the Eve of the Year Award for our EFLtalks Inspiring Women. And we received another award for parody for Poland. And we have 240 women speakers, 146 men, a puppet, a robot, and a frog. So we really do take this nest and non-nest and parody seriously. And as you can see the numbers here, we're very concerned about it. We're not sure of the where to classify the frog just yet. But everything that we do, you can see on the EFL.com website. And the .com website will send you to the Facebook page, to the group, to the YouTube channel. It has all the events, which will take you right to the playlist, and it'll show you our speakers. If you go to the YouTube channel, what you'll find is we've done all the events are set up with playlists, or you can go through and you can do a search, whether it be by speaker or by topic. We also hope that you join us and follow us on Facebook. We have our EFLtalks group on Facebook, and we also, for you teachers, have another group, EFLTD. So this is for teacher development. This is for all of you to post things that you think will be useful for other teachers. So we've got a growing group. I believe it's about 6,000 right now. And if you want, take a selfie. Just take your camera, turn around, have us in the background. Don't look at my spot. And take a picture of yourself and post it on social media so you can help us spread the word. And I really have to thank everybody who's here today, everybody in the picture here. These are our 388 EFL talkers so far. And everybody here, you're all wonderful. You believed in my crazy dream that I started 5 years ago. And, you know, I really, these are wonderful sharing people. Remember, everything that we do here, everybody's doing this for free. They're volunteering their time, their effort, and their knowledge to help teachers like you all over the world be able to get the latest and greatest information that's out there for free. So thanks to everybody here, and we'll see a lot of them today. So it's teachers teaching teachers. And now what I'm going to do without further ado is bring on our first speaker. And let's see. First speaker up today is coming to us from Russia. And he's driving his way here as we speak. And Dmitry, thank you so much for being here. Everybody who's been around for a while knows Dmitry. And Dmitry Nikitin has Nikitin, you see?
You can do it. You can do it. Keep on
5
trying.
minutes. Nikitin. Someday I'm going to learn how to speak English or Russian. So Dmitry comes to us. He's got a great school. I've done some webinars for him. Wonderful teacher development stuff. And I'm just going to give it to you. As you know, you have 10 minutes. I know you have your timer. I have my timer. And if you can bring up your slides.
I will in a minute. So, because I won't be able to share my camera somehow during the slides, I'll say hello to begin with. Can I do it, Rob? Am I allowed?
You may, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rob. Thank you. So, thank you, Rob, for inviting me. Thank you for inviting me to be the first speaker because I have a plane in a couple of hours and I have to fly to a different city. We can fly now at the moment. Exciting, isn't it? So for my My name is Dmitry Nikitin, and I work for the Dmitry Nikitin School, which is a chain of schools and childcare centers in Russia. We also run continuing professional development workshops in 10 Russian cities, including Moscow and St. Pete. And that's the most important thing about me. I have a cat called Chanel, which is a more important fact, perhaps. So I'm using a time timer, a headway technique, which shows you the real perception of time. And because it doesn't have minutes, it doesn't have numbers, and you really see the time, it's called time timer. When I started using time timer in my training, I stopped hearing phrases like, oh, only 1 minute left, because you see the real time. That's what I'm using today, time timer. I'm not selling anything, time timer. So I'll just start sharing the content, if you don't mind. Now in a minute, screen. Now, could you please tell me if you can see the screen okay? You should see the screen for now.
Yes, perfect.
Good, good. So, dear colleagues, today we are going to talk about an exciting topic of getting feedback from our students or from our learners. And I guess it's an exciting topic because, on the one hand, we are supposed to teach, to train our learners to use the 21st century skills, and one of the most crucial 21st century skills is giving and receiving feedback, of course. But while observing language schools internationally, and especially in Russia, I bumped into facts that teachers sometimes struggle with getting feedback from students, and students cannot. In Russian culture, that's for sure, and many other cultures all over the world, students are shy to give feedback because it goes against their cultural norms, giving feedback to teachers. And today we are going to explore how to receive productive, hopefully, feedback from our students. So I wanted to start with leadership levels, which we discovered at the Dmitry Nikitin School, and we implemented them, these leadership levels, we implemented them to our teaching system and learning system. So it's part of our curriculum now. So what we do, we move our learners gently but effectively from A1 level to C1, C2 level by the age of 18 or 19 when they leave secondary school in the country. But at the same time, we have a different set of levels, the 4 levels of leadership or the 4 levels of learning. And as we move students from A1 to C2, in the same manner, our aim is to move students from level 1 to level 4. And on level 1, in many countries, Russia is not the exception, we have students in our language school who can that was rude. They can only follow clear instructions, and it's somehow the result of them being part of secondary school system where they're told what to do, and sometimes it's cultural. The second level of learning and leadership is being able to give some productive feedback. So I think our big aim as teachers to train our students, to give some productive feedback and to help our teachers, our colleagues, being able to receive this productive feedback. And ideally,
Dmitry, hate
Yeah.
to interrupt you, but for some reason the share screen stopped. So if you can,
oh,
it's not
sorry,
showing the slides.
sorry.
No problem.
Stun broadcast, yeah. Something went wrong.
Yeah, that's okay.
Good. Can you see it now?
Hang on, it's loading. Give it a second. Waiting for it to come up. No, it's not coming up. Ah, there it was. Okay, you had it for a second.
It's back now, yeah?
Yep, leadership levels.
Good.
That's what I'm on right here.
Good.
Okay, great. Thanks.
So what we do, we move our students from following instructions to giving productive feedback to working in teams to being able to suggest their own tasks and ideas. And today I wanted to talk about moving students to the kind of a second level of learning, being able to give feedback. So how can we get feedback from our learners in class? I normally start my classes with a mood check. Mood check is a very quick tool you use at the beginning of the class. Like, it takes 1 minute. You show your learners this chart. How do you feel today? How are you feeling right now? Just reflect and tell me. And using this chart, you know that's how students feel at the beginning of the lesson, which gives you crucial information on your teaching. Then the next thing I love, and we do it at the end of the class, we get red and green feedback from our learners. Now, at the end of every class, we dedicate 3 minutes of precious time, and we ask our learners, could you give me first red feedback and then green feedback? Red feedback, everything you think can be improved in the class, can be fixed in the class, and green feedback, what you liked about the class. And first students suffer greatly with giving red feedback, but if you do it repeatedly, they start understanding that red feedback does not necessarily mean it's bad feedback. It means that it's space for improvement. And they're normally better with green feedback. So green and red feedback, they're feedback sessions which we run with students for 3 minutes at the end of every lesson. And it's the way of continuously moving our students to feedback culture. Then what we are starting doing this year at the Dmitry Nikitin School, we are going to run retrospective sessions, which are 45-minute sessions once in 3 months. It's a planned lesson, which is called a retrospective session. And during the session, the students are supposed to answer first the 4 questions. What are we doing well in class? What are we not doing well? What have we learned in 3 months? And what problems did we have? And when they do it, they go to the next section. They're going to answer these 4 questions. Why are we doing that okay? Why are we not doing that okay? Why were we able to learn that? And why did we fall short? And it's a 45-minute session, which we run once in 3 months, and it gives so much food for thought, and it's creating a deeper feedback culture. Then, if we go further, we have a technique called 10+10, and this feedback 10+10 can be used during the retrospective sessions we run. You ask students to run 10 things that they particularly liked about the class, or 10 things they think that need fixing. And when they have 10 ideas written down, together they choose one idea, and then they write the answers why they think it's a problem or why they think it's got well, and they have 10 answers to the why question. So first they answer the question what they liked or what they disliked about the class, and then they explain why they liked or disliked a particular idea which was chosen. Then, very often we use physical commitment to work with feedback. We ask a question, for example, my favorite one, what are the problems in our classes which need to be fixed? They write it on a piece of paper, A4. They put pieces of paper on the floor. Then students mingle around pieces of paper. They read them and they physically commit to the idea they like. They physically stand next to idea they like. And when you have a crowd of people around one idea, you see the real problem and you start discussing it with your students, why this problem needs fixing or why they liked this or that element of the course. So then, my favorite part, and I'm going to finish with that, My favorite feedback activity is feedback learners give to teaching teams. It's when teaching team, including administrative staff members, gather together with students and you sit back to your students. You sit back to your students. Then the moderator gives students the 2 questions. What do you love about the course of the school? And what are the 2 things which need fixing? And then the students have some thinking time. And after that, they just tell you at your back. They don't see your face. You are sitting back to your students. And they tell you back at, they will give you feedback at your back. And you are just writing down what they're saying. Then you are turning to students and saying, thank you. All you can do at my back feedback session is saying, thank you. So, my name is Dmitry Antesh, still work for the Dmitry Nikitin School. Let's keep in touch, shall we? There my content. Sorry for the slides, but I think we did have some productive time. And yep.
Nice timing.
Good. So thank you very much.
That was wonderful. I especially like your 10 plus 10. The numbers are perfect, 10 and 10. Dmitry, thank you so much for starting us off, and I really appreciate it. I know you're getting ready to travel, and I'm so glad that you're here. And hopefully we'll see you soon in Russia or the UK or wherever we can meet up.
As if we never left. Thank you, Rob. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, great. So next up, we're still in Russia, and we're going to Elena. Elena, if you could unmute your mic. Let me make sure.
Yes.
Maybe a co-host. So if you could share your slides.
Okay.
And just start it.
Okay. So
Okay.
I have, yeah, shall I start?
Yeah, you all ready to go?
Okay. Yes, great. I also have the same timer as Dmitry has just shown you. So my name is Elena Matveyeva, and you know what? I am actually also, I also work for the Dmitry Nikitin School. So we are not only in Russia now, but we are still at the Dmitry Nikitin School. So, and we are still using the same timer that Dmitry has just shown you. So I'm going to continue speaking about the practices that we are applying at the Dmitry Nikitin School. And today I'm going to speak about teenagers, about motivating teenagers to speak out. So actually in our school this year, we have a wonderful group of teenagers, a very numerous group of teenagers. And I'm really happy that at some point several years ago, I decided to try my hand at teaching teenagers. And it turned out that I really loved it. And now I continue teaching them with pleasure. Those of you who know me probably know that I am a fan of teaching business English, and now I'm trying to apply some elements, some bits of maybe business English in the teenage classes. Well, to begin with, I would like to say a few words about our school and what we strive to achieve here. So, and I really like this metaphor, which I've heard actually at the talk of Dmitry Nikitin, who has just finished his talk. So, and I really liked it, and I decided that I would actually use this metaphor. So the idea is that we all live in the world which is quite cruel at times, right? And teenagers are not an exception. Very often we hear that teenagers are difficult to deal with. They have this protection, that protective armor, which actually doesn't allow us to get through to them. And sometimes people say that teenagers, they don't listen, they don't hear, you know, they don't speak, they don't express their opinion. So, and at our school, our idea is to create such an atmosphere, such an environment where teenagers, and not only teenagers, just everybody who comes to our school, including teachers, including administrative staff, and all our students, they would have a chance to leave their armor at the reception area somewhere, put it in the closet, and then they would come to our classroom, well, without any protection, right? They will be vulnerable, but they will be able to open up. They will be able to express their opinions and ideas without the fear of being misunderstood or judged, or, I don't know, criticized. So, and the second point that we are also looking at here at our school, of course, it is developing 21st century skills. We all understand that teaching English is not only about teaching grammar and vocabulary. And in our classes, the idea is to develop the 4 C's, not only the 4 C's, but a whole majority of 21st century skills. So today I'm going to speak mostly about the 4 C's: critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. So keeping these 2 points in mind, creating the atmosphere and teaching the 4 C's, let me give you an example of what activities and what things we are applying at our school. And I hope that you will have a chance to maybe use them in your teaching practice. So, and first thing that I would like to mention is, of course, using engaging topics. So very often teachers say that teenagers are not eager to talk, are not eager to express their opinion. Well, I should say that I don't really have such a problem often. Okay, of course, we do have such problems often, but after studying with us, our teenagers are usually really eager to express their opinion. And one of the things that we can do here is, of course, suggest engaging topics. And here I would like to give an example. It is from the course book Think. There was a reading text in the workbook, which was dedicated to this program, Desert Island Discs. And I found it really interesting that actually students could find this program. It is the interviews with famous people. And the teenagers in my class, they got really involved. So their task was to listen to the interview with their famous celebrity and then come to class and share their ideas. So just using some material, which is real life material, which is not invented. I really appreciated that sometimes in some course books, for example, Think, everything that is written there, it is true. They are true stories. So everything that is written here is not invented, is true. So we can Google, we can find these stories online, we can find the videos to go with the stories. So Desert Island Discs, I found it like a very good resource for students to just learn more about their favorite celebrities, to share with class. So it worked wonders in my class. The next activity I would like to share was really, it came to our mind very unexpectedly. So the name for it, Voice and Choice, was borrowed from Ron Moraine. So he mentioned it in one of our sessions. And we actually used this voice and choice technique and the service design tools when thinking about the ideas of New Year party preparation for our teenagers. So last year we had a real problem. The time was nearing and we had to think about something to organize for our teenagers, but teachers had no ideas because, well, you can imagine, we organize these parties every year and of course we ran out of ideas. So, and then we had a thought, why don't we ask our students about it? Why don't we ask what they would like? And then thanks to Dmitry Nikitin, who actually shared the ideas of service design and how we can organize brainstorming. So with using post-it notes, we asked our teachers who taught teenagers. So those, I guess that everybody, like all the teachers teaching teenagers, decided to do it in their class. So we invited them to have a brainstorming, asking the students, what would you like an ideal New Year party to be? What would be an ideal party, New Year party be like? And so they did some brainstorming. Then they did some kind of choosing. So they voted for the best ideas. They categorized ideas. After that, they created mind maps. So included the ideas that received the most votes. And after that, a group of teachers looked at those mind maps and organized this New Year party according to what our students desired. And I think that that New Year party was a real success. Well, and finally, the third activity, the third thing I would like to talk about is, of course, our DN School TED Club, which I have been running for 2 years now. I don't really have time to go into much detail, but if you're interested, you're welcome to contact me. And so here the idea actually is that it is a place where teenagers can, first of all, choose the ideas that they're interested in and develop a talk on that topic and then present a talk. So just I can just show you the plan of our TED Club. So it goes from January to up to April or May. In April, at the end of April or at the beginning of May, we have these final presentations. So I usually have about 10 sessions. And these are the things that we discuss. So first we discuss our students' passions, we get to know them. Of course, we talk about club rules so that they should reflect the values of the school. They should reflect this atmosphere that everybody should listen to each other, should give constructive feedback. So they choose the topics which make, they have topics which makes them think. So here I choose TED Talks which teenagers, where teenagers present. And at first I choose the TED Talks which might be interesting and which actually on the topics which are not discussed in class. Then the participants choose their own topics, create their talks, practice giving and receiving feedback, and finally present their talk, and then we do reflection. And just, I have, I guess, 1 minute left, so I would like you to have a look at the topics which teenagers chose as their TED Talk topics. And we were all really surprised how deep the topics were, how really, our teenagers sometimes think in a way we don't notice how deep their thoughts lie. And it is our, it is our task to help them develop whatever they have inside, yes, to develop their talents, to create this atmosphere in which they will be able to share their brilliant ideas without feeling, judged or criticized. I guess that's all I wanted to say. According to my timer, it was 10 minutes. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, comments, or ideas, you're welcome to find me on Facebook, contact me. Thank you for your attention.
Very good. Nice timing, too. Thanks so much, Elena. And Ron will appreciate being mentioned, too. He always does. Thanks again. Great. So as long as we're in Russia, we're going to stay there, and we're going to now talk to... Well, you change it every time. It's half the time it's Julia, the other half
it's going to be Julia from now on. I promise. Sorry, Rob.
Okay, no, I'm kidding. That I do know the difference between the J and the Y. So it's about the only Russian I know. So Julia, thanks so much for being here and doing this.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. So could you please let me know if you can see my slides?
Yeah, it's coming up, and give it a second to just take hold. All right, so you have control of that. You've got 10 minutes on the timer. So take it away.
Okay, welcome everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Julia Blinova, and I'm going to be talking about how the absence of motivation or the lack of motivation is not a problem. That might sound like a very ambitious topic, but bear with me, you'll see that it is really true. And I would like to start with by showing some of the quotes that I collected over the years from my students. You can see that all of them are based around the fact that the motivation, the students are lacking motivation. And I believe that if we hear these words from our students from time to time, it's not a problem. That's real life, so things happen. However, if they get into the habit of saying these things, it's a signal that something is not going well. So they're probably not as engaged in class, they're not doing their homework, they're not engaging with the language outside the classroom. They will probably stop coming to class and just drop out. So we as teachers need to understand why this happens. And one of the key questions we have to answer is, what is motivation, to understand why this happens? There are many different definitions for motivation, but here I'm using the one given by the Cambridge English Dictionary, and I like it because it highlights one very important thing about motivation, and that is it's a very intense feeling. And just like all intense feelings, it can't be there at its peak for a long time. I mean, when we're talking about great joy, great happiness, or intense pain, this is a no-brainer. This is obvious, common sense. But for some reason, lots of people believe that it's possible to keep motivation at its peak for a long time, which is not how it works, right? I mean, motivation reaches its peak and then it can go only down. And that's what happens because it is normal. So the thing about motivation is that it's great when we want to start things, right? We're feeling full of energy and enthusiasm and we can change only our short-term behavior, unfortunately. So what is there that can help us as teachers to overcome this motivation conundrum? And my answer to this question is habits. Habits are wonderful things. And here again, you can see the definition from the Cambridge English Dictionary, which highlights the fact that habits are something that we do regularly, which is a very important thing if we're talking about learning a language, right? Engaging with it on the regular basis. And this is something that we do without actually knowing that we're doing it. This means that no motivation, no willpower are involved. This is amazing. One more great thing about habits is that they're very hard to break. And I mean, we all know this because all of us have some bad habits that we find impossible to break. They stick, which is great because it means that if we get into the habit of learning a language, it means that it's going to be there with us, no willpower, no motivation involved, and it can affect our long-term behavior. And this is what we are looking for as teachers to help our students develop. So how can we develop habits and how can we help our students develop habits? I'm going to talk about two tried and true approaches. When I say tried and true, I mean, I have used them myself and I have received great results. I mean, I got the habits I wanted to develop. The first one is the 21-day approach and the other one is the tiny habits approach. So the 21-day approach, as the name implies, means that you have to do something for 21 days consecutively. And this is an important thing. Let's keep it in mind. If you look at the calendar view that is on the slide, you can see that 21 days are marked. But some of the days are bigger and bolder, are in big and bolder hearts. Why? Let's go back and remember that motivation is great for starting things. So when we start something, it means that we're full of energy, we can do that. But then as time goes by, we are kind of, you know, a little reluctant to do the same thing. Even though maybe at the beginning we really wanted to do that. What can help us go forward is some kind of reward or prize. So I suggest dividing this 21-day period into two parts. On day 10, you get a reward or a prize, and on the last day, of course, you celebrate your new habit, creating it, getting it, and yourself. What kind of prize can it be? People quite often think that it has to be something that you have to buy, but not necessarily. Those rewards have to be very personal. I mean, for me, the greatest prize I can get for myself is a day with my phone off on the sofa with a book and my cat. And that would be the greatest reward, really. Think about what kind of rewards can work for you, can work for your students. Brainstorm. One more thing to remember is that you were talking about developing really good habits, habits which break bad habits. Most likely you will have to try more than once. And the idea here is that you have to do something for 21 days in a row. It means that if you don't do this thing on day 5, day 6 becomes day 1. And that's okay. This is life. It's important to focus on your victories, to really celebrate them. So if you don't do this thing on day 5, do not say I have failed. Say, okay, this time around it was 5 days. Next time around it's going to be 21 days, and I can totally do that. So celebrating your victories is the key. The other approach that we can use to develop a habit is the tiny habits approach. And it uses the idea that all our behaviors are triggered by something. So we hear noise and we get frightened, for instance, right? The same here. So you hear an alarm clock. This is the trigger, and it means that you have to get up, right? You get up, and then the day goes on. However, the tiny habits approach suggests connecting the new habit, the tiny habit, with the already existing one, which means that you don't need an artificial trigger. The trigger is already there in your life, so it makes it very hard to forget to do this thing. I'll give you an example of my own. For years, I had been struggling with making my bed in the morning. I think lots of you can relate. So every morning, I know that I put the kettle on to make coffee or tea. I love having a hot drink early on. So I decided that every time I put my kettle on, I'll go to the bedroom and make my bed. And then praise myself, say, well done, good job, keep it up. And actually, that worked wonderfully. Now I do not have to even think about making my bed. I do it automatically. Kettle on, I'm in the bedroom making my bed. And actually, I didn't even have to praise myself, because when I looked at my bedroom with my bed made, it looked so aesthetically pleasing that it was rewarding enough. And that's amazing. So in other words, a tiny habit should look something like this. After I, for example, have my morning coffee, I will study Quizlet for 5 minutes, and then I will celebrate. Actually, celebration is an important part of both these approaches. Don't forget about that. People usually do all the other things, but do not celebrate. So how can you bring these things into your classroom? First, try them yourself. Really, we are all keen on eating healthily, doing exercise, studying a new language, doing more CPD, whatnot. So try to develop a new habit using one of these approaches. Get the feeling of them. What works for you? What doesn't? Why not? Why yes? And then when your students bring their worries up to you in the classroom, like, I can't find the time, I'm not motivated, I don't feel that I can do that. Share your experience, make it personal for them, and then just suggest that they try. That's enough. That really works. And then, of course, come back to this in a few weeks or maybe in a few days. In my experience, it works wonders, and it really helps the learners to become independent and shapes them into lifelong learners. And they can develop all kinds of habits, not only English language learning habits. So thank you very much for having me. Come chat with me about motivation, time management, language learning and language teaching on Facebook and Instagram. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you so much. And yes, I have a lot of bad habits that I need to break. When you have more than 10 minutes, I can send you a list. I've made a PowerPoint. Thanks so
Wow.
much.
That's the first step, admitting that you have something to work on.
Yes, that's what they say. That's step one, is admitting that you have a problem, right? All right. Thanks so much, Julia. That was great. Hope to see you soon. And next up, we're still in Russia. And Elena, you got to unmute. And we have the other Elena, Parasada with one S, I've learned.
Elena is the most popular name in Russia.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, so got my timer.
Yeah. I have the same problem, it's almost impossible to find me anywhere because there's so many Rob Howards.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Great. Well, thanks so much for being here. And you're going to kick off our trendy segment, which actually, let me announce it now. I won't take it from your time. But we hope you join us again October 25th, which will be EFLtalks Trendy. And we're going to talk about new trends in teaching and Trendy English. And the teachers from Trendy are going to join us. So that's October 25th. Watch the site. I'm very excited because I love the trendy people.
Okay, thanks, and thanks for giving this opportunity just to be able just to give this talk today. And the 25th of October, we are really looking forward to it. It's just a new step for us in English.
Great. Okay, so share your slides.
Okay, now the most challenging part.
And start. There you go. Okay, so give it a second. All right, we look ready. Okay, here's your 10 minutes. Take it away.
Okay. Hello, everyone. And I'm Elena Pirasada. And as I like calling myself, I'm a game educator. And also I've got like two other nicknames, Gamification Queen or Gamification Lady. And I think that I know about gamification a little bit more than any other English teacher. Okay, and today we are going to talk about the difference between games and gamification, and about what is true gamification actually. Very often I ask my colleagues, so do you gamify your lessons? And most of them, they say yes. And when I ask them, and can you tell me what exactly you do to gamify your lesson? The most frequent answer is, I use games in my lessons. And this is not gamification. And so now I've got a feeling that gamification in ALT, it's like sex in middle school. Everybody talks about it, but just a few people know what it is really is. And right now, let's try just to see what is gamification and how different it is from using games in your classroom. So when you want to work, let's say, on spelling of some words, you can use a game. For example, you want your students just to learn how to spell these 6 words. So you can play different games with them. For example, hangman. And this is not gamification. So a game has the beginning and the end. And when you play the game, you change the initial action. So you don't spell the words, you don't write these words in your notebooks, but you play a game. You just cry out the letter you want to be opened. So you start thinking about some strategies. Okay, which letter to open first, which letter to open second. So this is just a game, which is also very good for working on some particular skills. So if we talk about gamification, in gamification, we do not change the original action. I still want my students to keep on writing these words in their notebooks. But for example, when they finish 5 lines with the same word, I would give them some kind of prize, a reward. Maybe I award them with a point or with a star. So this is a very simple and very primitive example of gamification. And I know that some people who, some teachers, they do this kind of encouragement. the problem? What is the problem with this approach? You are awarded points, and of course, if you are the leader in the leaderboard and you've got 691 points, you are very happy and you are quite motivated to keep on working. But if you are at the bottom, and in this particular rating, which you can see on my screen, I had 0 points. And when I look at the first person in my rating, in my leaderboard, I can understand that I will never reach this result. And so this kind of gamification, it is called pointification. It is not real gamification. It is very badly used kind of gamification, which does more harm than good. Okay, so when you give out points, so you just exploit extrinsic motivation, but good gamification, it's about awakening intrinsic motivation. And it's a little bit about what Julia was talking about in the previous talk. So when you award your students with some points in gamification, so your students, they need to understand why they need these points. Just to be the first in the leaderboard, that is not a very good goal. So the good goal is just to save somebody, to do something epic, to do something heroic. Everybody is a hero inside. I will give you just a very short example of gamification with one of my groups. So there is a help signal from one of the planets, and we need to get to this planet to save citizens, inhabitants of that planet. But to go from one solar system to another, we need special rocket fuel. And for each unit, I give the formula of this fuel. So in this unit, to go from this star to this star, you need to collect 30 points of vocabulon, 12 points of reading, 20 points of speaking, 35 points of writing. These are like fuel elements, special chemical elements we need to collect to be able to fly from one solar system to another. So this is intrinsic motivation. Students collect these points because they want to do something great, they want to do something epic, and they are really interested in the story itself. So intrinsic motivation, it's more about changing students' behavior. So real gamification, it's more about changing students' behavior. So you want your students to do some particular things, and you try to influence on your students with the help of a game. And a good story always works very well. Well, actually, in my company, Trend English Games, we have already created quite a few ready-made games just for gamified lessons. And if you are interested in them, you can go to my Facebook group, RPG in ALT, and I'm going to share some examples of these games for free with you, just to have a taste of what a real gamification is. Okay, now if you can see the difference between games and gamification, and you still think that, okay, I don't want just to play games with my students, I want to gamify my lessons, ask yourself this question: why do I need gamification? Gamification is it's a time-consuming process, and you have to think very carefully before you start gamifying your lessons. And to say, okay, I just want to gamify to motivate my students, this is not the correct answer. So this is a very general problem. Have a list at these problems on my screen. If you say my students are not motivated, then just you have just to think about something else. What exactly you want your students to do? Gamification, it is always about some final results. So what kind of behavior you want to get from your students? My students don't do their writing tasks. Do you need gamification for this? Are you sure that your teaching procedures are quite right? Sometimes when I talk to my colleagues and they start complaining that their students don't want to do writing tasks, and when I ask them about how they work with writing in their lesson, it is like this: okay, I give them a topic and I ask them just to bring the composition for the next lesson. So no work in the classroom at all. Maybe you need just to think about your teaching techniques first, and only then go and address gamification. Okay, my students don't turn on their videos in Zoom lessons. Okay, do you need gamification? Or maybe you just need to study a little bit to study some things about classroom management and about classroom management online. Maybe you need to do some team building activities first, and then this problem will be solved. So you don't need gamification for this problem. My students don't do their homework. My students speak Russian in their lessons. So these are good points. So we can start working with them. So not everything should be solved with the help of gamification. So if you want to gamify your lesson, you have to follow this procedure. First, you make a list of problems you want to solve, and these problems, they must be measurable. They shouldn't be general. Then you make sure that all of them are solved with the help of gamification. So that means that you've tried all other things, all other techniques, and nothing worked. And so the gamification is just your last resort. Then you prioritize your problems. You can't start working on everything. You just choose maybe the first 2 problems you want to start working with, and you start thinking about game mechanics, which, for example, okay, you want your students to use English only in your lessons. Okay, and you think, so how are you going to reward your students for speaking English? So you don't punish your students, you think about some kind of reward, yeah? So how can you reward your students if they speak English only? Or you want your students to do more homework, to do their homework more often. Okay, what can you do just to reward them for coming with their homework done? Okay, and when you solve the first problems, then you can proceed to problem number 3, to problem number 4. So gamification has got its beginning, but it hasn't got any ending. So it is an everlasting process. You plan something, what you want to gamify with your, what you want to change in your classroom, then you do it, review, you change, and you get back, and you start everything again and again. Okay, that's it. That's everything I wanted to tell you about gamification within these 10 minutes.
That was great. And what I love about you is you can fit a 20-minute presentation into 10 minutes better than anybody else I know.
Yeah, I've just been working with this topic, you know, for 7 or 8 years. I can talk about gamification for days, or I can talk just for 10 minutes. It's just
I know. I've seen many of your talks, and they're great. And I'm looking forward to your talk the end of October.
yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. See you on October the 25th.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
And over to the boss. And now, let me get your video on. Okay, there you are. Hello, are you unmuted? Yep. Okay.
Hello, Rob.
How are you?
Just fine.
I'm so glad you're here, and I'm so glad that you guys have agreed. You know, we've talked about EFLtalks for, well, since I was in Russia last year. So I'm very excited you're here, and I'm excited that you're going to be here again on the 25th. So
okay. Thanks, Rob. Okay.
Let's see if you can share your slides.
Yes, just a sec. Are they visible?
Yes, they are. And okay, so you're ready to go?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, you got 10 minutes on the clock. Take it away.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks. So hello, everyone. My name is Evgeny Usachov, and today I'll be talking about some steps, 5 in particular, to implement blended learning format or model in your teaching practice. So let's start with first with the idea of blended learning. On the screen, you see that blended learning is sort of combination of offline and online teaching. And each part has its strong points. If we speak offline learning, we keep in mind motivation issues, personalization, feedback, fluency and listening, relevance, and of course the issue of discipline. On the other hand, when we mean all online learning, what comes to our mind is mobility, it's structure, tracking and control, self-study, reduced course, and global reach. So the point is how to get the best of both worlds when we teach in the blended learning model. So in my talk today, very briefly, I'll share my ideas, the 5 steps I mentioned to implement it. Okay. So typically blended learning has a few components. So we blend face-to-face training with sort of virtual classroom or LMS opportunities, webinars, different links to useful resources, some sort of simulations, different forms of assessment, and of course, last but not least, it's one-to-one coaching, be it offline or online. So if we speak about particular steps which we need to take to switch into blended learning format, so what comes to my mind, first of all, we need to decide on the learning platform or learning management system. So some of them are absolutely free to use and they are available, such as, for instance, Moodle or some other platforms. Some are quite, I would say, customized, especially if we speak about publishers, Pearson, Longone, Cambridge University Press, or Macmillan, for instance. They've got their LMS systems, and in my experience, they work pretty well. So you need to decide on one or several platforms just to start this blended learning experience. So the second step here on the technical side is just to decide on the textbook with online workbook you are planning to use. Again, online workbook and online components give nice opportunities for automatical monitoring or checking and assessment. So as well as that, we need to decide on different online services for supplementary activities, just to give students more opportunities. In my experience, I use Edpuzzle, which is a nice resource for video and listening activities, Quizlet for vocabulary development, and some others. And of course, we need to decide on the proper channels for communication with students. In my experience, I use Telegram if I have a group of students, or WhatsApp, or just the internal communication tool within LMS. Okay, so just the first step, some technical issues. Step number 2 is organizational step. So, and we need to decide on the ratio, first of all, between online and offline components. So in our language school I work for, it's 50-50, but it all depends on the learning context, depends on the students, and depends on the situation. So you need to decide what was the ratio. Yeah, for instance, 20% offline, 80% online. Of course, depending on your goals and objectives. Then we need to decide on the assessment tools online. Most of the assessment is done these days online because it saves time and there are nice tools you can use. Again, usually I use those who are in LMS system, publishers, for instance. And having decided on the ratio between online and offline components, we have to decide on the activities which we do online and offline. And I believe it's very important decisions, a teacher's decisions. So what focus should he concentrate, or what focus should he or she give on something done online and offline? Okay, so it should be so mutually helpful. And very important issue, informing parents, if we speak about kids and teens or clients, that we are planning to implement the system, especially if they have never faced the blended learning model before. Step number 3 is pre-teaching. I included some points here. First of all, it's very important to have step-by-step guidelines for teaching in this format, in the blended learning format. So first of all, to guide ourselves and to guide our learners and maybe their parents as well, just to have a clear idea what we do. A good list of additional online services and resources will help everybody involved in this process, as I mentioned before, learners and parents. And it's not enough just to make a list of these activities and services and resources, but it's very important to decide how to use them, how to implement, how much time we give to each activity, no matter if it's face-to-face or online format. Step number 4 is dealing with parents or clients. Again, before we start, we need to clearly explain all the advantages of blended learning, because some parents are a little bit worried about online components, or they just don't want to have any online component in their kids' learning. Mostly the reasons are their beliefs that online learning doesn't work as well as offline one. So a good solution is mixing, blending them. Then it's very important to show the opportunities that online textbooks or workbooks give. It's better to have a webinar with parents or clients and to show all the features of such an opportunity, of such a tool. And it's very important to have a script of how to deal with parents. We need to define possible objections to this format and prepare responses to them, okay? And last but not least, it's just the methodological set of steps. So as I mentioned earlier, selecting a textbook depending on your teaching context. So textbook for both offline and online. A good mix works well if you have a printed book to have in the offline class, face-to-face class, and an online workbook which is used to assign homework and to check homework. From my experience, it's a very good mix. I believe it's vitally important to schedule your lessons in the blended format, at least for a month or a couple of months, to understand how you will be progressing and inform the students or clients, right? Scheduling is a key issue. Before we advertise, say, a textbook or a course, we need to explore the opportunities of a digital textbook and the opportunities it gives, right, ourselves. And some practical steps which I also experienced. So give a trial lesson to your peers, see how it works, and of course get a feedback and improve. So these are the common steps which I'd like to share with you. So I have a few seconds to speak. It's a moment for a sort of promotion. You know that on the 28th of November, we have the biggest ELT event in Russia, which is called Trendy English 9 online conference. So it will be fully online and will start as soon as 5 a.m. Moscow time and finish as late as 5 p.m. Moscow time. So if you are in different parts of the world, you're welcome to join us. So Rob will be with us, by the way, and he'll make a speech at this wonderful event. And there is early bird prize, which expires very, very soon, 9th of October. So you may sign up by this link, trendenglish.ru conference 2020, and the English version of it. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Rob. So I suppose I was within time limit.
You did perfectly. And yes, I'm definitely looking forward to Trendy English 9. Are we going to get statues this year again?
Yeah, of course, of
Yeah,
course.
you're
Yeah,
going to have to mail those, aren't you?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Great. Okay, Evgeny, great. Thanks so much again. And I also want to remind everybody to come back October 25th when we're going to be with Trendy English and many of their teachers for new trends in English. So
Yeah, yeah. Well, looking forward to that. And speakers are preparing.
great. Okay. Well, thanks again, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome. Mhm.
Okay, great. So we're stepping ahead, and next one up is Andrea. And let me make you co-host.
Rob.
Are you there? Hello, you are there.
I am.
Yep, and you should be able to share your screen.
Okay.
So, now we're off to Romania with Andrea. And Andrea, I know, has been very busy, and I've been avoiding her for a week while I've set this up because at the same time, we have in November the IATEFL BSIG
I do.
annual conference, and Andrea is our events coordinator, so she's very busy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I appreciate you taking the time out and doing this.
My-
And all right, so you're all set. I've got the timer set. And hang on, let me just pin your video. So you're there, ready to go?
Yep.
Take it away.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you for the invitation and for the introduction. And of course, thank you for everything you're doing with the EFLtalks. It's amazing. 500 plus CPD videos, free. Yeah, that's quite an achievement. So 10 minutes. Again, my name is Andrea Nekifor, and I'm a business English trainer, school owner, and blended learning enthusiast based in Iași, Romania. Our school offers a broad range of courses, mostly to companies, and we've been using a blended approach to learning and teaching foreign languages since 2015. I have to say it proved to be a very useful approach back then, but it really showed its strength now this year when we were forced to move everything 100% online. Now, what is blended learning? The concept is not new. It's been around for years, but the sudden shift to remote emergency teaching has brought it back into the spotlight. I don't have time for literature review since I only got 10 minutes. So in very simple terms, blended learning is the integration of real-time, whether face-to-face or virtual teaching with asynchronous online learning and teaching, but in a planned, pedagogically valuable manner. Whether you are new to blended learning or a seasoned practitioner, you will always need to keep in mind three things. That is the mindset, the plan, and of course, the toolkit. Now, what is this blended learning mindset? Well, basically, it's one in which the human instructor puts the technology do the work for them and not the other way around. Because blended learning is not about using technology or state-of-the-art apps. It's about using technology to achieve the desired learning outcomes and learning objectives efficiently or more efficiently. Adding digital tools and apps won't automatically enhance and support the learning process, but they can become valuable language learning aids in the hands of a skilled instructor, whether teacher, trainer, or language coach. Now, how can you ensure the success of your blended learning program? As with everything in life, you have to have a good plan. And as with everything in life, we need to start with the why. Now, the why in language teaching and training is always the learning objectives and the course outcomes. Now, review the learning objectives and select the best activities for each learning objectives. Now, so far, so good. We usually do that with traditional language training courses. The next step would be to decide which activities belong in the live class versus which ones can be done asynchronously. Now, a step that's sometimes, more often than not, overlooked is coming up with a strategy to measure the impact of the learning program at the beginning of the learning program. We need to make sure that the blended approach does add value, enhances learning, or improves the return on investment of our blended language course. Now, this brings us to the toolkit, the digital toolkit. You'll obviously need some tools to be able to implement the blended learning program. And I know that at this point, you might expect me to name some useful apps or tools to do that. I won't, because again, we have to start with the why. Now, a very basic toolkit will include apps or tools that we can use for content creation and sharing, for collaborative learning. Maybe you'd like to include some micro-learning assets or gamification nuggets into the toolkit as well. There's a wide range of digital tools and apps available out there. Of course, as Evgeny mentioned before, the easiest way to go is to use a virtual learning environment. Virtual learning environment, short VLE, is a password protected area on the internet which houses the course materials and also has integrated communication and tracking tools. I know it might sound fancy, but I'm sure you're familiar with names such as Google Classroom, Canvas by Instructure, Schoology, Edmodo, or Moodle, just to name the most popular ones. Other apps you could use, well, for content creation, for example, you can use Screencast-O-Matic for video lessons or Powtoon for animated videos. You could use Google Sheets for collaborative learning and teaching, or Trello. You could use Socrative or Quizzes or Kahoot for micro-learning and gamification. Evgeny also mentioned Quizlet. So there's a wide range of tools you can choose from. You just need to know what you need them for and to use them wisely. Now, why blended learning? Now, I know this kind of contradicts what I said earlier. Always start with the why, but for the sake of the argument, I say the answer to this question for the last part of the presentation. Blended learning offers flexibility, not just for the student who can access the content anytime, anywhere, and go through it at their own pace, but also for the teacher. If you'd like your face-to-face or live virtual classes to have a workshop format, or maybe to take a dogma approach to teaching, which is materials light and conversation driven and student-centered, then you can do that and just leave the fill in the blanks, multiple matching exercises for the asynchronous bit. Also, blended learning is just perfect for course management. A VLE will usually have tracking tools that will allow you to track the students' activity and progress. And of course, it's great for organizing course materials. So forget about the worksheets scattered around the classroom at the end of the lesson. Those days are over. Digital materials are very easy to organize in a virtual environment. Last and not least, and possibly the most important advantage of blended learning is that it creates student engagement. I mean, imagine all the instructional strategies we can employ if we take a blended approach: scenario-based learning, task-based learning, project work, anything is possible. And the variety, richness of these materials will add more engagement. Now, the question is, will the hype surrounding blended learning disappear once we go to the face-to-face instruction? Probably not. I hope not, because blended learning should not be seen as a temporary solution, a form of emergency teaching. In fact, the current crisis may result in a long-awaited and fundamental rethinking of language training and teaching, and education and training and general. Now, this brings us to the conclusions, and I know this was fast, it was a lot. So I really would like you to have some time to draw your own conclusion rather than feed you mine. And for this purpose, this slide has been intentionally left blank. However, if you'd like to discuss, to ask questions, to share your conclusions with me, please feel free to do so. This is my email address. I'm very responsive, even if, as Rob mentioned, I'm quite busy right now. Yeah, I really hope I'll see you at the EFLBC conference in November, where I'll be talking about gamification. And I see it's a topic of interest here as well. If you're not interested in this topic, do not worry. We've got 71 other talks that you can attend, plus 2 plenaries, plus a lot of panels and opportunities to meet and share and network with other people. So yeah, it's really great. It would be great if I could see you there. And one more thing I forgot to mention, it's free for IATEFL members and just £10 for non-members. And thank you.
Well, you still have 30 seconds.
Oh.
You didn't mention the best part about the BSIG conference.
Well, there are so many good parts, Rob. Which one? Which one?
I'm not speaking.
Yeah, lucky you. Well.
Yes. Well, I'll be in the background.
You definitely will. You definitely will.
Yeah.
We both will.
Yep. Okay. Thank you so much. That was wonderful.
Thank you, Rob.
And good to see you. And I'm sure we'll be talking a lot during the week so we can catch up with everything.
Yep, sure.
So, thanks so much.
Thank you, Rob. Bye.
Okay. See ya. All right. So now we're moving on to now, Amira, you can turn on.
Started a bit early last time, didn't I?
That's okay. All right. So, actually, before we start, I just have to mention, look at that. This is, I think, a first. In the first hour, we are actually ahead of time. So 1 hour down, 11 more to go, and a lot more speakers. So let's see, we have your slides. Amira, thank you so much. You're coming to us, I know now, from the UK, but that's not where you're from.
Yeah, originally from Egypt.
Yeah.
I would very much like to say, and my students are actually from the Middle East, so we'll take it this way.
Great. Okay, so you have 10 minutes on the clock.
All right.
Ready to go?
Let's go.
Okay, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rob, for the invitation. And thank you, Hannah, for introducing me to this wonderful community. It's my first talk, so I'm a bit nervous. I don't know if I can meet it in 10 minutes. I've squeezed it a lot, so it might be less than 10 minutes. I'll hope to meet the time. Today, the topic is about applying SAMR to upgrade the teaching materials. And it's a personal experience. I'm a very conventional teacher. I worked in the physical classroom a lot, and I enjoyed and I thrive interacting with my students in the physical classroom. But of course, as a result of what happened, I had to migrate to the online teaching. And I found out and I realized that I have to change basically all my instructional materials. I have to update, I have to modify, and I have even to redesign some of my tasks. So having nothing to do with the online before that, I started basically researching the online teaching. And once I researched the online teaching, I realized that there are some decisions that needs to be taken. And of course, my colleagues earlier spoke about it. So first of all, how am I going to teach online? Am I going to teach online synchronously, or am I going to teach online asynchronously? So basically synchronously when you're doing what we are doing now. It's a live conference. We are meeting our students live. It's a fantastic opportunity to interact, to meet with our students, to ask, to group them. So it's my actually piece of cake. This is what I really like. It's my cup of tea. However, there is also the other side of teaching online, which is the asynchronous type of learning. This means you are basically uploading your work and on a platform, and in this platform you are putting all your teaching materials, you're putting all your contents, and your learners work them on their own pace. So examples of the synchronous platforms that we could use are, of course, the Zoom that we're using now. There is Skype, there is Google Meet, and there is Teams. So all of them are fantastic ones, but because I found personally that Zoom is the most teacher-friendly and quite straightforward, so it was very appealing to me. So I decided that I'm going to use Zoom. So I meet my students once a week. Then I said, okay, then the synchronous, I can make use of that as well. So what I did was I chose the blended approach, which my colleague was talking about just before me. I decided to get the best of both worlds. So get the advantage of the interaction, of meeting the students live, of answering questions, of grouping my students, of listening to them and networking with them. So that was one thing. And at the same time, I recorded my sessions and I post them on Google Classroom. I designed assignments. I used the Quizlet and Powtoon to make students work on so like that's modifying and updating my activities. So I used both the synchronous and asynchronous online teaching. Now, again, to modify my activities, I came across a model, the SAMR model. Now, the SAMR model is a way, or as a tool, a model to help teachers evaluate how can they incorporate technology into their instructional practice. They basically thought of 4 ways that the teacher could use to change their teaching activities. It was designed by Robin Pentadora, and the name is quite difficult for me, but I hope I did it right, back in 2017. So the idea was there are 4 levels for you to update your teaching materials. And for me, it was very convenient because somebody who did not use it at all started using it. Then we can start from level 1, which is for me substitution. If I'm using a PowerPoint presentation in my classroom, I can use a PowerPoint presentation in my virtual classroom. So that's basically the technology here acts as a direct substitute with no functional change. If I'm asking my students to write to write something, an assignment, then they are writing it or they are typing it online. So there was no physical change. And it was quite comfortable for me to just to be there live. Without having to meet all these tools, all these gimmicks, all these applications, which were very difficult to me. Now, the second step, sorry, what am I doing now? The second step I did was like, okay, let us modify our work a bit. So I came to the second level, which is the augmentation. Here, if my slides were quite static, then let me animate them. Let me put every point independently and work on it, cover the point, then move to the second point. But I still, so the second point was I would change the technology. Sorry, I would use the technology, I will substitute it directly, but I will use it with some functional change, just like the animation, the colors, these kind of things. Also, I asked my students to use their videos, to use their PowerPoint presentations and share it with me. Then there is the third level, which is the modification. And here we have, you could allow significant redesign of the task. So instead of doing the things on a slideshow or PowerPoint, I can use Google Slide, which is more interactive. Students can work with me on the same presentation at the same time. I can group my students and they could work on Google Doc. So I started modifying my activities a bit and helping my students, working with my students as well. Now, the fourth level, which I can't say that I'm very good at, but I'm really trying my hands on it, is the redefinition. And here you are recreating a task. Absolutely. It was previously inconceivable. You could not do it. But now, with the help of technology, you could recreate it. And I used Potones, I used videos, I used Kahoot to help my students work on these kind of things. They were not able to do it before. So after you, with the technology, on the fourth level, I started using. Still, I cannot confirm that I'm a good user. I'm still, as I said, I'm still a beginner in this level. Now, if you've noticed that there is, there are two different, every two layers or every two ways are grouped together. So the first part is mainly related to enhancing your instruction. You're just modifying it a bit and you are taking your baby steps to the online world. But the second level is the transformation. And when it comes to the transformation, you're mastering your tools more and you are changing your learning objective. You're making your learning objective more effective and you are helping. Of course, all our goals as teachers is to move from level 1 and 2 to level 3 and 4. It's a route, it's a journey. So enjoy the journey because it's really funny and it's really enjoyable. What I really notice is that the summer is quite compatible with our beloved Bloom's taxonomy. So we're having two levels in summer, enhancement and transformation, we are having basically two levels, so 6 levels grouped into 2 categories with Bloom's revised taxonomy. So we have the remember, we have the understand, we have the apply, that these are 3 together grouped, and then the other group would be analyze, evaluate, and create. Again, we have this division, every 3 is categorized independently. So we have the lower order thinking, and we're having the higher order thinking. So in this way, if you go here, so if we were to do a comparison between summer and Bloom's taxonomy, we find out that the augmentation and substitution would very much appeal to the lower order thinking, which is the remember, understand, and apply. And the evaluate, analyze, and create are related to the modification and the redefinition. So basically, as you are growing, as you are developing your learners using Bloom's taxonomy, you can develop your teaching instruction using the summer. So both of them work hand in hand. I think I'm moving fast than I wanted to, but I'm saying that it's personally quite an interesting and very much I'm very grateful for the opportunity. It's a personal experience. I still have my happy students, so none of them has run away from me. So they're still with me and they are still happy with me, and I'm happy with them as well. So that is the whole thing. It is basically the same teacher, but we are just using different tools. That's basically it today. And I want to thank you, Rob, and EFLtalks for the opportunity, and happy anniversary. I know that I finished way early because I was so much stressed. I wanted to finish. I was so worried that I might not meet the time.
No, you were fine. That was great. You ended just at the right time. So no worries. That was wonderful.
Thank you, Rob.
So much. And for your first one, I know you were very nervous. You did brilliantly. Okay.
Oh, cheers. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Amir. And next, we're off to Joe. Joe, can you unmute yourself, please? And
I can.
Co-host.
Thank you very much.
Now you can share your slides. And Joe, we've actually, for many years, I don't think we've ever talked. And I need to thank you because you were one of the first people that ever advertised EFLtalks years ago.
Oh, there you go. Well, that's nice. It's certainly a good thing to advertise. I was just saying this morning to my partner, you know, it's an amazing thing. I don't think if you said to me, find 50 people who'll give a talk today, I think it would be hard work. And there's an awful lot of organisation, I'm sure, goes into this. So, you know, you deserve a great amount of credit and,
Thanks.
you know, applause.
Thank you
for all
very
your
much.
hard work, I think, yeah.
Well, I'm so glad you're finally here. And you've got 10 minutes. Let's see, bring your slides up. You should be able to share now.
I'm just going to share my slides. Yeah, can you see them? Is that all right?
Yep, just start the presentation.
Right, let me just start my slideshow then.
Yep.
Okay, so
All right, you ready to go?
I'm ready to go. I've got 10 minutes on the timer. It's 10:34. Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so I really wanted to talk today about setting up an online teacher education business. It's really the story of what happened when I set up EFLtraining.com. And I guess that, you know, I never saw myself, I never saw myself as an entrepreneur. I never saw myself as somebody who would, you know, have a business actually in any way. I was very happy. I am very happy being a teacher, being paid a salary, all that sort of thing. And it never occurred to me that I could do something like this, really. So I really, the main message I have today is that actually it's not as hard as you think, especially if you do it sort of part-time starting off. You know, my business is actually now pretty successful. But it started very slowly and it's taken a while to grow, and it's been fun and I've really enjoyed it, and I've met a lot of people through it and I've made a lot of contacts through it, and I would recommend it as an option for anybody, any teacher. So I started out with a problem. I'm a CELTA trainer, and the problem was that a lot of the people who applied to the CELTA course were lovely people. I thought they'd probably be great teachers, but they were native English speakers and they probably didn't even know what a noun was, really. Well, maybe they knew what a noun was, but they certainly didn't know what a preposition was. And they certainly didn't know what the present perfect was or why it was difficult for learners. And so what I would do is I'd say, well, off you go. Here's Michael Swan's book. Here's Martin Parrott's book. Here's, you know, Raymond Murphy. Off you go with these men and come back to me when you've learned something. And of course, what they would, I mean, they would do it often, but it was difficult. And I think that the feedback I got from people was that these things weren't always all that accessible. They were quite difficult. And so I thought about trying to make an online course. So first of all, it's a face-to-face course, but I couldn't do it in the college I worked in for various reasons. So when I started doing an MA with Russell Stannard, I thought, well, maybe I could do it online. And I started out with this, basically, with Adobe Connect, and doing it in almost like a face-to-face course, but online. So in real time, synchronous, having lectures. And what I found was that people just didn't show up on time or at all. And so people were really keen, but they didn't come. And then I started making videos, and that seemed to be much more successful. So that was kind of the route I went down. People said it was more successful because they could come back to me at any time. It was obviously more convenient, and they could go at their own pace and they didn't have to feel rushed. So that was the way that that was my route. Then in 2012, I made this grammar course, Grammar for Language Teachers, which addressed the problem that I felt that they had, and set it up on EFLtraining.com. So do go and have, if you don't know my site, then go and have a look. It's I'd be really interested to see what you think. I started off with Grammar for Language Teachers. About 2 years later, I also made another course, Concept Checking, and then I've made more courses in particularly in the last few months, actually, during lockdown. I started out with looking, so how do you do the videos? I started out with just having a PowerPoint like this, not having anything else, just doing a PowerPoint, not showing myself. So it was bad enough hearing my own voice. That was problematic enough to start with. And I certainly didn't want anyone to see me. I sort of thought, oh, I look so old, or my hair looks terrible, or, you know, whatever else. So I used to just do it in my pajamas. It was very convenient. And then after a while, I also experimented with this way of doing things, which is, I used a program called Video Scribe, but there are lots of other doodly.com and various other things. It made nice videos, the animated thing where your hand draws, you know. This made nice videos. I liked them, but I found the pictures that you could have were fairly limited unless you paid for them more. And I just didn't like it. It felt like I was trying to shoehorn what I wanted to say into the pictures. So then I started to show myself. I decided that, you know, if I were watching these videos, I'd want to see what the presenter looked like. So I started doing that. And obviously that meant I had to wash my hair and make sure I put a bit of slap on maybe. I wasn't always in there, usually a bit at the beginning, a bit at the end, and maybe sometimes in the middle. And then more recently, I've gone to this kind of approach where I sit at my wall just over there actually, and make a video of me talking through whatever I want to say, and then I put animations over the top of it. I've found that I quite like this approach, so this is what I'm going with at the moment. But somebody asked me recently, were your earlier videos, are these later videos, are they more popular? And actually, I don't think necessarily they are. So whether people care exactly how it's done, I don't know, but I quite like this last approach. This is my setup. So if you want equipment, this is what you need to do. Well, this is fairly minimum, and this is what I use. So as I say, it's literally just over there. I take that picture down. I have a light. Lighting is important. Lighting makes a big difference if you're showing yourself. I just sit on a chair and I just record the video with my Surface Pro. So it's, you know, any kind of video would do. Your laptop video will be fine too. I then edit everything in Camtasia. Camtasia is a bit more expensive. It's about £130 for the educational version, but it's a one-off thing. You don't have to do it again. And that's what it looks like from the other side. So it doesn't really matter if you haven't got a very tidy space, as long as you've got one blank wall. I started off using Moodle, which is very cheap. It's free if you want it with adverts. It's a little bit more expensive otherwise, but it was very cheap and it worked very well for a long time for me. But I found ultimately that it didn't give me the kind of user experience that I wanted. So I started to use LearnWorlds about nearly 3 years ago. And that's a lot more expensive, but it's really great, really lovely to make courses in. It's very easy to build. It gives the learners a really good experience. I think it follows things through. How did I get myself known? Now, this is the big question, I think. And I think that's the thing that maybe people struggle with, is that when you start out on something like this, it's not, well, it wasn't for me, very natural to go, hello, I've got this course, I think it'll be really helpful for you. Why don't you come and pay me to do it? So I started out with this CELTA toolkit, and I made myself a target of making a video every month. I'd make one video every month. And these ones followed, there was the methodology videos, they followed input sessions on CELTA. So they were about lesson planning and teacher talk and giving instructions and various other things, teaching grammar. And I put one of these up every month and I emailed them to all the CELTA centres. And I said, I've got this free video, you learn, your trainees might like it. And by the way, I also sell this grammar course that you might like. So I did that for 5 years, really consistently. And that's, I think, what largely grew my business. And a lot of people, a lot of my business came from referrals from trainers. I also got quite a lot of assessing work out of it, so that was nice. YouTube has also been very good to me. I think I put all my free videos up on YouTube, and that's been a really excellent medium to get myself out there. You get the occasional people who kind of go, oh, it's really boring, or that was terrible, but mostly people are really positive. So that's, that's been very nice too. I also use Facebook quite a lot. So I've joined a lot of Facebook groups, Celta type Facebook groups, and made sure that I was on those kind of things. I get out on Twitter and Instagram a bit, but not as much as I perhaps used to. And I've just started last week, today's the second one has gone out, started sending out a newsletter to all the people who are signed up on my site. And there's about 11,000 people signed up on my site. So that's quite a big undertaking. I wasn't sure how this would go, but the first one I sent out brought back a flurry of lovely emails saying, yes, we really like this, thanks. So, that's what I'm planning to do. So if you don't know my site and you'd like to be on my newsletter list, then just register on EFLtraining.com, have a look around. There's a lot of free material, obviously paid courses as well. I do this for a living. And what I would say is that the money that I earn out of ELT training is the best money I earn. I also work at Warwick University and I do lots of CELTA stuff, assessing and things. So I've got other irons in the fire. But the money I earn from ELT training is my favorite money because it feels absolutely empowering. People are actually paying me specifically and directly because they like something I do. And that's really nice feeling. So thank you for watching. I hope that this has inspired you a little bit, and maybe you could start up your own ELT type of business too online. I think that's about 10 minutes. I think I did pretty well.
Yeah, you did wonderfully. Quick question, and I wasn't sure, I wanted to confirm it. Somebody asking, what was the name of the LMS that you use after Moodle?
Learn Worlds.
Learn Worlds.
Learn
Okay.
Worlds. There are lots that you can use. I mean, there's lots of different ones. I did quite a bit of research before I did it to try to see which one I liked best, and that one's been very helpful for me. It's about £800 a year, so it's not cheap.
Yeah.
But for me, it's definitely worth it. Moodle will cost me about £80 a year to take the adverts off, and it's Nomio, Gnomio, nomio.com will give you a Moodle site. So if you want to just play around with it and start, I'd say Moodle's a great place to start. It was very good for me for the first 5 years of my business. The problem with it is that when people log in, they can't go back to where they started or where they left off. They have to sort of find their place again. That was one of the big problems. And it always looks like Moodle. It doesn't look very nice. But it's a very powerful platform. You can do a lot with it, and it's almost free.
Yep. Very good. Well, it was a lot of useful information, and I'm going to have to do one of these now too.
Great. Excellent. Well, you should. You've got so much stuff here.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Joe, and I appreciate you being here. And
it was lovely to be here. Thank you so much for asking me. Yeah. Thanks, everybody else. Bye-bye.
Bye now. And next we have Hadir. Let me give you co-hosting rights.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm great. Thank you, Rob, for this opportunity. And let me introduce my true heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Hannah Khamis to introduce me for this lovely and amazing community.
Well, we're so happy to have you. And let me see, can you bring up your slides? You should be able to hear them.
Yeah. Once again, thank you, Rob.
Oh, thank you. I'll start you off as soon as you share. Make sure put them into slideshow.
Yeah.
There. Okay, so you all ready to go?
Okay. So is it visible to everybody now?
Yes. Take it away.
Great. Okay. And I have my timer too?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Welcome, everybody. I am Hadir Fikri, English instructor and IELTS presenter. Thank you for having some time to listen to me, and I hope that I can be inspiring and give you some tips and techniques how to overcome the challenge of online teaching and how to motivate learners, because we understand that this virtual classroom shift came out of sudden to everybody. To some degree, some of us were not ready enough or well prepared, but since in the foreseeable future, this is the way it goes. let's share some experience, let's share some tips and techniques that might help overcome the challenge and enjoy the online teaching. First, I want you to tell me what would you feel if you see these stone faces. It's maybe shocking, but the point is that we need to understand that all we have in front of our students is using our faces, face expression and face language, since we are meeting them only through the screen. The point is, I know it's challenging, and some of our teachers did not overcome the fear of working online yet. But all we have to do is to use our face expressions and to use them well in front of our students. This is the way we initiate our lesson. Facing them will introduce them to the class in a more confident way. So we need to know how to use our face expressions and the magic key, smile, of course, so they can feel zero weirdness in the virtual classroom. Okay, we all know that after COVID-19 consequences, everything went to the global shift out of sudden. Most of us were not confident enough to understand and the whole matter, and also it was surprising for some of us. Most of them hoped that after a while the face-to-face classes will come back again in use. But what if it doesn't happen? What if it goes that way for God knows how long? We need to know how to adapt and acquaint our teaching skills to meet or face the challenge that we have nowadays. So let's understand that there are, of course, differences between the face-to-face classes and the online teaching classes. How can we adapt this? Let's share it together. So in both teaching ways, we need to adapt or acquaint our skills to meet the individual skills of our students. This is vital. It's crucial to cater to the students' needs and understand them first. So how can we use our skills? Let's talk about the communication skills first and how it differs from face-to-face to online, because this is the way it goes and this is the way we as teachers need to adapt in the coming few years. Of course, it's a challenge for both parents and students as well as teachers. But actually, hopefully, these techniques will help us improve our teaching skills, and methodology can help us too to introduce our virtual classes in the most possible and effective way. In online teaching, of course, we understand that our students feel that they miss the intimacy of real life classrooms. They feel the interaction, the natural way to interact with each other and to interact with the teacher. So by developing our range of communication skills, that will make them not feel this lack of natural interaction. Well, the first key we need to talk about is how to develop the rapport between us as teachers and the students, and between the students with each other, so they can cut the long story short and feel that we are filling the gap that they feel because of the online teaching and because they cannot feel the intimacy of meeting their colleagues and their teacher in a face-to-face class. We still can do some techniques to help them enjoy the virtual classroom, and we can also change these challenges that we face in the face-to-face classes into a privilege in the online class. So let's know how, but I want you to be somehow patient because I may talk a lot. In the face-to-face teaching, this was how it used to be. Of course, we use the intonation, different voice, different body language, gestures, which enabled us to get into our students easily. And it helped our students to interact and demonstrate their confidence in the classroom easily, so we can help enjoy and engage them in the classroom. But if we can use the face language instead of the body language, this is challenging for some teachers. Voice intonation and different tone can help, but actually some of our teachers still fear the online interaction. They don't overcome this fear until this point, so we can help them change their mentality a little bit so they can adapt or acquaint to the coming challenge. The first key is how to develop the rapport online. Developing rapport, of course, is crucial in face-to-face classrooms, but how can we do it in a distance? So first, you need to make something like needs analysis, including how to understand your students and how to understand their needs and their goals and why are they going to introduce themselves to your class in a confident way. So of course it differs according to their age and their levels, but you need to understand that the more close you are to your students, the more effective your planning is going to be and the more close they feel to you. So this will enable you to get easily to their understanding and to their feelings, so they can interact by heart and soul even in your class, and they feel that you are creating like a learning bubble, a world of their own. They like to do something meaningful and understandable, and they like to enjoy attending your session without any feeling of boredom. So your key to develop this is to understand their needs first. This can help you plan better and let them understand and get engaged better. Of course, you need to know their goals while planning for your class, because some of them wants to study language just because they want to pass the exam and satisfy their parents. It's still a goal to be considered, but some of them love to learn language. Some of them enjoy expressing themselves in a different language, a second language, I mean. So understanding their goals, like I want to be a pilot, so I need to learn more than one language. I need to be an English teacher, hopefully. So they love learning English by nature. This, of course, will help you plan a better lesson so you can meet their goals and help them develop their language. Other way, some people would like to say, no, it's just for passing the exam. My parents want me to be fluent, and that's it. It's still a goal to be considered, but of course, the understanding this will help you get into their theory and how do they want to develop their language. And of course, introducing them to well-planned or well-designed activities will help them develop the goal of learning language, whatever and wherever they want to learn for. We know that some of our students are still too shy to ask for help, especially the young ones. So let's learn how to get closer to their perception of how strong or how weak are they individually, of course, in each of the language skills, because some of them need help, but they don't know how to share this need. So when you get closer to their perception or do really understand that there is a part needs to improve in their language, how weak or how strong are they in reading and writing and receptive skills, or how to develop them. This will help you give them like a push to understand that yes, you need some more confident. Yes, you need to improve this area, and I will help you how. So if they feel that you really understand this point or this perception, they will get closer to you and they will accept you when you give some feedback and how to improve such an area. So I think these are the main points we need to consider while developing the rapport between us as teachers and our students. We need to know how to use their names. When the student, when you put yourself in his shoe, when he says that, oh, mother, the teacher used to call me with my nickname, not my real name. So he remembers me, he likes me, he loves me, and he loves to see me happy. Of course, this is positive. So what more can help you be a close teacher to your student more than being an active listener? So this gives the feeling to the student that, oh, I love my teacher, he or she understands me. And this gets you more closer and gets you more lovable and likable to your student. Of course, by asking mutual questions and let them ask questions, you need to understand their mentalities and how does it go with their perception to your class, and how likable are they to attend your class. Showing sympathy, showing empathy, of course, goes well when it comes to strengthen the bond between the students with each other and between them and you. Individually, they feel that you can share, and sharing is caring. You share their feelings, and you share their even special moments. This will help them feel that we are a one big family, not just a classroom to attend, or not just something to do because my parents want me to attend. No, they are willingly confident, willingly want to share the amusement of learning language with you as a teacher. When it comes to
Well, guess what?
yeah,
It's over 10 minutes.
well, I'm so happy to be with you anyway.
Well, no, it was great. And for those of you who think that I'm an awfully rude person, yes, I am.
Oh, no, you're not.
No, it's one of the things that we want to keep them to 10 minutes. And that was wonderful. And
Thank you.
for those of you out there who think that it's easy to do a 10-minute talk, it's not, because 10 minutes goes so fast and teachers are used to talking for hours.
Yeah.
Hadir, thank you so much for doing this. And, I hope to have you back in the future and do some more talks.
Of course, I'm willing.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to the next speaker and make a co-host. And we're actually running a little ahead. So, Hannah,
Okay.
second.
Hello.
Turn everything on.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes,
Yeah.
just setting up. Hello.
Yep, I know we're early.
Okay, just give me a second to do proper share. Okay. So you can't imagine how how nervous I am today.
Why?
Why? I don't know. I feel like I'm in a test, some sort of test of some reason. I mean, I don't know. But I'm just that young presenter doing something for the
You just did this, what, 2 weeks ago, right? Last week.
I got the screen shared and working.
Yep, you just have to start the presentation, put it into
Okay. Well,
at the slideshow, and then we're not seeing your camera though, for some reason. Now we are, and now you're muted. Okay, there you go.
Okay, sorry about that. Just keep your fingers crossed that it won't happen again while I'm presenting. Okay, I told you I'm afraid today. For some reason, I can't really tell. Okay, so now I'm on screen. Everybody can hear me well.
Yeah, you're perfect. You've got everything. I'm gonna warn you. Listen up. I noticed that the internet connection is a little bit weak. So if we freeze or anything like that, I'll interrupt and let you know, and we can edit everything out afterwards, okay? Did you hear me?
Okay. Okay. Can I just switch off the video?
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I need to switch off the video so I can, because it seems like my connectivity has gone crazy.
Yes, it's gone very low all of a sudden.
Okay. So should I stop?
No, screen share again. And we'll just
if I'm breaking up, if I'm breaking up again, do you think maybe you can postpone me?
Okay.
If that happens, okay. What do you think? Okay, till I see where this is coming from. Let me try one last time.
Yeah, let's try one more time.
Okay.
And
I hope I'm not breaking up, am I?
Nope, you're not. As long as we leave the camera off, let's do that for now. And I'll put up a picture when I edit. Okay?
Okay.
So you may take it away.
We're fine.
Yep. So
start,
please. Thanks.
Start the timer. Okay.
Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, okay. Happy EFLtalks.
Nope, we lost it already. That was fast. All right, Hannah, I don't know if you can hear me. It locked up. Okay. All right. So what we'll do is we'll wait. We lost our internet connection. That's okay. And in the meantime, we'll skip ahead a little bit. And we're running fast. So what we're going to do is we'll go into the next segment. And John, if you're there. Yep. Unmute yourself, sir.
Hi, Rob.
Hi, John.
Congratulations, Rob.
Oh, thank you. You know I'm nuts to do this. And let me just tell, see if Glenn, Hannah, I'm going to skip ahead and we'll come back to you after this section. And let's see. I'm waiting for Glenn. Glenn's going to try and come in. And we'll see if we can get him, but he's on the road. So anyway, back to normal. Hi, John.
Hey, Rob.
For those of you who don't know him, this is John Arnold, and John and I met years ago. He was with Belta for years, and in Belgium. Yep. And you know, John got involved, and we did a few EFLtalks in the past with Belta and with Christine in Greece, I believe, and some other talks.
Yeah, with Kiesel Greece. Yeah.
Yep. And so John has since joined us, and he's part of our board that we have. But yeah, I just wanted to bring John in. John's well, you can tell about yourself.
Okay, thank you. Yes, as Rob mentioned, I was the president of BELTA, which is the Belgium English Language Teachers Association, for a few years. And I am a university professor at Thomas More University of Applied Science. And presently I work in the international communication and media and international media and entertainment business programs, where I integrate English language skills into existing courses. So that's my big function as a teacher. And I also coordinate the media and entertainment business program, which, if I could just plug, we have a new 3-year degree starting next September that I'm very, very happy about, on transmedia production and television and media. So we're really, really excited about that. And I've been in Belgium for 13 years now, coming from New York City.
Great. And what can you say other than the fact that, you know, what a great job I do and everything else? You know, what do you think about what we're doing? And you've seen it evolve over the past 5 years, pretty much. And how do you compare this, what we're doing, to what's happening now with all the webinars?
Yeah, actually, I've attended a lot of webinars, have hosted a lot of webinars, and I much prefer this format. I much prefer the short 10 minutes, 10 slides format. And I think it's really important because teachers we're totally inundated even before the COVID-19 situation. We're totally inundated with lots of things going on in our classroom, outside of our classrooms. And to get professional development on a regular basis can be difficult. As you mentioned at the top of the program about traveling to conferences and things like that, it can be very cost prohibitive and things like that, or just doesn't work into your time schedule. So I really like this format. And prior to moving over to the media school, I was in the education school at our university. And these talks were a required part of my courses. So the students had to determine what did they want to focus on in the year that they were with me. And then they had to use the talks as a springboard to starting up some research and background to perform better in their own teaching situations. So I think teachers around the world can find multiple uses for the, more than 500? How many total?
Yeah, we should be 550 when we're finished with this.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot. And I must say, one of the last speakers, not the last speaker, but the speaker before, she was talking about making her CELTA. And boy, that sounds like the next project, Rob, you know? I mean, how can we take these, create some sort of online environment, and then supplement some of the things? So we'll have to get busy on that.
Great. Here comes Mr. Glenn. Glenn, you're muted.
Hello, good morning, or should I say good afternoon?
Good afternoon.
Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm in the middle of a forest here in Poland.
Yep, we hear you perfectly. And Glenn, I wanted to bring Glenn in. Glenn, just, what did we, a few weeks ago, we just did IH Poland, and Glenn is with International House Torun, and we met a few years back, and he's also getting involved in helping us with EFLtalks. Moving on into the future, you may remember him if you were so blessed as to see the magic trick of the disappearing ball during our comedy night.
It was an egg.
Oh, an egg. Yeah, that it was
potentially going to be rather messy.
So, oh, wait a minute. I just realized we have 3 male native speakers on at the same time.
There's no Eve Award for this segment.
Yes. We'll get the Adam Award.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking a little bit about how important CPD and everything is. I figured I wanted to bring some people in and, you know, just chat a little bit. Got a few minutes left. What do you think, in comparison, Glenn, to what we're doing here? John just made some good points about the 10-minute format as opposed to a 1 hour or a 90-minute training.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's pros and cons for both, to be honest, Rob. It is great that these are like very short, snappy 10-minute segments. And then, you know, that means the participants can choose and select what they want. And there's something they don't want to see, you know, they only know that it's only be 10 minutes and then they can come back, they can go make a cup of coffee or a cup of tea and come back. But I think, you know, there's also pros for having longer segments as well, you know, 45 to 60 minutes. I know at our school, when we have a conference, it's going to be about 45 minutes to 60 minutes for a workshop because we like to make it interactive. And I'm a strong believer that I prefer practical sessions over theory. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with theoretical sessions, but I like sessions where the basic participants can run away with something and implement it in their classes literally the next day. That's what I like.
Yeah, and I know this is one of the things that with the 10-minute format, some of the talks have done that. We'll just talk about one specific thing that you can do in the classroom, but most of them aren't like that. And I agree with you. I like the workshops, and I think it's something we've talked about is doing types of workshops too in the future, moving on. And it's something we'll talk after my 5-year anniversary is over.
Definitely. Yeah. No, I mean, CPD is so important, and it's great to see so many people here today watching this 5th year anniversary talks from all over the world. I can see, you know, from all different countries, which is fantastic. But it just goes to show how many teachers are crying out for CPD.
Well, that's it. And it's amazing to me that it's not only the new teachers that we see coming to these, but we're seeing a lot of experienced teachers because they get a lot of new ideas. Just, you know, we know, well, we're a bunch of old men, you know, after a few years of teaching, you know, you forget some of the basic things. I think there's little things that I see and I say, oh, I used to do that 20 years ago. Why did I stop? And
well, we're all learning. We're still learning.
That's it.
I mean, I've been teaching for 18 years, but I still feel like there's so much more I need to know. For example, I need to improve my board work.
Well, you know, I have to work on my English. I know, well, if you pay attention to what's happening in the world, the three of us are all still learning English, and people go, back to your native speakers. The language has changed so much.
Mm-hmm.
You know, John, I don't even understand John anymore.
Yeah, that's true, Rob. And not only has the language changed, but the methodologies have changed and the approaches have changed. It's a lot to keep up with sometimes. And that's why this format is so good, I think, for teachers. So it's short, to the point, and then let's move on to the next topic.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was looking for, because what I noticed 5 years ago is when I was watching these, this is when it was still with like the 90-minute format. And some of the things just went on, you know, I know what Glenn's saying, that you want to see something you can walk away with.
Mm-hmm.
I was seeing a lot of webinars that were webinars I wanted to walk away from. They just, you know, 90 minutes of theory is too much.
Also, Rob, what's your take on themed conferences? Because I've been to a lot of themed conferences where, to be honest, the workshops have nothing to do with the theme.
Yeah.
So this is when I organize a conference at IHTRO, and I never have a theme, because I just think, you know, there's so many amazing things. As long as you've got a bit of like YL, a bit of teenage teaching, adults, you know, business teaching, you've got a bit of everything, then that's great.
Yeah, well, I think this offers a lot more, and you know, saying that, being part of the BSIG, where that is a theme, we do see a lot of different things happening, not just business English. Coaching has now become a lot more popular. We see people talking about blended learning and some of the specific things. But I think, yeah, I kind of agree with you. A lot of these themed ones, unless it's specific, like young learners, usually everybody sticks to young learners, everybody sticks to business English. But when you say gamification or you say teaching online, yeah, they're all over the place. So if you look at some of the themes we've done in the past, I'm very picky on who I choose to make sure that they're going to stick to the subject that we're looking at.
Yeah, I think that's key if you're going to do anything themed, is you have to pick the right people and things like that. We stayed away from it in Belta, although we do focus on a theme strand. We used to focus on a theme strand sometimes, but that's only a limited number of workshops. To do a whole conference with one theme can be very daunting and very difficult.
But when I get applications from presenters, they always ask me, what's the theme?
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, that too.
Is there a theme to your conference, Glenn? No.
It's like the theme is teaching English.
There you go.
Yeah.
Absolutely. How to be a better teacher.
Yes. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. And while we're going to go back to the talks, but before we do that, Glenn, I'll give you a second to give a plug for International House Tow Run in November.
Thank you, Rob. I appreciate it. Well, yes, we have our annual Teacher Training Day conference, which was due to take place live in Turin on the 14th of March, and we all know what happened then. Literally on the 14th of March, Turin was like a ghost town because everybody was in lockdown. So we had to sadly pull the plug, and we rearranged it for the 7th of November. But as you can see, with the cases of COVID rising internationally, we've decided to opt for an online version this year, which has its pros and cons. One of the pros means that we can get lots of well-known presenters. So we do have a certain Scott Thornbury. We also have Andrew Walkley, who's the co-author of Outcomes, but also Carol Reed and Adrian Underhill, and quite a few others as well. So quite a lot of big names. It is free for IH teachers. There is a small fee for non-IH teachers, but do come and just Google IH Tour and Teacher Training Day, and you'll be able to get the information. Okay.
Gee, any of the small names you can mention?
Rob Howard, but you're not a small name.
Yeah, but you didn't mention me with the big names, you know.
I said lots more. You know, there's too many to mention.
Yes, I know. And it's a great conference. I really enjoyed last year, and you know, I still remember the wonderful job you did in my workshop.
What, the one in IH Bydgoszcz?
In Bydgoszcz, yeah. It's, you know, great job.
Thank you. Thank you. And I look forward to welcoming you to Turin as well in November.
Yes, I am. Unless they close the border between me and you, I plan on being there in Turin. So
I can't see Poland going back into lockdown. I don't think it's going to happen.
We'll see. Where did you see the new map?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the yellow zone right now, so we're back to the masks.
Oh dear. Okay.
So, okay, Glenn, thanks so much for joining us. John,
thank you.
Thanks for joining us from Belgium.
My pleasure.
You know, keep up the great work in the background, and I'll be putting you guys to work very soon. Okay?
Look forward to it.
Good luck with the rest of the conference.
Thanks a lot.
And happy Teachers Day, guys.
Thank you.
You too. Yeah. All the best. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thanks. Bye now. Great. So now we're going to go back to Hannah. How is your connection?
Well, I shouted at everyone out there, ensuring everyone is switched off.
Great. Perfect.
Let's get this done with.
Great. Why don't you bring up your slides and let me pin your video. And I've given you another 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Just start from the beginning.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start my timer before yours like I did last time. But first, I'm not a co-host, by the way.
Oh, you're not? Oh, because you went out. That's why. Oh, that's very strange. It didn't put you back. That's good to know.
I was kicked out, literally.
Oh, well.
Yeah. All right. So,
people.
Yeah. All right. So now you can see the screen and everything.
Perfect.
All right. So once again, happy 5th anniversary. Now, timer.
Take it away.
Take it away. Thank you very much, Rob. And happy 5th anniversary. Happy World's Day, Teachers' Words or World Teachers' Day, everyone. Wonderful to be with you here. Now, today I'm going to have a talk with you here on something that we may enjoy, I hope, especially those. I've learned a couple of tricks myself, so I enjoyed playing those games. So let me just start by receptive skills. Now, my skill that I'm zooming in on today is reading, all right, and looking at reading sub-skills. I've always looked at sub-skills of reading in a very limited fashion until I came across this diagram, this infogram. Infograph here tells us here what really matters when you teach reading, all right? So when I just saw that, I never thought about phonics and phonemic awareness as part and parcel of reading, maybe because I always taught, adult learners, university student learners, and so on. So I just skipped those basically. And that really brought me back to the importance of these, especially when you're teaching young. So that would definitely be followed by vocabulary, which interestingly has to really tie in with reading. And again, fluency is a tricky term because I always thought fluency is speaking fluency. When it comes to reading fluency, that really made me think, well, as much as we speak fluently without hesitations, yes, we need to master the skill of reading without hesitation, speed reading. Again, how can we do that? And action was always tricky until I came across that interesting website with fun games that I'm going to share with you in a few. And of course, we end the process here, or the cycle, by text comprehension. And that's the part that we do a lot of work on, most of the time skipping the other parts of the process. So allow me here to share with you what I came across. I came across that, course series where it dedicated, one of its parts to phonics and spelling. And I thought, well, I do need to explore that area because I had little knowledge of it. So it really raised my awareness as a teacher to the idea of letter sound recognition, which we take for granted, especially if we teach older students, all right? The idea of providing new words and ensuring they are pronounced correctly before we start any reading. Speed reading skills or extensive reading skills like skimming and scanning. Now, I came across this beautiful game that really taught me scanning and helped me increase my speed, all right? And the game here is Balloon Burst. And we're going to play like one turn because we're under pressure here. I'm already half way through. And these games, just so you think, try to think, if you don't have computers, if you don't have online access, how can you possibly apply that in a classroom with no tech, okay? So let's look at this game and how it's played. Okay, it's very much like Hangman in essence, where I can see a teacher. Now, I need to get the letters of a teacher, but this involves real speed and spot moment, all right? So that's the part that really challenged me a little at the beginning because I wasn't familiar with the game part, okay? And next, okay, another word would be, okay, I wasn't really sure, so I clicked the button to find out here that this is a farmer. And now that would help me find the right letters. And now, there we go. Okay, you get the idea. Okay, so that was one game out of several here. That one actually challenged me the most. Believe it or I could not finish the job of finding, okay, or solving the puzzle in under 30 seconds. This is all about the alphabets, A to Z. All I need to do under 30 seconds is try to do that, okay, in the right order. How so? Let me show you. So this is how we play the game. Find A and then find B. I failed like 3 times before I managed to do that, okay, under 13 seconds. Imagine my disappointment on how much of a bad scanner I am. All right. So not just that, I came across another beautiful website, but I think I'll have to really skip it because I'm approaching the time. This one here teaches scanning among other things, but there is more to it than this website, treasure.run. This one here is about creating treasure hunts. If I were you, I would go for it, okay? Try out the several activities, one of which is jigsaw. All these activities are on screen first, and then you can print them out later. And this is a way to create treasure hunts for your learners. So areas of reading difficulty for kids, you may come across that or these statements. I hate reading. This is stupid. This is stupid. So why are they frustrated? It's about dealing with phonological and phonemic awareness, 44 sounds in British received pronunciation versus 24 letters of alphabet. So of course, different in American English and other varieties, but you can see the problem here. And of course, the idea of word decoding and phonics apply their skill of letter sound relations to decipher the words. Other areas, vocabulary and how to recognize words step by step in context, reaching fluency, as we said, and finally, the big circle of comprehension. To recap, that is our cycle. We should probably start by phonics, followed by phonemic awareness in fun, games and stuff. By the way, I got these 2 games at the beginning from the British Council Learn English website, and the other one for treasure hunts, treasure.run. If I were you, I may play with these first as a learner before I try it out with young learners, but they are quite fun, I assure you. If you follow the cycle, starting with step number 1, okay, you're bound to help your learners become fluent learners, speed readers, and hopefully reach text comprehension in the best of ways. That is all I have to tell you today in my 10-minute talk on our EFLtalks 5th anniversary. Now, the floor is yours, Rob.
Great. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Let me ask you, there's a question from the audience. Where can we find these games? Could you repeat again so they can
hear? Just Google British Council Learn English Kids on Google. British Council, okay, and Learn English Kids. It's a beautiful, resourceful website.
Great.
And it's full of games, so just find games and you will come across those. Sorry, guys.
Wonderful.
I got it. Stop. Canceled. Okay. Working with timers. All right. Yes. So that's about, and we're looking forward to having you in your feature talk very soon.
Yes.
On the 10th.
I know, on the 10th. When am I? I'm like 8 or 8:30 something on.
I'll definitely confirm, and you'll see the flyer coming up soon. Thank you very much for your kind invitation,
Oh, thank you
and
for
best
being
of
here.
luck with the rest.
And
Thank you.
happy Teachers Day to you.
Happy Teachers Day to all of us. Thank you very much, Rob. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, we're moving on to Karen Ferreira Myers. Is it Myers or Mayers?
It's Mayers.
It is.
Yeah,
At least I got the Ferreira right?
absolutely. No worries.
Yeah, 16 years in Brazil, I can finally say Ferreira. All right, let's see. Let me make you co-host, Karen. Karen, thank you so much for being here. And you're now co-host, so if you can bring up your slides.
All right, I am busy doing that, and you should be seeing it shortly, I think.
Yeah, I'll give it a second. And yeah, you just have to put it into.
Yep, I'll put it in slideshow mode.
Yep.
And there we go.
And I have to admit that I'd never heard of Eswatini.
I can imagine, and I've got a little map for you to show everyone where Eswatini is.
Good.
Thank you very much for inviting me today. I'm originally from Belgium, but I've lived in Eswatini, which used to be Swaziland, for the last 30 odd years. And I've been in language learning environments ever since. At the moment, since a couple of years, I am at the University of Eswatini in an institute for distance education. And my talk today is called Accelerated Transformation of Language Teaching and Learning. And I'm actually thanking COVID-19. I don't think many people will be thanking COVID-19, but I'd like to do that today anyway. So we know that the pandemic has brought a lot of headaches, troubles, hardships, and tumult. But as some has said, there is a silver lining. So just to situate a little bit where I am, I live and work in Eswatini, which is a small kingdom in Southern Africa. It's located between South Africa and Mozambique, as you can see on the map, and it has two official languages, English and Siswati. Now, in practice, English can be a first, a second, but also a foreign language for the citizens of Eswatini. So what I want to talk today about is how, because of COVID-19, things have changed quite rapidly in our environment. So before COVID-19, we can definitely say that the traditional ways of teaching and learning languages were followed. Classroom-based, there was the intention to use the communicative approach and learner-centeredness, but the focus often remained just on written language. Since a few years, competency-based education has been brought into the pictures, but not many teachers are adequately trained. And so what was the result? Many stakeholders were and are not happy with the way languages were taught. Now, Harari, in his 21 lessons for the 21st century, outlines how schools continue to focus on traditional academic skills and rote learning, rather than on skills such as critical thinking and adaptability. And we all know that COVID-19 has taught us that we need to be adaptable, we need to be flexible. So COVID-19 has also ensured that education changes dramatically with the distinctive rise of e-learning and blended learning, whereby teaching and learning are often undertaken remotely and on digital platforms, just like what we're doing today. So we know that the pandemic is disruptive. Schools were closed. Today they are still closed, except for final year students. That is those years where learners have to pass a national exam, or those final years at university level. But we know that many learners were not able to access any teaching or learning. Those who did were luckily assisted with radio and TV lessons and also newspaper lessons. And in higher education, it has been online teaching and learning that has been ongoing, but there have been many, many challenges related to infrastructure, to internet access, to digital literacy, etc. The positive note here is, and that is what I really want to underline, going online has allowed teaching staff to reflect on practice. So for one, at the Institute of Distance Education, we have been using an LMS, a learning management system. We use Moodle. We were doing so for quite some time, but COVID-19 has allowed us to really use this online environment in a much more effective way. It has provided us with an opportunity to give students individual attention. It has also given us the opportunity to enhance students' learning skills. They seem to read more. They seem to listen to the audio, watch the videos, and also use online tools such as spell checkers, thesauri, and dictionaries. The online quizzes with the short answers, the multiple choice options seem to motivate students to read and to respond to so-called objective questions. And mixing question types is very easy on the Moodle platform. I don't want to go much more into the Moodle platform, but I want us to look a little bit more at WhatsApp as a teaching and learning tool, especially for languages. So WhatsApp can be used for a variety of things, and I'm just going to highlight a few. Hold synchronous and asynchronous interactions, so it's a discussion tool, but also produce and disseminate videos and podcasts, promote cooperation and collaboration between peers, assess student participation, motivate and stimulate students, and that is always very important when it comes to language learning. It's also something that can build confidence because some students feel more comfortable in an online environment than they do in face-to-face classes. They are at ease to ask questions or to share interests. So short videos, collaborative activities such as wiki development, podcasting can be done on Moodle and on WhatsApp. And students have reported, we have done a little survey with them, that hearing the facilitator's voice explaining content is very, very useful to them. Of course, we've also used email, but I need to note that we need to build on the lecturer's capacity in the three competencies that are content, technology, and pedagogy. That is essential for unlocking the potential in a virtual learning environment. Now, we all know that it is through practice of a language that a learner develops skills. When using content, be it grammar, be it vocabulary, learned while we are producing sentences and attempting to dialogue, then the learning process becomes really significant, and WhatsApp is a useful tool for doing so. My next slide is very, very busy. I just want you to have a feel of it. It's something that can be found online. You see the different icons in the different colors, and then the combination of what can be combined to produce valuable online activities using WhatsApp. So text, photo, video, audio, and emojis can all be combined, and we know how fun, how much our younger learners, but also adult learners are happy with things like emojis that can convey their sentiments. So in conclusion, and I want to thank you for listening to me, and I will say that also in Siswati, which is Siyabonga, we thank you. We need to thank COVID-19 for giving us as educational practitioners the opportunity to reflect on our practice and to critically analyze what we do and what we need to do in future. This includes digital pedagogy, literacy, and identity, but also the recognition of diversity, time management, and I hope I'm not going beyond my 10 minutes, and communication skills. The last one is of extreme importance when it comes to teaching languages, to teaching and learning languages. If our learners understand how essential communication skills are during and beyond the pandemic, because there will be others, they will be extra motivated to learn a new language and to excel in the various skills associated with the learning of a language. And I thank you. I wish you a wonderful Teachers' Day, and especially for you, Rob, a happy 5th anniversary. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Karen. Actually, you're not past. You still have about a minute left.
Oh, great. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy I haven't taken too much of your time, and I hope I was clear.
No, oh, very clear indeed. And I'm I'm really thrown by the "ini" on the end of the suffix of the country, and it just seems very strange. Is that a typical suffix in the language?
It is very much a typical suffix. It is used for places. So Eswatini actually means the place of the Swazis.
Yeah? Okay.
Liswati is one Swazi. Emaswati is a combination of various citizens. So it's the country of the Swazis.
Very
Swaziland, but in Siswati, basically.
So for me, a martini would be the place of a Walmart. No, I'm kidding.
I feel sorry for you if that's what a martini conjures up in your mind.
Yeah. All right, Karen, that was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'm glad we connected, and I hope to have you again for some more talks.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And congratulations once again.
Oh, thanks again. Okay, bye now. So we will move on. And our next speaker, we're going to go off to Greece. And let me make him co-host. And George.
I'm here.
You're here? Okay. Great. Now we see you. Hi, George.
Hello, Rob. Hello to everyone.
How are you?
According to some information that I've seen on Facebook, here in Greece, we are, maybe on the 62nd of August, because it's still summer and people, are at the beach, and, it's a lovely weather. So, yeah, I'm just really happy, so happy for being here. Congratulations for this event. I have, here are my notes. I've been attending since the beginning, so there's so many ideas, and I really love this structure of like a springboard of ideas. You simply listen to one line, you jot it down, and then this is a really nice stimuli so to go on. So congratulations, this is an amazing concept, and I think it really works.
Thank you so much. And let me see, are you going to be using slides?
Yes. I'm
okay. You should be
sharing my screen right now.
Bring those up. And just put that in.
Excellent.
Okay.
I'm setting my timer. Okay.
Yep,
but I know I have you. I don't manage with the time, but I guess I will. Okay, I think it was the perfect coincidence that we had Mrs. Ferreira Myers before, because she gave, in a way, a very nice introduction from my talk as well. Basically here, I'm not to rediscover America. I just want you to have a realization. I'm going to pinpoint some things that we already know, we are aware that are happening, but I'm not sure we realize how much these affect the everyday life of a teacher and how much they affect education in general. Of course, they will be from the perspective of the publisher. I feel blessed that we're going to see this today, not because I want to sell you any books, but because of this position, I talk with many, many teachers every day. So I do have an idea of how things work, how much they are frustrated. Some of them, they really get by with their teaching, and how many of them, they really thrive. So it's interesting, to see this global perspective of publishing, and I would say teaching during the pandemic. These statistics come from the European data portal, and they are very recent. Actually, they were published on the 8th of August of 2020. And as you can see right now, this map depicts the amount of schools that are closed right now, and the amount of students that are out of school, the amount of countries that have closed schools right now. We are talking about 133 different countries that the schools are totally closed. And of course, another interesting number is the 50 countries, the ones that they are in yellow, that they are open with limitations. And of course, these include Europe. Now, the shocking number for me is this one, that the number of students in countries with fully closed schools, we are talking about 1,130 million students who right now they do not attend school. And, you know, partially I can confirm this number because I'm talking with these people. The whole Latin America is in a closed down, Russia, Africa as well. So this is a very big number. And if you're asking me, this is, you know, I'm not a statistics expert and I'm not a sociologist, but I think the message of this map is very clear. And it tells us that remote learning, distant learning, blended learning is here to stay. Because I cannot see how this map will get green, which means back into normality, very, very soon. So as Mrs. Ferreira Myers said before, let's, you know, stick to what we have right now. I think this is going to be for a pretty long time. And I think this is a unique opportunity to start seeing blended learning, online learning as part of our everyday lives, because I guess this is going to continue for a long period of time. I wish I could define how much. I'm not saying that we are not going to get back to normality. All I'm saying that it will take some time. So I said before that I'm talking a lot with teachers, and through these interactions, through this, sometimes this is like even a psychotherapy thing, because many teachers are worried about this situation. I came across three types of teachers. The mentors, the ones who had already been using technology and can now become mentors for the rest of the teaching community. And I'm very blessed and happy that I have many good friends like Russell Stannard, Sophia Mavridi. I've been following Nick Peachy a lot, Ron Moraine as well, and so many others that I cannot cite right now. They simply have been forward and they are showing the way, indicating, recommending, and sharing a lot of precious information. I dare say that even though since March I have delivered, I don't know how daily, everyday classes and so many other webinars, I belong to category B. And I think the majority of us are the ones who didn't use it at all, but dived into deep water and realized that it's manageable. I think this should be the motto of the teachers during the pandemic, that it can be done. It's super doable. And this is what I try to convince these teachers during these conversations that we have. And of course, there are still the ones who didn't use it. They are still reluctant. They are still skeptical. They are running out of reaction time, I think, because I said before, this is here to stay. These people, these teachers, I think they should face the beast, or maybe the beast will eat them, even though it sounds a little bit harsh. Now, how can publishers help, and how, you know, what we do as Express Publishing, and I'm sure many of other publishers do the same. I'm going to speak straight from experience. First of all, the first 3 points that you can see on the slide: interactive whiteboard software for teachers. For me, this so far has been the most effective method of blended learning. In what sense? In many classes that, of course, the books cannot go because of the pandemic, the books are being purchased beforehand by the school or by the parents. They remain somewhere at some warehouse, and the teachers and the students receive the digital codes, the codes for the digital product. So by using the interactive whiteboard software and by having the printed version of the book in some of the cases, so far from the feedback I've been receiving, this is the most effective lesson I have seen. The teacher uses the complete form of the software. The students have the books, and this is a very nice interaction. The iBooks for students can be perfect for asynchronous learning because they have the complete book in front of their screens. And of course, those of you who are advocates of the learning management system platforms, now it's your time. I think, again, these three basic solutions can be very comprehensive, can be very holistic, and this is exactly why I would highly recommend them. I'm a great fan of Quizlet, of Kahoot, of Padlet, of WordWords, so many other different applications, but I'm not sure whether you can offer a complete course based entirely on these applications. I would definitely use them, like you can see here, combined with video or other resources for spicing up my lesson or delivering specific sessions focusing on specific learning objectives. Video is great and is thriving now with the digital remote learning. And of course, flipped classroom activities, what the publishers can do is simply integrate them into their already existing programs. I mean, this idea of integrating different applications and different activities, it sounds like me bringing in, so many photocopies during the classroom from various sources, which is fine. It's perfect. Is that sometimes it might not be as effective if they are not integrated with the rest of the lesson. The same is happening in a digital world or material. PDF is fine. And of course, what the publishers can do are, of course, free webinars so people and teachers can learn from the experts. Us, as Express Publishing, we have the downloadable iBooks. I was telling you now, there is no need to purchase the physical book. You can have the complete book in front of your computer. We have the Express DigiBooks. I'm very happy that there were some talks about gamification. This is the first gamified platform. Of course, this is just one basic feature. Is a Moodle-like platform that you can still communicate with teachers, parents. You can fully deliver your lesson through that, which I consider it a complete solution. And this is the gamification I was telling you before. I'm very happy that many of the speakers have mentioned it and talked thoroughly. One lady talked thoroughly from Russia about it. I totally agree. Now it's the time to practice gamification, because gamification can literally thrive in a digital environment. We're talking about 21st century learners. We're talking about digital natives, giving them this extra push through a badge or some extra points or some Harry Potter academic teams that we could divide the school so that they compete with each other, can make a very big difference to the Generation C, the video games generation. These are some of the clans that we have in our gamification systems, and you can have teams interacting online, competing online with this. These are the flipped classroom activities I was telling you before that can be, again, integrated with the rest of the lesson. There might be presentation skills in front of the camera, prepare a 2-minute video. I'm an ardent supporter and fan of TikTok, and those of you who have been following me may have seen this, from my Facebook page. This is the new generation, and now it's a unique opportunity to do this and always integrated with our materials as well. Or draw a picture and think of a story, this kind of creative materials. And of course, there have been something like 37 different webinars that either participate, delivered, organized as Express Publishing, and of course, so many others from other publishers and other initiatives like this one, that they can definitely contribute a lot to the professional development. I think now it's time to develop this through remote learning. End of my timer on. Thank you very much.
My mouse is failing. George, thank you so much. That was great. And, this was important because I wanted people to see how much you guys were doing to give us material that we could actually use in online classes. And I know a lot of people have been going frantic trying to find, where do I go? What do I get? And as a result of that, they're going to be eaten by the beast if they don't. So
Exactly, Rob. Exactly. Yeah. And thank you very much for this opportunity to showcase. We're always here. This is a continuous effort. It's never ending. As I said, I think it's going to be for a long period of time. So resources are precious, I think.
Well, I hate to say it, but I think you're right. And I think we need to totally re-examine what we do. And you guys have been very fast at switching over, and congratulations to you and everybody at Express.
Call us by our name, Express. Thank you. That's why, maybe. Thank you. Thank you so much. Happy Teachers Day to everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Very good. So now, jumping ahead, we're going to go to our next speaker, which let me make co-host, and I hope I get it right. Is it Shanthi?
Actually, it's Xanthi.
Xanthi? You know, I thought for sure the X was going to be CH.
Easy for everyone, you know.
Yeah. Okay. And let's see. All right. We can see that. How about your camera? Let me see. How about your camera?
1 minute. I think it's ready to. Is it okay?
I see the top of your head.
Okay.
There we go.
See me?
There, that's perfect right there.
Okay. So.
Okay, well, I want to thank you so much. You're also in Greece, right?
I live in Greece. I'm from a small island, Zakynthos Island. As George said, we still have summer here. Mm-hmm. Occasionally we have strong winds, but we still go to the sea and we have a nice time there. My name is Xanthi Houliara. I am a primary school teacher and also the principal of my school. And I work as a mentor of New York Academy of Sciences the last 3 years. And I'm really happy because I received that invitation. Is it Rob? Yes? Rob Howard.
Yes, it's Rob Howard.
Thank you personally. I didn't know that EFLtalks exists, so thank you so much for inviting me. My topic today is non-formal entrepreneurial education, a reliable learning approach. I want to go one step forward with all the things that we had from George, because we all know all about formal education. It's a systemic, organized educational model with specific objectives, content, and teachers, students, institutions, and methodologies. What about non-formal education? Non-formal education starts when at least one of these elements above is absent. And now with COVID-19, you're going to realize how important it is to our lives. Non-formal education is not presential, with non-continuous communication, no students' attention required, decreased contact between student and teacher, and sometimes they work from distance. And also the activities can be performed outside, inside an institution or anywhere else. But lately, there is a new challenge to our educational systems, the successful entrepreneurs. Now, with COVID-19, we need them more than ever because we have a new situation. Nobody knows what to do and how to react. And we need people with innovative practices to help us kick it out of our lives, of course. Successful entrepreneurs are the people with key personal attributes, strong managerial competencies, good technical skills. When that started, it's not new. some decades ago, the entrepreneurship, not only the youth, any kind of entrepreneurship, is recognized as one of the main and the most important factors of economic development. Can you imagine today, with all those financial problems, how important it is? Why? Because entrepreneurs are able to develop innovative products. We need some injections and some new medicines for COVID-19, and we don't have them. So those people are the only ones to provide them. Also to create new job opportunities and to reduce unemployment when and if it is that possible. How? They have to follow some steps. First of all, discovery. Secondly, concept development. The third one is resourcing. The fourth one is actualization, and the fifth one is harvesting. I tried not to make theoretical my presentation because I have a lot of resources to find all the theoretical background. I'm here to give you ideas. Why is so important? As I said, more than ever, it promises to be a more effective approach to relating education to national development, after COVID to global development. It's a new issue. Also, it offers education that is more functional and practical. It is, for example, it is related to our everyday life needs. It seeks to maintain a benefit cost consciousness of what it does in order to provide the most effective and purposeful consequences with the most efficiency. This is not easy at all. Also to seek innovative means to achieve the goals, and it offers a more eclectic, multidisciplinary approach to the problem of development. Can you imagine what's happening in our islands? For example, I live in an island with thousands, millions of tourists every year. We need English to work in our classes in our countries, not only when we travel abroad. We need multidisciplinary approaches to work and to face our everyday life's problems. It promises to produce short-term effects as well as long-term achievements. So we need a good management here. And it assists in the decision-making of educational and development funding agencies on both a national and international level. As I said, after COVID-19, everything is global, everything is international. Who are the entrepreneurs? The entrepreneurs are original thinkers, risk takers. They take responsibility for their own actions. They feel competent and capable, and they set high goals and enjoy working toward them. According to the recent researches, the most of them, they came from self-employed parents. They are firstborns. Their age group is between 30 and 50 years old. They are well educated. Actually, the 80% they have a college degree, and the 1/3 of them, they have graduate a level degree. Are they all successful? No. The successful ones are the ones who are creative and innovative. They position themselves in new markets. They create new products, new processes, and also new delivery. The unsuccessful ones, they have low work ethic, they are inefficient, and they fail to plan and prepare. The bad thing is that most of them are terrible managers too. We need to consider also the barriers of entrepreneurship. It's the lack of viable concept, the lack of market knowledge, of technical skills, of capital, of business know-how, also the time presences and distractions, and the legal regulations and rules. How is going to happen? The effective non-formal education should include concept of learning for and about entrepreneurship with interactive approaches, real entrepreneurial life stories, and practical aspects. Where to find them? There are very rich repositories in Europe or globally. I will give you a small example. Salto repository. It has a lot of entrepreneurial non-formal practices. If you visit it, you can find a lot of material and also ideas. We need continuous evaluation in every step, and when we need to improve it, we have to do it immediately. This also implies importance of connection between education providers and business sector. This is the most important part of this presentation. The issue to connect any kind of class, the primary school class, the secondary school class, university classes, with the market needs is an issue that we need to consider the next years seriously when we do all the policy makers when they do their plans. As Peter Drucker, the guru of management, said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. I don't know what is going to happen with COVID and what we can create, but let's be positive. Some conclusions. Analysis of the concept of entrepreneurial education, whether within formal or non-formal education, or a combination between them, is a challenge for further researchers. All these are important to create a new model of most effective entrepreneurial education programs, like, for example, Erasmus+. They have a lot of opportunities that would strengthen the capacities of young people. First of all, to enter into the entrepreneurial activity, then to impact the entrepreneurial motivation and contribute to improve environments in business or any other kind sectors. Also to contribute to youth entrepreneurial development and financial development in whole, as I said, globally. Here we have a long list of references. All of them are online available. Do not hesitate to ask me more if you need, and please visit them. You'll find many examples, a lot of materials, and new ideas about the topic. As I said, I feel already honored and very happy because I had the chance to be a part of this wonderful panel. Thank you, Rob. I hope good luck to the next speakers. All the previous one were amazing. And I hope to see you again during your next presentations or activities. Thank you so much. Xanthi Kouliara from Greece.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. And we hope to have you back again.
Thank you.
And one of these days, you know, I've been to Greece a few times, but I haven't been to any of the islands yet. That's my next trip. So maybe I'll see you on your island, okay?
You're very welcome to come anytime you're available and you have free time. But be careful, we have earthquakes, we have Ianos. Do you remember Ianos with all that terrible weather conditions?
But it's okay.
Beautiful and very friendly to our tourists.
Okay. Well, thank you again and happy Teachers Day.
You too. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye now.
Bye.
Okay, next up we have Isabella. Isabella, let me give you
Hi.
co-host. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I've been in bed with Corona, I have to say this. This is a running gag. It's been not that much fun, but it's okay now. So I'm very glad to be here.
You know, this is the second time that I forgot my mask too. Second time I've seen you since you've had Corona. And, you know, it's funny because you always look fine and delightful and happy and everything else. So
that's what makeup and a good lighting does to you, right?
Oh, okay. I need more makeup and more lighting. Great. Well, let's see. You can bring your slides up.
Still disabled. Just let me check.
Still disabled?
Yeah.
How about now?
Let me try again. Yes. Okay. So I just, no, come on. There we go.
Cocktail. I need a cocktail right now.
I've got a cocktail for you. Just let me. So it would just get me into presenters mode, and I don't know why. So let's do it without the shortcut. I'm done.
Ah, there you go. Okay. All right. You ready to go? Let me pin you first. Okay, so now you're pinned and you've got 10 minutes, so take it away.
All right, so 10 minutes, 10 slides. Today is a day to celebrate. It's not only International Teachers' Day, it's also the 5th anniversary of EFLtalks. So let me not only raise my glass, or rather my cup of herbal tea, but also tell you about the most basic key ingredients for a perfect EFL cocktail. This is the cocktail that if it works out for you, at the end of the day, you go home feeling good. You've spent a great time and you've given your students something valuable to take away. And hopefully your students feel the same. They are not only energized, but also have something that they could take away. But with teaching languages, it's a little bit like cooking. Sometimes we're in a hurry and sometimes we're in the middle of cooking a curry when we find out that our daughter has just used up the last bit of coconut milk. Yeah, so this is not always perfect, but with a little bit of routine and creativity and a positive mindset, we fix something edible. But this is not what we're talking about today. Today, we're talking about that perfect cocktail. And of course, you want to know what's in it, right? So the ingredients are simple. It's E, F, and L. So you're wondering what this is all about. Is it elder syrup or fresh fruit and lime? It's going to be something stronger. The first E, and it's not in the right order, but I'll start with the E anyway. So E is for, can you have a guess? It's for establishing a connection. So why is this important? Because whenever we feel socially connected, our bodies produce oxytocin, and oxytocin just feels good. And if our students feel connected, they feel psychologically safe. They feel safe to share, safe to open up, safe to try new things, safe to make mistakes. It's a little bit like skiing, and I have to bring up the cliche here, I'm Austrian, so it really is like skiing. It's all about that falling down, getting up again, and this is how we learn, and the same is true for language learning. So how can we establish a connection with our students? First of all, we have to find out how they tick. How do we do this? We talk to them, we engage them in small talk, and then we listen, we watch, we observe, and we tune in. So if our audience is chatty, we chat with them. If they look you in the eye non-nonsensically, it's like question, answer, yes, thank you, next one, then this is what they need. If they like a good laugh, a loud one, then I'm sure we find something we can laugh about together with them. If they need a more calm atmosphere because they've been with clients all day, then this is what we give them. We look at our students' needs. Some of them might need the input, tuck, 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 quickly, because this is how their brain ticks. This is what they need to be in flow. Other students might like to take their time because this is how they work, and then we give it to them. So it's listening, watching, observing, and getting in tune. You may call it rapport, you may call it nonverbal mirroring, but basically it's all the same. If our students feel connected, they feel safe, they feel okay, And this is how they can learn. So this is for E, establishing a connection, oxytocin, psychological safety, rapport. Now we have L. What could L be? I think the little lady gives it away. L is for listening, and it is for listening deeply. Are you a good listener? What is it that makes a good listener? Is it saying, wow, at the right time? Okay, Stephen Covey, you might have heard of him. He's the author of 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. He said that we listen deeply, not when we listen to talk over, not when we listen to reply, but when we listen to understand. And this is nothing easy. This is a tall order. It requires discipline. It requires practice. We need to practice it over and over again. It requires us to shift away the focus of ourselves completely to the other person. And it requires us to regulate our emotions. And this is the hardest thing. Have you ever realized that maybe it was easier to listen to a client than to a loved one? Yeah, of course, because whenever our loved ones are involved, emotions are involved, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So yeah, but I think it's worth it. Deep listening is worth it, both in the classroom as well as with our beloved ones. Because again, with listening, if people feel heard, they feel safe to speak up. They feel safe to ask questions. And I think this is what we really need in our classrooms. So the last ingredient is F, and it's for facilitating insight and action. So what is insight? Insight is that great idea that we sometimes have when we are out jogging, we're swimming, under the shower, or sometimes when we wake up at 5:25 in the morning, 5 minutes before our alarm clock gets off, and we know exactly what we can do to make our kid clean his room and work for school instead of playing Rocket League on the computer all day. This is an insight. Sometimes we have them. So what are insights scientifically speaking? According to neuroscience, an insight is a new connection in the brain. A new connection made to an existing knowledge structure. And according to Davis and others who wrote in 2014 in their update on the AGES model, insights are ideas that are previously existing ideas in the brain that are connected in a way they have never been connected before. And this helps us solve complex questions, complex problems. So insights are great. Insights are motivating. They increase intrinsic motivation, and insights change our brain. But how can we help our students create insights, get insights? First of all, we need to meet them where they are, because we have heard their connections to existing knowledge structures. So we guide our students through what they already know. And no student is an empty vessel. We won't create insight by telling students, by throwing facts and figures at them and telling them what they should do. No, we guide them through what they already know. We let them tap into their existing knowledge, into their existing experiences, and then take it from there. And then we ask questions. We ask questions that raise metacognition. These are questions that help them understand their own thinking process better, that help them become more aware of their own thinking progress. And it's questions like, how would it feel if? What worked well? Or could we apply this to other situations? And then we have an insight. But hopefully, they can be triggered like this. It's a lot of practice involved, but we have that insight, and we see those faces lightening up when we know they're having an insight. But insights are not only rare and precious, they're also fleeting. So they vary according to their intensity. And there is even a Eureka scale, a so-called Eureka scale, indicating the intensity of an insight. And you can Google it. You can Google Eureka scale, New Leadership Institute, David Rock, and you can find out more about it. And if we look at that Eureka scale, we can see that there are low-level insights that only last for a couple of minutes. It's a shame. There are more intense insights that last a little bit longer, but if we don't do anything with them, we lose them. So what can we do? We can write them down, we can talk about them with others, and we can bring them to action. We should bring them to action. And this is what we should do with our students as well. We tell them, write this down, share this with your neighbor, share this with 5 other people in the room, share it in your breakout rooms, and then bring them, make them, put it to action, make your students get active. It's this, who does it learns it. So this is very important to really not stop at the insight, but bring it to action. And this is something very similar that happened to me with this very EFL talk today, because one day I woke up at 5:25 in the morning, 5 minutes before my alarm went off, and I had the idea for this talk. But luckily, I wrote it down. Luckily, I can share it with you, and luckily, I can bring it to action, and so I hope you can do as well. So, cheers to EFL and happy Teachers' Day.
That was wonderful. Except I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping for maybe like a vodka tonic or something like that, you know. But
next time, Rob, next time.
Okay, that's the deal. Well, thank you again, and I hope you get better soon. How long have you had it now?
So I've had it more than 10 days. My quarantine is officially over today, but I have to say I still have a strange feeling here. I still feel a little bit tired, but we're lucky, we're glad, and everything is okay. But thanks for asking.
All right. Well,
and thanks for having me.
Get well soon.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye now. And next we are off to, gee, I feel like I was just there yesterday. Off to Moldova, where we have Irina. And okay, I've been practicing. Pomazanovsky.
Yes.
Except I saw the other day you had Skaya. Ah, yeah, you have it here. Do you say Skaya at the end?
Well, like different ways to say it. Pomazanovsky Romanian way, Pomazanovskaya Russian way. And just because the spelling in Romanian is different, like chi, sometimes people read it like Pomazanovchi, but that's not correct. So that's why I use K in the end.
Ah, okay, very good. For Americans like me who get everything wrong. Great. Okay, so you have your slides up and just start that. All right, hang on, let me pin your video. And thank you so much for being here. And I appreciate you having me yesterday in Moldova. I enjoyed that.
Thank you.
And so I've got 10 minutes for you. You ready to go?
Ready.
Take it away.
Okay. Hello, everyone, YouTube audience. My name is Irina Pomazanovsky, as Rob said. And today I will be sharing with you 10 activities with pictures. I have been teaching since 2005, and I just love using pictures in different ways. So you will see how. Pictures are great tools, and P in pictures stands for presentation and practice. You probably have seen in some course books this kind of activities where you have to match the words and pictures. It's visual, and the teacher doesn't need to translate. The usage of language, first language, is reduced, but we can adapt it a little bit, and we can code the words in pictures. And I usually ask my students, can you break the code? And they need to find out how this word was coded. So if you say all the pictures that you see in English and you take the first letter, you will have the word which was coded from the list. And it is head, right? So horse, H, egg, E, apple, A, dice, D. We can do it in a different way. We code it, but now you will have to reverse it and take the last letter of each word. And if you do it correctly, you will guess the second one, which is hand. Winnie the Pooh, Moldova, that's where I'm from, lemon M, and fishing rod D. So you have the hand. That's easy, and students like that their brains are boiling when they have to guess it. And usually this one, the second one, also helps with spelling, because the words in English are sometimes not spelled the way they are pronounced. So that's a great activity. Another one which we can also do with pictures and words is we can code not only words, but we can code phrases, proverbs, quotes, lines from movies, where each picture will mean a word. Can you guess the third one? And it's still about the body parts. Yes. So head over heels in love. You have your head, the cartoon is over, so that's over heels in love. Pictures are great, and I in pictures stands for interaction. That's another activity that I do with my students. You can take any picture, you cut it in 4 pieces, you divide your class in 4 groups, and every group gets a piece of that picture. They have like 30, 40 seconds to remember all the details, the colors. Then you take the picture away and you regroup your students. So the new groups are formed from students who initially saw a different part of that picture, and now they have to communicate, share, discuss what they have seen, and reconstruct the entire picture. It's very productive, a live discussion. So the group that comes up with the precise description wins the round. Pictures are great, and C in pictures stands for create. You can create your own stories with the help of pictures. For example, if you go to Google and you type Bitstrap, and you will see lots of pictures coming in your picture search. You can choose any of them, cut them in these little scenes, mix them, distribute to the students. The students will have to rearrange the picture and come up with their own story. Another one great activity that you can do to create your own story, you type finish the drawing and you will get ready-made samples. A part of the picture was erased, so the student will first have to complete the picture. Why is the man mad? Or like, why the girl is crying? Like, you can see different variants. They will come up with their own ideas, and the ideas will be wild, different, and then they will have to explain what's there in the scene, why this happened, and so on. So pictures are great. And T in pictures stands for talking and testing. And I love this one, which is called picture role play. And again, it can be done with any picture. You just need some people or characters present in it. You group your students according to the number of people in the picture. You ask your students to select a character, and you give them some time to think about like their life story, biography of that character. Then they have to be journalists, and they interview one another, asking questions. Sometimes the questions are like unpredictable, something that another student was not expecting. So that's the beauty of this role play, because they will have to think on their feet and come up with like an answer that fits the biography that they have invented. For testing, probably you already know, like you can use pictures to test if the students know the usage of present continuous, because you describe what is happening in the picture. But another one, we can find pictures that have something wrong in them, and we can ask students, can you spot what's wrong in the picture? And at the same time, it will be the same testing if they can use present continuous, but it will also be some kind of critical view. So it will help to develop students' visual literacy. So you see, pictures are great because U in pictures stands for understand. And another activity that I use is so I teach them to distinguish between fact and opinion. I show several pictures, and each picture comes with a statement, and they have to decide if that statement is a fact or an opinion. For example, I show them the first one and say, this is a fork. Well, it's a fact because we all know how a fork looks. It was a proven fact. We can touch it, we can see it. So that's a fork, that's a fact. The second one, they learn a lot. Is it a fact or opinion? Well, probably that's an opinion because you don't know what is a lot, if it's a lot, if it's not a lot, if they are learning or if they are playing online or if they are just staring at their laptops. And I show them the third one. And now they have to come up with 3 facts and 3 opinions about that picture. Let's see if we can do it in the chat. Can you come up with at least 1 fact and 1 opinion? Okay. So no matter what you say, your fact should be a fact. If I show you this picture from a different angle, you will have to reassess your facts and opinions. And still, if you had a very strong, if it was a fact, your statement, it will be unchanged. If it was an opinion, probably when you look at the picture from a different angle, your opinion might be changed. So you see, pictures are great, and R in pictures stands for reflection. Another activity that I use for reflection is called what's in the shadow. So I find a picture with a shadow in it. I cut just that part with the shadow, and we just brainstorm with the students. Guess the place. Looking at the picture, you see that the woman is pregnant, so probably she's in the hospital. Or you see the sneakers, maybe she's in the gym. Or you see the tile on the floor, probably she's somewhere in the lobby. So what sounds are inside? What sounds are outside? How does it smell? And then we see the complete picture and reassess our predictions. So it's funny, and it's that alive discussion. And pictures are great because you can engage your students with the help of the pictures. Probably you all know about the picture dictation, where students are in pairs and they have to describe what they see, and another, their partner has to draw what they see. Or you can do it as a whole class. You can blindfold them, or you just put a piece of paper on your head and you listen to the description of something and you have to draw what you hear above on your head. So that's fun, and the result you get is something unexpected. So that's a kind of engagement we are looking in the class. So to sum up, I hope I proved you that with the help of pictures, you can increase the interaction and the discussion among your students. The brain usually processes images faster than words. We are thinking in images, and just use pictures and enjoy teaching. Happy Teachers' Day. Thank you for attention.
That was very fun.
Thank you.
Irina, thanks so much. That was great. And I finally have you on EFLtalks. So I'm very happy you were here. And lots of great ideas. I wish I was teaching kids again.
You can try it with you adults. They will love it as well.
Yeah. Okay, I can see that. That was fun. I enjoyed some of it myself. All right. Thanks again. So we are now, let's see, a quarter of the way through. And what we're going to do is take a break. Let me see. We shall be back in about 24 minutes, 20 minutes or so. We have to stop because of the recording, so I can start another recording. But go have something to eat. We still have a long way to go with lots of more speakers, and we shall be back at the top of the hour, unless you have one of those strange countries where you're like 30 or 15 minutes off. So give it probably right now Yeah, agree. Yeah, we'll give it about 23 minutes. We should be back. Okay. So take a rest, have fun, have a drink, have a martini, have whatever. And we'll see you back here in about 23 minutes. Okay. Hi, Albert. You're muted at the moment. Hello, Mr. Vance. Yeah, Albert,
Mr.
just
Vance
say
is
hi so I can hear your volume.
Okay, now it's clear? Oh,
Yep,
fine.
very clear. Good. So I'll see you after Vance. Okay?
That's right, yeah.
Great. Thanks for being here. And Vance, no hurry. Set up what you have to do. Good. Have to unmute when you're ready. Still
Okay,
muted.
yes. How is it now?
Hello, my friend.
Am I ready? Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted. Sound good?
I don't hear you.
No, wait a minute. Am I unmuted?
I heard you a minute ago. Can you hear me? Anybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You can hear me, okay, but you went off.
Oh.
Now you're on.
Oh. I've been off for years. You should know that by now.
Okay. Why am I getting, hang on a minute. Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry, I got to turn off. I've got a, see, we're in Webheads in Action right now.
Yeah.
And it's Sunday and we set up that stream going. So I just turned it off over there. Should be okay. Let me see, I've got my slides queued. And you said I had plenty of time and not to worry about anything.
Yeah.
I rarely worry, actually.
That's the nice thing about being retired.
I can't hear you again. Why not?
No.
Why can't I hear you? Could that be me or, okay,
Hello?
let me check my audio settings. Audio settings.
Hello.
Oh, could be me. Hang on a minute. It could be that I've got, so, oh, I know. Silly me. Oh, rookie error. Okay, here we go. Hang on a minute. Too many gadgets going around over here.
I know it. We're all over the place now. We're all over. The, I'll wait till you can hear me.
Oh, it's a. There we go. Whew. Okay. Okay.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
What else could go wrong? Everything's all settled now. Everything's fine.
Everything is great. So
yeah.
Let's see. We're broadcasting here on Zoom. We're broadcasting on the YouTube channel, and we're also broadcasting on Webheads, right?
I'm broadcasting on Webheads in Action Facebook page.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, you all set and ready to go?
Yeah, pretty much so. Mm-hmm.
All right.
You can hear me okay, right?
Yeah, I hear you fine. You could come up just a slight bit if you could.
Okay, let's see if I can come a little closer here. Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
All right, let me do a quick welcome back and let's see how we're doing for time. Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. This is EFLtalks, and we're celebrating 5 years of EFLtalks to the day, and also World Teachers Day. So to all you teachers out there, happy Teachers Day. And we're here in the second segment. We've a quarter of the way through. We've got a long way to go, more hours. And I'm very happy to introduce you to Vance Stevens. If you're not familiar with Vance, somebody that I've tried to emulate for years, and I hope I'm doing him proud. He's got the original webhead. You're one of the first to do this, aren't you?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Been doing it a lot longer than me, so you know.
From 1997, 1998.
Yeah. Great. Well, I hope I make you proud. I try and follow in your footsteps.
You do. You do a good job. And I know how hard it is. It's really tough. Yeah. But anyway, well, you got it down to 10 hours. You got it down to 10 hours. So that's not too bad.
Well, you've got the record, right?
I don't know. We were doing WebEds and Action Online convergences for 72 hours at a time.
Yep.
And we gave up that. So.
Yeah, I did one 24-hour one. We did a fundraiser. Which we're going to talk about. We did 24 hours, and I did the tech background. I fell asleep in the last 15 minutes. So, very good. So, what I'll do is you've got 10 minutes. I've got the timer right here, and you can share your slides.
Okay, hang on a minute. I'm looking for my timer. I was just making sure the Facebook stream was going. Okay, my timer is there, and my slides. Here come my slides. Yay. Okay, so, and let me just put it in present mode. Present. Okay, yeah, there we go. Presentation mode is on.
Very good. So 10 minutes and take it away, my friend.
Okay, starting my timer right now. And hello, everybody. This is Vance Stevens in Penang, Malaysia. And this, I did this before. I've just rehearsed this, and what I want to do is put on the beginning slide. That was an end slide. So, okay, basically, if you want these slides yourself, go to tinyurl.com/Vance2020talks. Maybe someone could put that in the text chat. tinyurl.com/Vance2020talks. That way you get the depth that's built into each slide. So we're going to go quickly through an encapsulated history of teacher professional development from Web 2.0, which was about 20 years ago, through teaching and learning in isolation and the new normal. And don't lose sight of that URL. But you're about to. I'm about to switch slides. I'm on a time frame here. Okay. So basically, how I got into this was I was working as a teacher in Oman for 10 years, even before that. And when I left Oman, 1995, I think, I went to California and started working in a software development company. And I really missed teaching. And I met somebody there named David Wynette, who was doing something called study.com. And he asked me to do an online class. So I started doing that. We started doing it in email. Eventually I learned about HTML, and I put something online. When I went off to my next teaching gig, it wasn't a teaching gig, it was a consultant's gig. But anyway, it was in Abu Dhabi, and there I started, again, I was trying to keep my hand in teaching, and so I started writing for Webheads, and that, I think it was in 1998. And if you want to learn more, if you've got the link to that slide, did someone put it in the text chat? Yes, no? Anyway, I'm not looking at
the text chat. The YouTube text. It's in the chat there.
There you go. Well done, Rob. Okay, so anyway, you can learn more about writing for Webheads by clicking on the link below the gallery. And the important things to come out of this was we found a plugin back in January 2000. January 2000 was the first we used it. And it was called Hear Me. And it was a plugin you put in a Web 1 HTML page, and people anywhere could go and click on it, and they could talk to each other. Amazing. This was a game changer for us. And we're using a lot of other computer mediated communication tools at international conferences. Especially I went to one in Barcelona where I kind of got some attention doing this. And I did a lot of presentations on computer-mediated communication tools. And there's a couple of links there where what's interesting about these links is it can show you some of the tools we were using. And this picture I've got here is from one of those links. It's a picture of the palace. And the palace was a place where you could go. There's a picture here of a conference table with a lot of stools, and we could put our avatars in those stools if we wanted, or we could write on a whiteboard. And somebody there who had a medical problem was trying to describe what she was having to use, and she drew it on the whiteboard. And this is kind of like banging on the bars of your jail cell, you know, to communicate to other inmates. But basically, this is what we used to do back in those days. So keep in mind, we were moving from Web 1 to Web 2, and teaching professionals were becoming involved. And that was in 2002. I started Webheads in Action because writing for Webheads was getting so much traction that I made an EVO, Electronic Village online session for it. And you can find the link to the original session, but if you go to webheads.info, then you get all these links at the top are active. If you want to read more about Webheads, I actually put it in the encyclopedia. There's an encyclopedia of English language teaching, and you can get it at that link that's on the bottom there. Don't forget, go to tinyurl.com/advance 2020 talks, and you can see all that stuff. So, two mouses here. Okay. So we were talking just a second ago about Webheads in Action online convergence. Somehow I've gone to the actual, I've gone off the slides. Hang on a second. Let me get back to where I was. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay. I don't know how I clicked on that. I must have clicked on something on the slide itself. Okay, so Webheads kind of, it started in 2002. It sort of subsided a little bit, but just recently, due to the pandemic, it started catching traction again. And in March 30th, we started, somebody was feeling isolated, Michael Coughlin in Australia, and he wanted to start our group up again. And so we accommodated. And at that time, we started something called Talon, Teaching and Learning in Isolation. And the first one was a Webheads Revival meeting. We used to call, we've evolved calling them Webheads Revival Weekly Open Mic Sandbox Fun and Ours. And, oh, I clicked on something. I clicked on the wrong thing again. Okay, I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. Oh, what's happening here? I'm not sure how this slide get in here. Oh, this has come in on other, it's included on other web pages as well. Oh, it will, Fun and Art, frivolous, unanticipated nonsense. If you want to learn more about that, you can click on that link in the slide there. Anyway, that's not even one of my slides. Sorry about that. So back to learning together. I started learning together after Webheads in Action Online Convergence, which I just mentioned. I just showed you the link there inadvertently. And it has an archive, which is at the bottom of this page. You can click on that archive and you can see all our materials indexed from 2009 until now. So click on it and see. But this is where this got started. Learning together started because of what we were talking about just before we got going, that we were doing this Webheads in Action online convergences for 72 hours at a stretch in 3 years. By the end of 2009, we had become blithering idiots. So I decided to do this rather than doing it all in a 72-hour stretch. The same number of presentations you could do in week by week, and that's where Webheads in Action online convergence became learning together, doing it weekly instead of all at once. And so this learning together as an entity led to Webheads having some place to go in order to reconvene, and Talon, Teaching and Learning in Isolation. So Talon has now become Talon Squared, but it started out as Teaching and Learning in Isolation, but now it's Talon Squared, Teaching and Learning in the New Normal. And you can click on tinyurl.com Talon/Talon 2020 and find more about it. But basically, it produced 38 episodes from March 30th to August 9th. So you can see all of those episodes in that link above. I blogged what I was doing, all the connections I was making, because when the pandemic started in January this year, I knew it started because people started wearing masks. You can see in the picture here. I wrote a blog post which I described how the English language specialist program I was working on blended, well, actually it was a face-to-face workshops, as you can see in the picture, but then they also asked me to do a workshop, which was online. And that workshop was where I really learned. It started slowly because it just started as, okay, something I'd already done before, but as people started going into what they call emergency remote teaching, they really became concerned. Oh, they saw the value of learning about blended learning, because here, if you click on the link here, that's Jeff LeBeau and I maintain, the more you are comfortable with blended learning in your normal classes, you'll see Jeff himself talking about how he set up his classes in Pusan, his teachers in Pusan, to be able to go through blended learning into their emergency remote online teaching. So these elements are essential to teacher training. These elements of blended learning to help you stay in the remote teaching, and also computer mediated communication. So if you want to learn more, go to Learning Together. I noticed that Rob said he had 550 videos online now. I've only got 500 episodes. We're racing. Anyway, you can go to learningtogether.pbworks.com. There happens to be a Teachers Learning Together Summit coming up August 9th and 10th. And by the way, that's organized by Hannah Khamis, who was having bandwidth issues earlier today. So that's it. Okay, so this has been an encapsulated history of teaching PD, et cetera, et cetera. A reminder of where the slides are. If you want to see all these slides, go to tinyurl.com/Vance2020 talks. Okay, thank you very much.
Great, Vance, thanks so much. I don't think we're racing. I think we're, you know, if I compare 550 10 minutes to 572 hours, I don't know if, I think you're winning.
Who's comparing? Who's comparing?
Yeah, but it's great. Yeah. And
we all do what we can.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll see you this weekend, right? For Niall TESOL.
That's next weekend, and it was Niall TESOL, but that's where something happened with Niall TESOL. I'm not really sure. I never got explained to me, but anyway, Hannah asked me to take on to help her organize the thing. So it's become what you just saw, the Teachers Learning Together Summit.
Great. Okay, the Learning Together Summit. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll see you there, and thanks so much. And you know, your feedback always welcome, and I hope to be as lucky as you someday and retire.
I'll tell you, leaves all this time for all this other stuff, you would think.
Great. All right. Thanks again, my friend.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Okay, so next up, we're going off to, we're going to India.
Yeah, that's good.
I just realized that on my printed schedule says we're going to Poland, but I'm already here. I switched them. So let's see. Let me give you co-host, and wait a minute. Get the wrong one. So Albert, will make you co-host.
Okay.
And you should be able to bring up your slides.
Can I share screen now?
Yep.
Can you see the slides now?
Yes, they came up. Okay, hang on. Let me pin your video. And Are you on one of those off times now? Like what is it here? It's like 2:19 here. What's it like, 4 o'clock there?
The time here is 5:45 evening, 5:48 actually.
It's bad enough that we have these time zones, and then
we are ahead of 3.5 hours.
All right. Well, Albert, I appreciate you being here, and got you all ready. I've got the timer all set, and take it away.
Thank you. So let me start then. Hello, everybody. This is Albert P. Royan from Chennai, India. I'm an academic, education columnist, and teacher educator. The topic of my talk is 3 categories of teachers. I have divided my talk into 3 parts. In the first part, I'll talk about the qualities or characteristics of great teachers. In the second part, I'll discuss the 3 categories of teachers and their category and characteristics. In the third part, I'll highlight the need for excelling in our profession, that is teaching, by becoming better teachers or educators. Recently, I conducted a survey among teachers at different levels, primary, secondary, and tertiary level, and asked them a question. What are the characteristics or qualities of great teachers? They gave many different qualities. I chose 12 qualities that are universally accepted or common qualities. The first one is teachers are open to new ideas and they welcome new ideas. Teachers are willing to expand their knowledge and skills. They constantly update themselves. I'm talking about great teachers. And the third quality that is very common that many teachers mentioned is teachers are eager to collaborate with their colleagues and work in teams. They are good team players. And the fourth one, they are passionate about sharing their knowledge. Fifth one, they are focused on their professional development. And the sixth one, they are able to inspire their students. And the next slide, they are interested in classroom research or action research, and based on the research, they change their way of teaching. They are able to look at things critically. Critical thinking is something very common in these great teachers. And teachers are willing to experiment with new ideas, share their experience and expertise with their colleagues and students. They are prepared to take risks and learn from mistakes. 11th one, they are able to accept the constantly evolving teaching and learning environment and adjust their teaching accordingly. The 12th, the last one is many teachers mentioned is great teachers or reflective teachers.
Okay, we seem to, Albert, you still there? Okay, Albert. All right, well, only our second technical problem. Albert, we can't hear or see you, but we're still seeing your slides, which is very strange. And now he's gone. All right, bear with me for a minute. Let's give it a minute and see if Albert comes back in. And if not, we'll move on to the next one. So in the meantime, we'll give it a minute or so. And while you're waiting and during the breaks, I'll do a commercial. You know, if you go to Amazon.com and you type in EFLtalks, there's two great books available from EFLtalks. One is our wrong hand. The first one is our companion guide. And this is a guide that we put together with a bunch of our EFL talkers. What they did is they took their original talks and wrote up basically chapters about them, available. And the other one is our EFL talkers who helped us put together the 10 and 10 cookbook. And yes, it's really a cookbook with recipes and pictures. So go to Amazon.com. Hi, Albert. We're back. Let me.
Yeah, I'm back here. Sorry, there was a power failure here.
Oh,
I had
no
to
problem.
just adjust here. Okay.
Okay.
Shall I start then now?
Yeah, let me just pin you again and and what I'll do is when I do the editing, I'll edit out that whole thing. They'll never know, okay? So okay. So
can I start now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry for the failure, just a power cut. Okay, based on the survey I conducted among teachers, I have categorized teachers into three groups based on their attitude and their behavior. In one of the ELT workshops, I asked teachers whether they teach different subjects, courses, the way they were taught, or they teach differently. And some teachers with 25 years of experience, some had 10 years of experience, they answered differently. And teachers, based on their attitude, I have categorized them into three groups. The three categories of teachers: new methodophobes, new methodomaniacs, new methodophiles. These three terms I coined in 1999 and presented it in one of the conferences like my used it, these terms, and I have used these terms in my writings also. You can very easily guess the meanings of these words: phobes, maniacs, and files. Let me just explain the next category. Move on to the next slide. Characteristics of new methodophobes. New methodophobes are people who hate new ways of doing things, new methods. They are allergic to anything new. New methods, new approaches, new knowledge, new skills, new ideas, etc. Whether they teach English or physics or chemistry, any subject, such teachers hate new ways of thinking and new ideas. They are neither open-minded nor willing to accept any change. They are negative focuses. They don't come out of their comfort zone. They are in the comfort zone. They think what they are doing is right, and they will never think differently. They don't want to take risks. Such teachers lack creativity and critical thinking, and they are very cynical about those who are creative and looking at things critically. The second category of teachers, they are new methodomaniacs. They are just crazy about anything that is new. These new methodomaniacs are teachers who like novel ideas, and they are interested in doing things like they are uncritical of anything. They blindly follow what others say. I have seen such teachers in many ELT workshops and other teacher training programs also. They blindly accept changes. They are highly uncritical. They are very influenced by anyone as they lack critical thinking. They are highly unscientific in their approach. The third category of teachers, whom I call new methodophiles. New methodophiles are those who look at things critically and they are willing to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Used by Alvin Toffler in his book, Futurology. Then they are scientific. These teachers are scientific in their approach. They don't blindly accept anything what others say, even if it comes any new idea, new thinking comes from experts. They don't accept it as it is. They are reflective teachers. They possess many of the qualities of great teachers. Now, what is the need for becoming a new method of file? This is a very interesting thing. Like, there have been tremendous changes in the field of education during the past 3 decades. With the development in the information and communication technology and easy access to the internet, the need for integrating modern technology into teaching and learning is being felt more now than ever before. In the days to come, there will be many more such changes in the field of education. What do these changes imply? They imply that the teacher should be willing to change and be ready to accept and constantly ready to accept the constantly evolving teaching and learning environment and adjust their teaching accordingly. We need educational reforms on a regular basis. We need great teachers. We need teachers who can inspire the students. We need to create informed citizens. It is possible only if teachers are willing to undergo a paradigm shift. Teachers should be willing to adapt to the constantly changing environment, and they should become new method of files. This is what Alvin Toffler says. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. New method of files are those who learn, unlearn what they have learned if they think certain things are irrelevant, and they relearn. They constantly update their knowledge, and they are relevant to the society and do justice to their students. This is my last word. Teachers who become new methodophiles can do wonders. They bring about educational reforms and thus transform the society. It is possible if teachers are ready to undergo a paradigm shift and become critical and reflective teachers. We celebrate the World Teachers Day tomorrow, that's on the 5th of October. And I wish all teachers happy Teachers Day. And let's become new methodophiles and bring about transformation in our society. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Rob.
Albert, thank you very much. That was great. 3 new terms for a lot of us, and that's great. I'm going to use them for vocabulary words with my students.
Okay.
All right, Albert. Thank you so much, and
thank you so much.
Keep the electricity on there today.
No, it's okay.
All right. Thanks again. Happy World Teachers Day. Now, next up, we're going to move along to Poland. And let's see, where's our next speaker? Eva, if you could turn on. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Great, thank you.
And I would speak Polish to you and say your last name, but I'd probably get it wrong and say something like Kowalski, right? So, Eva, thanks so much for being here. And let's see, share your screen, and good, you got that running. So, are you ready to go?
Yes, already.
Okay, so here's your 10 minutes. Take it away.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Ewa Kozłowska. I come to you from Poland, and I represent Gdańsk University of Technology and Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. So just for a change, we're going to talk about some engineering, but engineering, teaching engineering to mixed nationality students. And I want to kind of introduce you to my different groups of students I teach. And as you may notice, the groups are different. We have different nationalities. Sometimes we have just 2 different nationalities in the group. Sometimes we have many. And the thing is, they all come from different backgrounds. They used to different class schedules and types of working. They have different piece of work, and that sometimes leads to many different misunderstandings and also frustrations, because some people are used to the type of class I run. I run mostly laboratories, materials science, and things like that. And during the class, you have to make notes, you have to fill in the report, and some people are not used to it. Some people need more attention. And Polish students sometimes get frustrated because the class goes slow because of the different nationality students. They need more attention, but that's I teach my students too that they have to be patient, because if they're going to work in an international team, they're going to keep that in mind, that there are problems. Those are problems that you have to deal with working internationally. And the other thing is when you teach face to face and when you teach online. I teach both ways. If I teach online, I usually make a glossary for my students, because technical language is very specific, and sometimes it doesn't make any sense to just translate how you call it in your language and how they call it in English. And I had a problem myself once that when I was looking for different types of cast iron. We have like 4 or 5 different types. In English, you can find similar, but not the same. And you have to keep that in mind. And it's a great thing to create such a glossary. Maybe share some materials with your students. So first, we don't have the pronunciation issues, then the text, and then the speak and write issues. That helps a lot. And another thing, in engineering, you have symbols that are international, and it's great to teach them those symbols because this way they can be understandable. When I show this picture to my non-engineering students, they all say, okay, it's a colorful rectangular. What's the difference? The color. But when you look at the symbols, you can see the meaning of them. And when you look from a different point of view, in a 3D, there are totally different shapes. And you don't have to draw them in 3D. We just use the symbols in international engineering language. It's understandable enough. That gives us a different point of view, and makes the collaboration much easier. And one thing to do is about the communication. I asked some random students how they usually communicate with their teachers, and they give me a sort of different answers. They use emails, forums, sometimes live meetings, sometimes phone calls or instant messages. They usually pick emails. And you can pick whatever you want. It's whatever you find best. But it's really important to choose one and just stick to it. Because then, you know, with this group, I contact via email. With the other group, I contact via chat or live meeting. Because if you have too many, it creates misunderstandings and it gets unorganized very quickly. Like when I teach online, I usually ask my students to use forum and ask all the questions on a forum. But if there is anything very private, I want them to send me an email. Same when they submit their reports, I want them to submit on a Moodle platform, because just my email box is not big enough to handle it, and it gets stuck very quickly. So I say that in the beginning, I give them a welcome message, and I say everything, your reports go to the Moodle assignment, questions go to the forum, and if there is something, okay, you can always email me, but keep in mind that we have to put stuff in an order just to get organized and avoid misunderstanding and don't lose important things. But the other thing to consider is that students sometimes don't read the announcements, sometimes don't understand, sometimes they struggle with their English too. And like here's an example of a student who wasn't sure when we switched from face-to-face classes to online classes. He already attended some of the classes. He wasn't sure if he had to do it again or no. And he didn't read the announcement, or maybe he didn't understand the announcement. Good thing he used the forum, because in this group, he used the forum and I didn't get any more questions like that. But in the other group, Students just kept sending me emails asking the exactly same questions over and over again. And they wouldn't react even to my post on the announcement forum. So that's another thing we need to deal with. Plus, we should simplify our English in the announcement so we know they understand. Sometimes their English is, sometimes they also struggle with the English, especially when they're from different countries. And the other thing is, if you teach online, if you want to check their knowledge, the simplest way is to use a Moodle quiz, if you use Moodle or any other kind of test. I like Moodle quizzes. They're very simple. They're very easy to set up. And you have auto check, which saves a lot of time. But there is one thing you need to take into consideration. Like here, I asked them to list 3 steps of normalizing and use commas between the steps. And the steps were heating, annealing, and cooling. I went through the Moodle settings, the quiz settings. I said, okay, it doesn't matter if they use capitals or not. They may forget the commas, so okay, it doesn't matter if they use commas or not. And I manually type in all the different answers that I consider right. But then we have this student, and he actually did exactly what I asked him. He used the commas, but he didn't use the space between. So the system automatically said, okay, that answer is wrong. And he didn't get the point for that. This is one other thing that we need to consider, and always recheck the auto checking system. Like I went through and manually marked it as correct. But actually the student did everything right and like super right. So I couldn't blame him, but he might have felt frustrated or concerned right after getting the result that the answer is wrong. So that's another thing we need to consider to make the task clear, and the comments and instructions for them. And one more thing is we usually ask for feedback, but the thing is to ask good questions when we ask for feedback. Like we can ask, did you like the class or not? But it doesn't really tell us much because we just know their opinion. It's very individual, but we don't know if something was wrong, what was actually wrong. It's good to ask them if the content was clear and easy to understand. Did the teacher have a pleasant attitude towards students? Because we have so many cultural differences that we sometimes don't even realize that some students may have felt uncomfortable. Another question is to ask, were the training materials suitable, and were the tasks too easy, too complicated, or just right? And I want to wish you all a very happy Teachers' Day. And when you ask your student to summarize the class, I really hope you get much more than I got one day, because I asked my students to summarize the class, and what he put in report was, after I was talking about corrosion for like 2 hours, he put, I saw metal things and they were broken. So I wish you much more than that in your feedback. I wish you always have a happy student, and thank you so much for your attention.
Oh, great. Eva, thank you so much. And 1 second, you did such a good job. I think I should reward you with a copy of the EFLtalks cookbook. And through the magic of the internet, here you go.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Rob. Look. It's amazing. Thank you so much.
This is why you get to know engineering students. Okay. Thanks, Eva.
Thank you.
And through more magic of the internet, I'm going to bring in some special people. Let's see. let's start off. Enrique and Elizabeth and Grazia. If you could turn on your cameras and mics. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Happy to
morning.
see you.
And it's really morning for you guys, isn't it?
Yes.
It is. Rob, can you do that magic trick again and just send me some money through the internet? I would like that.
I'm sorry, I'm out of reais. Elizabeth, Grazia, you guys are closer. Send them some money.
It should be faster, right?
I wish I could.
It would be much quicker. Yes, I was going to say I'm not working with the U.S. Postal Service anymore, so you'll get it. Anyway, for this segment, we're off to South and Central America, and three people who have been very instrumental in helping with a lot of the work that we've done in South and Central America. Elizabeth Ortiz from Ecuador, Grazia Mendoza, I'm not doing the whole name, and Enrique Oprea from Brazil. And I have to tell you, there's a little history with EFLtalks. Enrique was the first person that I asked to present on EFLtalks 5 years, well, a little over 5 years ago when I asked him, and he said yes. And I'll never forgive you for that. And Elizabeth saw EFLtalks and invited me to Ecuador. And Grazia helped. Well, I'm going to let you two talk about that, about the project that we did. But welcome, you guys, and the floor is yours. Talk about whatever.
Who would like to go first?
You can go first, Henry. You go first. Let's go in chronological order, how we appear in Rob's life, I would say.
So I guess that Rob pitched the idea to the wrong person, because I usually say yes to these crazy ideas. And I think when Rob invited me, when I saw it's been like 5 years of EFLtalks, and it's like it started yesterday, I guess, right? So we had been. I've been watching Rob and helping him a little bit whenever I can as well with EFLtalks. But I think that nowadays it's more important than ever that we have these opportunities for teachers, because everyone has got to reinvent themselves, and it's not something that we know anyone who is an expert in what's happening right now. There's a remote emergency teaching online. Even teachers who had been teaching online, this is different from anything that we had been doing, because it's not planned. It's not something that we had the time to come think about it. This is how I'm going to be delivering my lessons. This is how students wanted their lessons. So for many, many teachers out there, this is something that's new. And I guess that having the chance to listen to teachers from all over the world in a short talk like this, 10 minutes, it seems like it's only 10 minutes, but it's a lot to get us thinking, and it's a lot to start a conversation. It's really very important what we do. I think that EFLtalks, it's if any teacher does not know of it yet, they should be going online and checking. There are more than how many talks right now, Rob? Right there, you see, more than 390 EFLtalkers. I'm happy every time he mentions that I was the first one. I don't believe it, but it is. It's amazing. We had a chance when I was the president of Breast Diesel. We had the very first EFLtalks live as well during our Breast Diesel International Conference, which was really interesting to do. It was freezing. It was in the south of Brazil. It was really, really freezing. It was a challenge, but we had amazing speakers. And I'm always impressed by the quality and the high caliber of speakers. And not only that, because I think that the other benefit of EFLtalks is that you're giving voice to so many people who would otherwise not have voice. And I think that's where we find out not hidden gems, but we find out that there's so much value outside the mainstream world of ELT, and so much for us to learn from everybody. And we can see that doing a project like this without any kind of vested interest of like, I want to make money out of that. That's how you draw people, like so many amazing people that we all look up to, like these two ladies over here, Grazia and Elizabeth. So when you look up to all the work they do, and I know I do, I look up to their work, and hopefully trying to follow their footsteps as well. So you can only draw these kind of people and talent because you do everything with a heart. So and just like I bought into your idea, you also bought into my idea many times, bringing EFLtalks to support some events. The last one in Latin America, we had the ELT Day for Puerto Rico. And when I said like 24 hours, Rob just said like, poof, that's easy. Bring me 48 hours next time.
No.
But thank you so much for everything that you do, Rob. I think that EFLtalks is wonderful for all teachers. You can see by the backdrop there, the number of speakers, the number of people, and it only gets better. It only gets better. I'm truly thankful for everything that you're doing for ELT, the ELT world, and for allowing me to be a part of it. Thank you so much. And who would know that a sweatshirt would bring us so far, right?
Yes, somebody will tell that story.
Somebody will tell that story.
Great. Thanks, Henry.
Well, I was the second, I think, in chronological order to get involved in this project. And I guess that I attended the first EFLtalk in Brazil, of course, from Ecuador. So that was a very exciting way to be trained. So, and after that, I saw a mutual friend, which is Doris Morelos from Venezuela. She was one of the first EFL talkers as well. And I asked her, how could I contact Rob? And she was, this is her email. So I contact Rob, and one of the wonderful things that I can say about Rob is the heart, it's bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And he was extremely generous when I invited to come to Ecuador for the first EFLtalks convention in 2016. I was very surprised that he never hesitated. He said, yes, I will go to Ecuador. And it was amazing having Robin in our first convention, and he was always supporting crazy ideas. Just, what if we have the first EFLtalks? Yes, let's do it. And we did it. So in fact, we were the third, I guess, the first EFLtalk, but it was the first country-based EFLtalk.
Yep, it was the first country, yes.
In the world. It was the first country. And I always been proud of it. Thank you. And then I said, Rob, what if we have a Latin American edition? I said, yes, let's do it. And then we little by little expand this EFLtalkers community. And it is amazing that in 2016, by the time when you came to Ecuador, it was easy for me to see my face in that wall that you have. And now it's very hard for me to find myself in the picture. That's amazing. And another wonderful thing, Rob, you have no idea the huge impact that you have had in our communities. One of the wonderful things that I really like is we should call that wall the wall of democracy, because we have people from all over the world, from different backgrounds, from different beliefs, from different perspectives, and it's just great. So thank you, Rob, for that huge opportunity. Thank you for not saying no to the crazy ideas that we always have, and And I think that it was a better opportunity to let others shine, because our professionals in our countries are doing wonderful things, but sometimes nobody notices it. So, and through EFLtalks, we have the opportunity to let our people shine. And thank you for that. Thank you for that huge opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful ideas. And I'm sure that more projects are coming soon. In fact, we are already working in a project. Yes. And let's have the second LATAM edition, right, Gracie?
Yep. Well, you two ladies definitely keep me working. And I've already got a list. You know, I'm halfway through next year now with my list of EFL talks I have to do with you two. So I'm gonna put Enrique in charge. Don't tell him. Okay. What?
I couldn't hear you very well. Did you say anything?
Grazia, if you could talk a little bit about the great thing that you guys put together. I don't want to take any credit for that. You guys did it all.
Well, but you said yes, right? And that was part of the success. If you had not said yes, I don't know, we would have gone another way, but maybe it would not have been as successful as it was. I think your commitment and your passion to saying yes to our crazy ideas, like Elizabeth was saying, is what makes a difference. And this project about ELT for Puerto Rico, it was an idea that came from Henrik in our WhatsApp chat, in our international WhatsApp chat. And it was meant so what I want to express here is that ELT is, yes, for professional development, and what you do through EFLtalks is promoting professional development, but it also gave us that platform to help our peers and our colleagues in Puerto Rico during the time of the earthquakes and all the nature situations that was going on there. And you gave us that space to bring together over 90 presenters in a couple of weeks that we put everything together. And you even trained all these presenters to be able to do these 10-minute talks, and you trained us also to be moderators. So it was a huge commitment from your part. It shows your passion, and also that our platform and our impact as EFL teachers is not only for professional development, but we can do other things, right? To help others with our expertise. So you are opening this, the perspective that we are not only English teachers for the classroom, we are English teachers for the world. So doing that is really impressive, and your passion rubs on us, and you make us come up with these crazy ideas, right? Because you make us think everything is possible, and that we are able to make these contributions and to help others. So doing this and not sleeping for 24 hours, that was right. Yeah. So I think you can do 48.
The funny thing was, it was 24 hours, and you know, don't tell Enrique, it was him talking at the end put me right out, you know. 15 minutes short.
But that was the plan.
That you could have a good night's sleep after 24 hours. So yeah, what you have done is impressive, and like Elizabeth said, and like you said, we have some projects there cooking, and we're getting ready for many new things, but we are very thankful. The whole region is grateful for what you do. Now everybody wants to be part of EFLtalks, and that's a good thing. That speaks to the positive nature of the work that you're doing, and I am glad to be part of this group. I am glad to know you, and thank everybody for their hard work and their commitment. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And you know, the three of you, stop calling me. I need sleep.
We have you on speed dial.
Yeah. It's funny, every time I say, like, I have an idea, Rob.
Yeah, that's it.
By the way, I just had an idea. I'm going to send an email to you as soon as I finish.
Yeah.
Please do.
No, it's really it's really a pleasure to work with such people like you that are just as crazy as I am. But you know, like you say, when I started EFLtalks, I was hoping to make a difference for the teachers that, you know, weren't as fortunate as we are. And I think we are fortunate. We get to go to conferences, we get to travel a little bit, and there's so many teachers out there that don't have this advantage. And that's why I started this. And I really, you know, I'm blessed having people like you to work with to help me along with my vision and my dream. And I never thought I'd be doing this for 5 years. But it's a pleasure, and I can't wait till our 10th anniversary. Which
That would be awesome.
More. Let's go for
Yes.
more, Rob. Definitely.
Okay.
That would be awesome.
Well, thanks so much, all three of you. You're special. Now, two of you are. The other one, Enrique. No, I'm kidding. Enrique, one other on a personal note. Happy birthday for your daughter, okay?
Thank you. She's turning 1 year old today.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
a little bundle of joy.
thank you. You call me the sweetest things, my friend.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, and you'll be hearing from them. Let's see, what ideas do you have for the future? Somebody gave me a good idea today. I think in the future we're going to start EFLtalks workshops.
That's awesome.
So I'm going to put you three to work. That's what
Count on us. Count on us.
Sure, we're in. We're in.
We're here
in.
to push you to do it. Don't worry. We're going to say, go, Rob.
You know, the amazing thing, and I got to say this about you, there's all these people behind me. You know, that's 390 people who said, hey, I'll volunteer my time. Some people have done 4, 5, 6 talks. And it's amazing to me that I can just send you guys a message and say, okay, Elizabeth, Grazia, Enrique, I sent you a message yesterday, didn't I? And said, you come on and do a chat with me. And I can count on you. And that's
all the time
about this community. So thank you, everybody. Yay!
Thank you and happy anniversary, EFLtalks.
Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary.
Okay. All right, now go back.
Now you carry on with the important people.
Let's get to real speakers who really have something nice to say. Thanks again.
Bye.
See you all soon. Okay, great. So we'll move on and let me find. Okay, Rachel. I have been chasing this person for years. She comes up with, oh, yes, you know, I wanted you to talk. You're still muted, by the way. And I made you co-host, Rachel. Rachel, it was such a pleasure meeting you years ago in Budapest, and we've been very graced to. I see you a lot lately, which has been
Very
fun.
nice. In person sometimes too.
Yes, it's amazing.
That's a treat.
You know, part of the BSIG. It's very sad about Barcelona. That was our last trip together, and we didn't get to have that drink, did we?
Well, there's nothing. Next time we will, and we will make sure it happens.
Great.
It wasn't going to be tea over breakfast, that's sure. I'm not very good at that time of day.
All right. So let's see. Can you share your slides?
Yep, coming up.
Okay. All right. So are you ready to go?
you want me to start now? Yeah, we're just about 5 past.
Yeah, hang on. Let me pin your video first. Yeah, yeah, it's good enough. If we're 1 minute ahead, that's amazing. We actually.
Okay.
All right, so take it away.
Ready to roll. Thank you. Okay. Well, Rob, thank you very much. It really is a privilege to be here amongst an amazing list and array of speakers. Thank you very much. And a very happy birthday to EFLtalks. You can see that I have a cake here, but I haven't quite finished cooking it. I hope within the next 9.5 minutes, the cake will be finished and ready to go. But there's a big range a very wide range of people here. And I think it's quite something to stand up and talk. And you've got an amazing list of people who have done just that, as you say, voluntary 10 minutes and stuff. And I'm, great to be one of those as well. From the people I know are around, or maybe have been around or will be later, we've got some fairly seasoned presenters. Whether they are confident to stand up or to talk in front of a screen, I'm not sure, but they do it. They perhaps do it quite regularly. There are others who maybe just do the odd 1 or 2 conference talk. And then I'm sure there are some listeners who haven't really had the courage to put themselves out there. I have to say that Rob's EFLtalks site is a great place to have a go. I can't recommend it strongly enough. And maybe some of these people are thinking, well, maybe I could, and others thinking, oh, no way, I can't do this. Well, whatever kind of a speaker you are, I hope in the next 8 or 9 minutes that I can give you some strict tips and strategies, and maybe if you're more confident already, a few reminders, so that you don't only survive your talk, but actually you thrive and enjoy the experience as well. But let me just mention a couple of things. For example, apparently in the business world, if you're not willing to stand up and present your idea, your chances of promotion are going to drop by 15%. Now in EFL, what is promotion? I think really it's about opportunities, about networking, about getting known. You may be a blogger or a podcaster instead, but some which way you need to get, I think, yourself out there. And as freelancers, I'm sure many of us are freelancers, I think that's especially important. It's also important to bear in mind when you're giving a talk that at the beginning, most people pay attention, but then it's quite tricky to keep their attention. So I've got a challenge on for the next 7.5 minutes to try to keep your attention. I've given lots of conference talks for years and years. I get nervous always. I'm not quite sure why, but I think it's because so many different things can go wrong. Originally, I started giving conference talks because for me, it was like having a ticket. Having a right to attend an event. It kind of improved, I think, my confidence in networking as well. And that had repercussions on the things that I've been able to do since. So it really does make a difference. Everybody gets nervous, everybody. And as I mentioned, all sorts of things can go wrong. Normally I learn from the experience, but recently when I was giving a talk, the video I played was sideways. And I remember everybody in the audience sort of turning their head 90 degrees to watch the video. It was quite tricky. I still don't know what went wrong there. But rest assured, the audience is always on your side. They want you to do a good job, and that's going to help. So let me show you the 5 things I want to talk about. I wonder if you can guess what these 5 things are. And if you can, maybe which one for you is the most challenging or the most difficult. Let's start with the first one. So the first one really is to make sure that you've got a good idea, but not just a good idea, an idea with an angle. So it could be one of these 2 talks. They don't seem very exciting, but if you give them an angle, a twist, then you're going to get to the key. You're going to make your talk actually a lot more interesting and appealing for people. Maybe next month's EFLtalks, a subtitle may be getting new speakers on board or ideas for Monday. Here's one. I wonder what your ideas are for how to give the angle for this one. It's a bit current in under lockdown where we have to work from home, but maybe how your family might benefit from you being at home, or maybe how you can stay in touch. Okay, I hope you can see we've got 1 candle on the cake. Let's try and put 2 on the cake. And this is really important, talking of cakes and birthdays. This is the gift, the present that you're going to give to your listeners. And it's really important to make sure that you do have something for them. I call it the WIFI, which is the what's in it for you, which is what the speaker needs to think about. What is it that the audience are going to benefit from? Now, normally we're trying to change one of three things. Let's take this as a title. And we're trying to change how people receive that information. It could be that we're changing knowledge. We're simply giving them new information about activities or information about new activities. Perhaps, however, we're going even further. Maybe we're changing their attitude. So how they could actually tweak what they already do. Maybe thinking about just that. That's attitude. The third way, maybe if you can really go that far, is encouraging people actually to do something different, to try something new. And I think that's really quite an achievement. So that's my second candle on Rob's EFLtalks cake. The third one, as you can see at the bottom, is how to involve your audience. Now that's quite tricky when I'm only allowed to talk, but I'm trying to get you to think a little bit. In fact, I think I can hear and see some of these cogs moving inside your brains. So maybe that's working. But I wonder, these days we're working both online and maybe still a little bit offline. What are the things that we can do online to engage, to involve the audience? And I'm sure you've seen many of these in the last few weeks or months. For example, polling, or maybe a thumbs up, perhaps letting people write in the chat box, or even putting them into breakout rooms. And of course, if you're a Zoom expert, you'll be able to get participants to use the annotation features. It seems a long time since we were in the conference room or the conference hall, but there are lots of things we can do offline to make a speech or a talk or a presentation interactive. For example, you can get people to think about something, then turn to a partner and talk to their partner about the idea, and then share, perhaps in a bigger group. I've given you a picture of chocolate because I think chocolate always has to be shared. And this is known as think, pair, share. It's very simple, but it's very effective. And I think more importantly, actually, it gives the speaker, it gives me a chance just to take stock and think, okay, where am I and where am I going next? You can also ask your audience to jot down an idea on a piece of paper, maybe even a question they have at the beginning that perhaps is going to be answered during the talk. Or you might give them an interactive handout. That's something which is it's a name I've sort of made up, but it's a handout with some gaps on that they fill in as you talk. There are lots of other ideas as well, maybe a shout out or putting things in order, all sorts of things you can do. But that will take the pressure off you. It will also keep your audience more engaged. Our fourth candle is how to start. And I've got 2 slides for this because I think it's especially important. Now, there are lots of things you can do at the beginning, and I wonder if you can remember what I did. Let me show you some of the things that you can do at the beginning. See if you can decide which of these I did 7 or 8 minutes ago. So, hands up, who? Okay, well, I did a number of these. In fact, I did most of them. You might remember some of these. I didn't tell a joke because I don't tell jokes. I didn't show a meme because I was a bit short of time. And unfortunately, I can't use the chat box. But there are some things on the second slide I showed you. You might remember that I showed you a few other things to get your attention. There are 4 other things that you need to do at the beginning. And I don't know if you know what they stand for, these 4 things, but conveniently it's A, B, C, and D. A, you need to get your audience's attention, preferably not by screaming. You need to indicate what the benefit is for them so that they don't disappear, switch off, or go off and have a coffee. You also need to indicate what it is, why you're the right person to be talking about this. So perhaps a little bit about your experience. And then, of course, what direction you're going to take your audience in. It's very logical. It helps you. It helps them. That's our 4 candles. And the 5th candle, Rob. So how to finish. And for me, it's really important that this is written down. If you don't, you're in danger of saying, oh, I think I've come to the end, rather than being clearer. You might have a summary or a conclusion, or you might come full circle with the key point. This is my summary. These are the 5 things I've talked about. I wonder if you can remember what they were. And I'd like to hope, in conclusion, that with some of these ideas, you'll be a little bit less nervous and a little bit more confident. Thank you very much indeed. And Rob, a very happy birthday.
Rachel, that was great. And hang on. I even have a gift for you. With the magic here, I have chocolate for you, sharing
You have Think Power Share chocolate. That's gorgeous. Wow, enjoy that for me too. Thank you very much.
Rachel, that was great. Thanks so much. And I'm going to put you in charge of new recruits, because that's a great recruitment for new EFL talkers.
Okay.
Sound
More than
good?
welcome. Absolutely.
Great.
I'm your man.
All right.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. And next up, so we're going back to Poland and bring in my friend, Andre. Hello, my friend.
Hello, Rob. Happy birthday, first of all.
Well, thank you. It's happy birthday for all of us. It's EFLtalks' birthday. But yes, it's so good to finally have you here.
Thank you. It's great to be with you as well, and together with such a great lineup of other presenters.
Well, I emailed you yesterday. We'll talk about BSIG business later.
Sure.
Those of you, this is Andre, and well, I guess I've known you, about 3.5 years through the IATEFL BSIG. He was on the committee, and now he's with our bot team. And I don't know, nothing else to say. And you're not that far away. I hope we can visit each other. Are you guys on that map yet? Are you doing the map in Poland that we're doing in the Northeast with the yellow and the red zones?
Yeah.
You have it? Yeah. I'm in the yellow.
Poznań, which is where I'm based, is probably going to become yellow pretty soon.
Yeah.
Possibly next week.
Yeah. Well, good luck. All right. So you can bring up your slides.
Okay, let me try. Okay.
And
okay, is it working?
Yep, just start the show. Start presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got. Let me pin your video, and okay, well, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Rob. So, hello, everybody. My name is Andrzej Stańczyk, and I'm based in Poznań, Poland. And I'm going to talk to you today about teaching one-to-one courses. Why? When I started out as a teacher, as a trainer about 30 years ago, long time, most of the courses I taught were group courses. Now, in my private teaching practice, I'm running exclusively one-to-one courses. And this has been a trend, a market trend for quite some time, at least here in Poland where I'm based. But I'm guessing that many of you are seeing a similar trend where you're based. So here we go, one-to-one. Let's look at how one-to-one teaching is different from group teaching. What can we do in one-to-one training which we can in a group? Well, here we go. We can go at the learner's own pace. There is only one learner. We can adjust to the learner's preferred learning strategies. There is only one learner. We can react to any sudden or unexpected changes in the learner's needs. I'm sure you've all had incidents like, oh, teacher, I've got this important email to write. Can we look at it together now, please? And then what do? Obviously, you look at the email and throw what you had planned out the window. You can communicate on issues relevant to the learner all the time. There is only one learner. There are other advantages. Building rapport, in my experience at least, seems easier with one student than with a group. And we all know how important building rapport is. Missing a session doesn't mean falling behind. After all, nothing's happened. There's only one learner. And finally, in the pandemic situation, online sessions are possible. Obviously, group sessions are possible as well, but they are much more difficult to organize and run. So very, very important. Okay, now let's imagine that we're about to start a new one-to-one course. Let's say the student is a business manager who wants to improve his or her communication skills in an international environment. You've done the placement test, say the level is B2, you've done your needs analysis, and now what? Where do we start? Well, we can start here. Course books. You can take a course book, which is at the right level for the student, and start teaching. Many teachers do that, and that's fine. However, if that's what we do, that means someone else has made decisions for us. Decisions concerning the syllabus, the what to teach, decisions concerning the methodology, the how to teach. And also, very importantly, course books largely fail to consider the learner's particular context, their unique needs, individual needs. So is there an alternative approach? Possibly a better, more suitable one from the learner's perspective, at least? Well, I believe there is. So where do we start? How about if we start here? How about if we start with the learner and the English that they have in their head already? All right. Let's consider the implications of having one learner. In a one-to-one situation, because we have the luxury of being able to focus on just one particular person and their English, we can start with the English that they already have, the so-called interlanguage, and then, during the course, develop it from there. The starting point is the student's interlanguage, the English that they have at the start of the course. That has implications. We don't need an external syllabus with the pre-selected discrete items of vocab, grammar, and functions, and all the rest of it. We don't need a syllabus that a course book imposes on us. Instead, the syllabus emerges as we go along. So how does the syllabus actually emerge? How does it develop? Well, simple. Through the vehicle of conversation. Conversation is a key concept in the approach I'm talking about. Why? Again, simple. Conversation is communication. What that means that the natural context of conversation will dictate the grammar and the vocabulary to be used. For example, when you're describing your job, this is what you're likely to have to use. I report to this and that. I'm responsible for doing this and that. I'm in charge of this and that area, and so on. Right, conversation means focus on the learner's English. If you engage the learner in conversation, you naturally focus on their English. Why? Again, simple. The learner can only use the English that they have. So during conversation, any gaps in the language, in the English of the learner will show. Mistakes will be made. All the mistakes, the errors you'll hear. Very often the learner will pause, will hesitate, looking for the language in their head, often for the language that's not there. The mistakes, the pauses, the hesitations are all signals to us, the trainer, as to what it is that the learner doesn't know, what it is that they need to improve, what language they still don't have. It's our role, the trainer's role, to give feedback by correction, by explanations, by supplying the missing grammar, the missing vocabulary, the missing language. In practice, what happens is that while the learner's engaged in conversation with me, I'm taking notes. And at the end of each class, I give the learner language feedback based on my notes. While I'm talking to the learner, I try not to interrupt, not to focus on language points. What's important is to maintain the flow, the natural flow of the conversation. And then, based on the notes, you give the learner language feedback. This approach to training is referred to in the literature as the so-called process approach. And the syllabus is called the process syllabus. So here is a possible definition of the process syllabus. I took it from the book by Luke Meddings and Scott Thornberry, entitled Teaching Unplugged. By the way, I highly recommend the book. The definition is from the introduction to the book. Excellent reading. So I'm going to read out the definition for you. A process syllabus is a syllabus that grows organically out of the needs and interests of the learners. There are no pre-selected goals or specifications of content. It is also a negotiated syllabus. That is, the content of the syllabus and even the methodology itself is subject to a continual process of negotiation and evaluation by learners and teacher. Sum up then. In one-to-one teaching, I propose to use the process approach, where syllabus emerges naturally through conversation and is dictated by the needs of the learner as they reveal themselves along the way, and also by the learner's interlanguage and its limitations. Similarly, language also emerges naturally in the process of conversation. So I've used the word natural quite often in my presentation, and it's no accident, because the process approach is a process of organic growth, just like a sapling grows into a tree. Thank you very much. I think almost 10 minutes.
Very good. Nice timing.
Yes, thank you, Rob. Thank you. I tried to do my best,
Oh, it's excellent. And really, I agree with you. What's it? I guess it's been about 3.5 years now. I strictly teach one-to-one, and I love it. I love teaching in groups, but I'm really excited about teaching one-to-one because exactly what you said, focusing on one particular person, and seeing the organic change that you make is amazing. And I think one thing, it's really more demanding.
It is, and more tiring, definitely.
Yes, it definitely is, but it is really satisfying. So
absolutely.
Thank you so much, my friend. And
my pleasure, Rob. And again, happy birthday.
Oh, thank you so much. And say hello for me.
Thank you. I will. I will.
I know she can't be watching, so.
Yes. She is away right now.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. We'll talk soon.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye now. Okay. So we're off to our next speaker. And actually, we're heading, what, southeast to Warsaw from Poznan? Is that right? Southeast?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking. No, I'm talking to
Okay,
you.
I'm from Toruń, so not to Warsaw, to Toruń. Toruń that you know so well.
I'm lost. You know, I don't even know where I am. All right. So thank you so much. And I see you've brought along a friend.
Yes, this is my friend, Emis. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes and I'm going to give MS 5 minutes. So, you know.
Well, actually, we're going to collaborate.
Okay, great.
We're going to collaborate because, well, the topic is how to robot your class and how to grab kids' attention. Well, first of all, I would like to say, well, hello everyone, by the way. My name is Edyta. I'm from Poland, and I've been teaching very young learners and young learners. And today, I would like to say about the attention span that kids have and about a robot that actually helps me with very young learners. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but young learners and very young learners are like the most demanding group. By saying most demanding, I mean, you know, you need to have a lot of energy, you need to have a lot of ideas to conduct classes. And this attention span is so short. It usually takes something like a few seconds, not even minutes, but seconds. So it's necessary to have very engaging activities, or it's necessary to bring some things, objects that will grab this attention. So I've got a robot, and as you can see, it's a real life robot. It's not a toy. It's a robot that talks, that has got feelings. So that's something that kids couldn't expect before coming to my classes. Now, so to grab this attention at the very beginning, I try to show the feelings that MS has got. So for example, if I touch MS on the sides, as you can see, as you can hear, MS is not happy. So whenever my kids behave not so well, and I've got my robot with me, I tap him on the sides, and it says, I don't want to, stop bugging me. And that grabs their attention, right? So they pay attention to MS. Oh, what's happening? And then I try to explain the rules of the behavior, for example. Or when my preschoolers or kindergarteners behave well, I can tap MS's head, or I can pat it, and MS shows delight. And then I said, oh, as you can see, you behaved well, so MS is happy. And then again, kids pay attention and they want MS to be happy. So I say, if you want MS to be happy, you need to behave this or that way, in this or that way. So that's at the very beginning. But of course, everyone likes taking care of like animals, especially if we're talking about kids. So what do you think about an activity like that? Great.
We're here. Get out, please. Advance. Let's go in. My leg. My head. My tummy. My wing. Oh no, poor animals. Which animal can we help?
Okay, what do you think about helping a dog?
A dog. What's the matter? My leg hurts. Oh dear. How can you help?
Now, what do you think about helping? What can we do to help the dog? Now, can we use medicine?
Medicine. Medicine. My leg hurts. Oh no, that didn't work.
Ooh.
Try again.
So what else can we use?
How can you help?
Now, what do you think about bandage?
A bandage. A bandage. Thank you, Doctor. Wow, you're a wonderful vet.
Okay. So, for example, when I introduce such an interactive activity, my preschoolers can focus for a longer time than just a few seconds. Not only because it's done by a robot, but also because they can help an animal or animals that they actually like. And so this is one of the activities that I highly recommend to do. So taking care of a toy or a dog or a teacher, if it's possible. Okay, anything about taking care is a good idea. Now, what about hygiene? Because of COVID-19, well, we need to pay even more attention to this hygiene, but in a kindergarten it's actually more complicated because, you know, kids totally forget to wash their hands and clean. So I've got a solution.
Choose again. 12.
Okay,
Great. Instructions.
let's skip the
Watch the
instructions.
instructions.
Okay,
Clean one side of my body.
now I want you to clean the side of your body that Emis shows. Okay, so right now Emis shows the right side of the body of the body. So clean the right side of your body.
Clean. Amazing. Clean the other side of my body.
Clean the left side of your body.
Amazing. Clean the top of my head.
Now clean your head.
Amazing. Clean me under my chin.
Clean your chin.
Perfect. Clean one side of my head.
Clean the right side of your head.
Great. Clean the other side of my head.
Clean the left side of your head.
Great. Ems is clean. Well done.
Super.
Ems is clean.
Let's repeat.
Repeat, please. Ems is clean.
Ems is clean. Ems is clean.
Ems is clean. Wonderful. You're doing great.
Now,
Well done.
so grabbing this attention, kids' attention, is actually something really complicated because, like I said at the very beginning, you need to have a lot of ideas in your head. You can prepare engaging games. You can bring a thing, an object, or a robot that will make kids interested in what you have brought. Now, it's also there is also one more thing that is very necessary if we talk about attention. This wow effect should be presented during our classes as a reward. So if, for example, my kids behave well, I say, okay, because you behaved well, I'm going to bring MS the robot, or we're going to use MS the robot and play with him because I liked your behavior. It cannot be done like during every minute of your meeting, because this wow effect will become a regular effect, and kids are going to concentrate less and less and less. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope I managed to grab your attention during those 10 minutes, right, Rob? Or have I got more time? Because I wasn't counting, I have to admit. I don't know if I'm okay with time.
I'll be nice and give you a little bit more time.
Okay, right.
What else can you tell us? Oh, let me ask you a question first. Somebody was asking, do those small flashcards have QR codes, or is it something that's strictly for the robot?
Well, there is a kind of an RCV or something technology inside. So there is a kind of a ribbon inside. Actually, I'm not a technician or an IT specialist, but there is a kind of a ribbon inside that MS actually reads what flashcard it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not a QR code.
Okay, very good. That'll answer.
Yes, but yes, but like here, I used a vet set. So in this set, not only kids can kids learn about animals, like about pets and forest animals, but also about taking care of the animals. So that's something new. That's something that actually I haven't come across during preschool classes, during preschool books, for example.
Mm-hmm.
In preschool books, yes.
Very good. And and how available is the robot for people who might be interested in their schools or their businesses?
Well, to be honest, the best thing is to text or to contact the company. Well, it's a Polish company. So I come from Poland. This is a Polish product. So actually, I'm very proud of it. And it's enough just to text them, email them, Facebook them, or messenger them, and they will tell you. As far as I know, there are cues about the robot, because a lot of teachers can see potential, because robot is an assistant. It is our assistant. He's not going to substitute a teacher, because in the past when I saw the robot, when I saw MS for the first time, it was like 3 years ago. My first idea was that I'm going to be substituted. So he's going to substitute me. So I will be redundant. Well, it's totally different. He's my assistant, and actually kids love him. He's got a lot of ideas, like games, group games, plus these activities that I showed you that are engaging. And actually my kids cannot wait to come with the robot. And once I had a situation that I came without the robot, and they were disappointed. So no, I thought I was a bad teacher. Mm-hmm. Because I could see this disappointment. But like I said, the best is to contact the company, MSCO, and they will give you all the details, how it looks like, how the queue looks like, are there a lot of interested companies, etc. As far as I know, they want to work globally. So MS will be available not only in Poland, well, actually he is available also in China.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And can you produce your own material, or do you have to use the pre-produced material?
No, you cannot produce your own materials. Well, the theme sets are prepared in a special way according to a certain method. For example, in the first exercise, kids learn individual words. In exercise number 2, they practice these words, plus there is one more construction added. So every other activity is more and more complicated, and it develops the expressions that kids are learning. So it's not only about individual words. Like I said, there is a method, so it's impossible to create your own content, but the theme sets are created in such a way that kids could get up to the pre-A1 level. Yes, so it's like for starters and movers level.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's
Very
like that.
good. And let's see, anything else special? We got a few minutes.
Okay, anything special? Well, like I said, my kids just love the robot. They learn faster. It usually takes me 7-8 meetings. I've got meetings twice a week for 30 minutes with my preschoolers, and it usually took me 7-8 meetings to teach the vocabulary well. With Ennis, it takes me like 4 or 5 meetings, so that's good. Plus, Ennis does not learn only individual words, but he's a native speaker. He's like a native speaker, and his idea is to immerse kids into English, so kids learn the whole expressions, not only individual words. So that's something, so that's the communicative approach. So that's something we actually want to achieve. And right now it's also possible to achieve it in a kindergarten. So not only individual words, it was okay like 10 or 15 years ago. Right now, even parents expect us to teach the communicative approach way. So thanks to Emmys, I've got this possibility.
And last question.
Yes.
How many AAA batteries do you need to run them?
Well, it runs for like 4 hours.
4 hours?
Yes.
Okay, great.
4 hours, and then I need to charge him.
Yeah, all right. Very good. Well, it makes a great Christmas present.
Definitely. Not only for Christmas.
Great. Well, thanks so much. And next
you.
time I'll ask Emma some questions.
Okay. I hope you won't be shy and you will answer the questions.
Well, I want to find out if he's happy working with you and the working conditions.
Tough questions, but you know, I think he can say something right now about that. I think he is delighted with working.
Delighted?
With you. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my. Okay, great. Well, that was great. And thanks. I think it's important. You know, I know these things they can be expensive, and you know, it's not everybody is going to run out and get one, but I think it's important to see where we're going with this and what's available.
New quality of teaching, right?
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing this with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Emmis, thank you.
I think Emmis is very happy.
All right.
Thank you a lot, and happy birthday.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Bye now.
Bye.
Great. So we're going to move on. And right now, what we'd like to do is bring on a special guest. We're actually running ahead of time. Look at that. And somebody very special, Marjorie Rosenberg. And many of you probably know Marjorie. I don't have to introduce you. You're famous. How are you?
Good. Is my mic working? Everything okay?
Yep.
Everything's fine. Okay, good.
Let me pin your video so it's not going back and forth. There we go. Yes, thanks so much for being here. You know, Marjorie's been very supportive of me over the years with EFLtalks and everything, and I wanted to bring her on here and talk a little bit about the importance of, you know, teacher development and how, you know, we're just a little part of it, and talk about anything you want.
Well, sun's shining here. We'll see when we get the miserable November weather, but at the moment it's still sort of nice. Now, I'm actually thrilled to be here on the 5th anniversary. It's amazing. I can remember when Rob mentioned this and the idea of putting together a presentation of only 10 minutes with 10 slides just seemed so doable. It didn't seem stressful in any way. Now, I realize that by the time Rob asked me 5 years ago, I was an experienced presenter. But for those who have not done a lot of talks or online talks, it is really a great format to know you have a minute a slide and you have 10 slides. So it helps people to structure their presentations. At the moment, I'm involved in the EFLtalks Africa mentoring schemes to help African teachers, female teachers, learn how to give conference presentations. And I'm going back over all the old IATEFL and other tips on how to give presentations. And one of them is don't pack too much in. Don't try to do too much. And having something in this format where you are told you have 10 minutes and keep your slides to a minimum is a fantastic learning experience. So not only for those people who can log in and watch this as CPD, it's also for all those teachers that Rob has encouraged to take a chance, get out there and give your first talk. So that's one thing I want to say. It really is CPD for all. It's also specialized. We had a day on teacher associations. So for those who maybe hadn't gotten involved, but they got to learn about them. Women's Day, which was very important for many of us, on business, on reading, on young learners, e-learning, on the brain, heart, and intuition, on comedy. These are different topics that Rob has dealt with. And then we've had them for the regions, which is fantastic. So Rob must never get any sleep because he seems to be all over the world. We've had, for Ecuador, for Brazil, for Latin America, for different parts of Greece, for Central America, the Middle East, Africa, Puerto Rico, Russia, Italy, Caribbean, Poland, and Egypt. And these were, again, some of them were teacher associations like Nile TESOL or TESOL Macedonia Thrace or TESOL Greece. And in addition, there have been wonderful awareness raising and fundraising efforts. We had the EFLtalks for Puerto Rico and helped raise some money for people who desperately needed it there. So this is an amazing opportunity for teachers to help each other, to share ideas. It's presented in easy chunks. You can have a look at the program. For example, I already sent it on to my fellow mentors for our mentees for Africa because there's a presentation on giving a conference talk. So somebody can say, okay, I don't have all day, but I have 10 minutes or I have 20 minutes or I have an hour. And these easy chunks are so important. And then there are the recordings. And a big important thing to say, it's free. This is for so many people around the world. Even a small amount would simply be too much. So offering this for free is fantastic, encompassing time zones, which is great. And as I mentioned, the chance to present. So I have mentioned CPD in one of the talks I gave, which has actually become an EFL talk, which is Getting Unstuck. And I mentioned lots of other programs as well, but they're sponsored by people like the British Council, for example. Not all. We have the No Project with Judy Boyle in Greece, which is also sponsored by Judy and supported by EFLtalks. We have the Simple English videos from Vicky Hollett, which would fit into the comedy part very well as teaching English. But there are not that many that are really sponsored by basically one person, and that's Rob. And I think we owe a huge round of applause to EFLtalks and to Rob for doing this and for offering CPD for teachers around the world and that fantastic chance for all those new presenters to have a platform, a professionally run platform, I have to say. That's the other thing about this. So I can only say I'm really thrilled to be part of it.
Thank you so much. That's very kind. And, you and I have talked about this a lot, that you know, there's a lot we can do as professionals, and when we look out there, there's so many professionals that just don't have the advantages that we get. You know, right here, just for example, right here, last year, EFL Poland was 500 meters from my house. You know, I got to go to this. You think of people living out in the countryside of big countries like Brazil or India or China or Russia, and you know, it's a major expense to get to a conference, hotel, airfare,
Yep.
plus conference fees. And you know, when I set out to do this, I've always said I want to keep it free, and a lot of people have offered, you know, oh, well, we want to charge and we want to, you know, make EFLtalks a moneymaker. That's not my intention. And I want this to be free. Everybody here is speaking for free. Like I said, there's my volunteers, you know, that were behind me, and everybody is giving of their time. And so I want to say a big round of applause for all these teachers out there who have helped me be, you know, keep this dream going, you included. I'll tell you, once I got Marjorie, it was really easy to get a lot of people because I said, well, Marjorie Rosenberg's going to speak. And oh, okay, sign me up. You know,
I thought because I recommended a lot of people and said you should get in touch with this one and this one and this one, and I assume that that's happening. That,
it is.
you know, yeah, that people are recommending each other, and it's a wonderful way to, as I said, to break into this world of giving a talk. Can I ask how many speakers are there now? Do you know?
388
wow.
Officially.
Fantastic.
My goal was 400, but you know, I wanted to get some more new teachers for this one. We'll get it with the next event, and we'll have 400 in 5 years.
Wow.
But 550 videos, which,
there it is.
Yep, right behind me.
Oh yeah.
You know, 120 hours of stuff for free is
Yeah. It's fantastic. Absolutely. And Elton's as well recognize this. I mean, that's, you know, this is so important. I really think that this is a super platform, and I can only recommend it to everyone I know.
Great. And you do. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
And,
Well, coming up
know,
with ideas all the time, and every time when I was traveling, I would mention it. Like, oh, we could do an EFLtalks for this area, you know. And yeah.
Yes, you've been very good, and I know in your presentations now that you've supported EFLtalks.
Yeah, of course.
Your CPD presentation, and well, it's wonderful, and you know, people like you keep me inspired to keep working on this. And you know, if I can become half as good at helping others as some of you people are, I'll be very happy. So you're a great role model for many, and I'm very happy to have you on board.
Trying. Yeah, I think giving back is probably one of the reasons we become teachers.
Yeah.
And that's all part of what we do. We're lifelong learners, and we give back to the community, and that is what keeps us going. It's going to be 40 years soon that I'm doing this. So, and I'm still doing it.
Yeah, you are.
And still enjoying it.
Well, this is it. We're a special breed of person that want to, you know, make very little money, work very hard, and give of yourself. And that's why I think, you know, when I first came up with this idea, I was looking for a good date to start. And when I noticed it was World Teachers Day on October 4th, on October 5th, 5 years ago, I said, perfect opportunity.
Yes.
And so for everybody out there who's a teacher who's watching, and you know, we have a bunch of you on YouTube right now. A lot of you will watch the recordings. You know, a great round of applause for all of us, and we deserve it. We've been through a lot with COVID, and hey, I think we're doing a damn good job. So here's to us.
I agree. I totally agree. Well, I've got a few of them still marked for the day in between getting some other things done on my typical Sunday. And thank you, Rob. Thanks for asking me to come along today. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you for being here. And I hope we can see each other again soon.
I hope so too.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Marjorie.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Very good. So we're going to move on. And gee, I'm still amazed we're running a little bit ahead of time, which is very rare. So we're just about at the halfway point. Amazingly, we still have 6 more hours to go. Let's bring up our next speaker. And Patricia, if you could join us, I'm going to make you co-host.
Hi there.
Hello.
How are you?
Tired, and you?
I can imagine.
No, actually, I'm not. Not yet. Talk to me in 6 hours. So, Patricia, thank you so much. You're in Argentina, right?
Right, South America.
Yes. I was going to say something. I totally lost it. But yes, we were talking about my favorite restaurant the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Huge portions of meat in Argentina.
Yeah,
right?
Siga la Vaca, you said. Yeah, you
Yes,
like that place.
Love it. I can't wait to get back to Buenos Aires just to go there. All right. Well, Patricia, I'm really glad you're here. And let's see, you should be able to bring up your slides.
Okay, I'll do that then. Mm. So, I can
And
now
you
share
have
my
another.
screen.
You're
Sorry?
talking again later on today, aren't you? Somewhere else, right? Are you talking today, or just now?
No, it's just now.
Just now? Okay.
Just once.
All right.
Okay.
There we go. Starting to come up. Let's see.
Yeah.
All right. Just have to go into present mode.
There we are.
Okay. So I've got the timer set for 10 minutes. And thank you again for being here. And take it away.
Well, thank you, Ron. As educators, our mission is to make a difference and push humanity forward, right? But are we aware of the importance of our own personal growth? Have we learned to turn pain into power? Do we know what we stand for? Which are our convictions? Who are we? My name is Patricia Andrade, and I am grateful for sharing insights with you all. I'm afraid this session will probably leave you with more questions than answers. It's actually a call to practice awareness, becoming conscious of our thoughts and emotions and how we react to them and communicate them. Communication is ultimately our way of connecting with others, isn't it? It is our way to transform society. Do you educators realize how powerful you are? Let me share this story with you. You are a natural born leader. These words were not spoken to me by my parents or my friends, but by a teacher. You see, as a small girl, I would engage in every activity available: general knowledge competition, reading aloud competition, relays in sports events. At some point, things did not seem to be going that well. Perhaps because my parents were getting divorced, I would misbehave in class. Anyway, I remember this picture so vividly as if it was yesterday. I was a 10-year-old girl, my hair done in a ponytail, wearing my grey school uniform, missing my breaks, sitting below the bell, Well, but you know, nothing is forever and bad things also come to an end. Or maybe something happens that makes you change your mindset. I recall the day I groped into my drawer in search of who knows what and found this card. Ending, you have done an incredible job for your color and deserved being a member of the council again, because you are hardworking and a born leader. These words, written 28 years ago by my teacher, were the encouragement I needed to feel I could achieve anything. So you see, do you become aware of the power you educators have? I'm sure you have your own stories of how you became an educator. If you can think of at least one teacher who empowered you and inspired you. You and I are powerful, and our power lies precisely on our ability to empower others. And if we want to empower others, we definitely need to make this power in us grow. The question is, how do we do that? I think you know the answer. By investing in the most effective thing, mindset. You don't get lucky, you make lucky. Investing in mindset and heart set require an active role. We know the formula. Set new habits, exercise, practice mindfulness, gratitude, kindness. But I'm afraid knowing the formula is not enough. We need to act. I've recently gone through the work of Mel Robbins, and suddenly I had this epiphany moment. Her message is, take action in the lapse of those first 5 seconds, right before you quit the thought. Do it right when you get the impulse. And it's true. You need to just do it. Just don't listen to the monkey talk. Don't listen to the excuses our mind is coming up with to boycott our bigger goal. Take that baby step. Just do it. So changing habits require effort and perseverance. Some people say it requires, 21 days, others 1 month to set the right habit. Some a bit more. The point is, start. Give the first step. And before giving your next step, setting in a new state, take the time to savor the moment. Don't you love this picture? That's my 6-year-old son again, taking in all the beauty around him. Can you for one moment imagine yourself as a child lying on that horse, just like that, feeling the breeze in your face, sensing the warmth of a splendid sunset on your legs, breathing in the smell of fields and crops? I think you can even hear the horse's tail swaying gently from side to side, very at ease. Sometimes we are so busy that we don't notice any of this. I must confess I have found myself falling prey to all sorts of distractions on various occasions. How about you? Food for thought. I'd like to know what you think about this reasoning. If I work harder, I will be more successful and therefore happier. Logical, right? However, it is a fallacy, because every time you succeed, your brain will just change the idea of what success looks like and choose another goal. Success, as it is widely conceived, is on the opposite side of happiness, in the sense that we can never get enough. Your mind will play many tricks on you. Today, we have so much information at hand where we can learn how our brain works, so many free courses we can take, so many apps available that can help us boost our well-being. So make a positive change in the mindset level, but also in your behavioral level. Take that step. According to researcher Sean Acher, it is the lens through which your brain views the world that shapes your reality. He uses the term happiness advantage. When you are happy, dopamine floods into your system. Your brain at positive performs significantly better than at negative. So it's time to stop telling yourself, when I have some time, I will start working out, practicing mindfulness, or changing any particular habit. Again, don't wait for the right time. It might never arrive. Just make the first step. And once you succeed in making your first step, celebrate your accomplishments, savor the moment, and be grateful for what you have. Be kind to yourself. During this pandemic, my kids have reminded me of a key habit. A couple of months ago, just before going to sleep, we started giving thanks for 3 nice things that happened during the day. These are some examples. The lovely sunny day, the delicious strawberries, making a new friend in the park, visiting cousins at last, baking a cake together, going fishing with Dad, having Grandma for a sleepover. Simple but treasured moments. I have forgotten the power of counting my blessings, becoming aware of the beauty of nature, savoring small daily wonders and celebrating accomplishments, celebrating life. This takes me back to some slides behind. Just give the first step. It will lead you to a virtuous cycle. Start working on your personal growth and you'll see how everything aligns into place. What you think, feel, and imagine will be what you become, attract, and create. We connect with others through communication, right? When we know what we stand for and we are able to express our convictions, we make our message through. The first 2 things that come up to my mind when talking about communication are words and intellect. But there is actually much more than that. The messages our body language gives are more powerful than our words. They engage directly in the limbic system, precisely where emotional decisions are made. So if we want to connect with our listener, be it our students, colleagues, families, friends, we need to be true to ourselves first. So our words are congruent with our posture, breathing, and voice. People listen to us with their hearts if we are authentic. When we show authenticity and create empathy, we connect. And what a better gift to give or receive other than connection. So to recap, you are powerful because you can empower others. Just do it. Take those baby steps. Practice awareness. Be mindful. Develop a growth mindset. Live a life of meaning. Raise your positivity levels. Work on your happiness. Create right habits. Be kind to yourself. Communicate and connect. Be authentic and create empathy. Investing in mindset and heartset are key to a life of meaning. Our purpose is to become the best versions of ourselves, and by doing so, help to make the world a place of more light and love. I would like to thank you, my colleagues, for listening and inspiring me with your passion. Educators are here to leave a mark. We are here to make the difference. Thank you.
Great, Patricia, that was great and very inspiring. You know, talking about this, taking the first step, you reminded me of one of the things that got me going with this was, you have to give a shout out to Shelley Terrell, who came up with the 30 days 5 years ago and said, do something new, do something different, step out of your comfort zone. And this is exactly what I started thinking about. And that's how EFLtalks came about. I never thought I'd be here 5 years later. So great. And I hope people listening listen to what you said and will do something too. So
Thank you, Rob.
thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay. Bye now.
Bye for now.
Okay. So next up, we are off to India again. And let me make you a co-host. I'm not gonna, sorry if I say it wrong, but I'm gonna say Mushtaq, right?
Yes, great,
Oh,
great. Mushtaq. Yeah, thank
all
you.
right. I have trouble with the SM, so but it's Mushtaq Hussain, right?
Yeah, it's complete Mushtaq Hussain, but yes, I mean, Mushtaq would do. Absolutely.
Good. Well, thank you so much for being here. I know you have another presentation to do today, and I appreciate you being here. And let's see, you should have control. You can bring up your slides.
Okay.
No, that's Zoom.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. Okay, and then just hit present. Great. Oh, nice looking slides. Very good. Well, you've got 10 minutes. So without further ado, I'll let you take it away. Thanks, Mushtaq.
Thank you. Thank you. So first of all, thank you, Rob, for this wonderful opportunity. And I personally thank Nelly Deutsch for recommending me for this wonderful platform. So, namaskaram, namaste, hello, everyone from India. I'm Mushtaq Hussain from Hyderabad, India. Today, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to just share my experience in business English classroom. Recently, we just completed one semester of MBA program, a batch of MBA 2020-2022. Our semester is of 4 months. So I'm going to share all my experiences of the semester. So basically, I handled a course called Business Communication. So first of all, let me show you the profile of my students. If you look at this picture, you can see the cultural diversity. Generally, we have a classroom of 70 to 80 students, and we call it Mini India. The reason behind calling it Mini India is in every section, in every class, you find all the students from 28 states and 8 union territories of India. You must be aware, we have 28 states and 8 union territories in India. And in every section, you will find these students. So that's why our each and every section is called Mini India. Now, what is the reason behind telling all of this? As we are aware, or research says that if we work in diverse teams, we perform better. Though they are going to work in future, maybe after 2 years from now, but they need to cultivate the habit of working in a team. And this is one of the finest opportunities for them to work in a diverse teams. So this is the picture of one of my sections. So basically, I handle 4 different sections of MBA program. So let's look at another section. Now here, what I'm going to tell you is just profile of my sections. So as far as education profile is concerned or educational background is concerned, they are from different backgrounds. But most of the students are from engineering, commerce, and management background. So that covers almost 90%. And rest of the 10% students come from science background, arts background, law background, or maybe medical background. but mostly you will find engineers and commerce undergraduates in our class. That is one factor. Second is gender. Now again, we have 50% ratio of male and female students or learners. Experience, in every section, we have around 10 to 15% of the students who have at least 2 to 3 years of experience. So it is diverse. You will find all the students from all the states in India. You will find like 50% of the male students, 50% female students. And apart from that, you will get some experienced students too. Now, for me, as a facilitator, this is a great opportunity. And this is what I encash in my classes. So let's discuss. So as far as digital tools are concerned, so of course, I mean, since this pandemic happened, so we had to switch to online classes. We didn't have any option. Even we didn't have time to practice. But fortunately, I was one of the luckiest persons. Okay. So since this pandemic started, so we got an opportunity to join Dr. Nelly's sessions, courses on Moodle for teachers. And since then, since April 2020, we have been learning day in, day out, and we have been enjoying. And we have been inculcating the same thought process in our students too. So for synchronous learning, we used Google Meet. So all our sessions happen on Google Meet, where since we have institutional account, so we can easily accommodate 250 participants. So that was not an issue. So even if I club 2 sections together, so that was not a problem at all. And generally we have 2 sessions per section. And I used to have one extra session on weekends. And what is that section all about? I used to address their queries. I used to address their concerns, because I mean, since this pandemic, everyone is suffering. Okay, so maybe some students have some of the other issues. So I used to interact with them. I used to just help them out in my own way. And apart from that, what I did is I tried to be empathetic. And believe me, if something worse for me is being empathetic as a facilitator to all my students, all my learners. And apart from that, even we practice mindfulness wherever required, whenever possible. So this is what I use. Apart from that, for asynchronous learning, I used Google Classroom, where I used to give all kind of assignments. We did a lot of practice, be it resume writing, cover letter writing, business letters, memos, proposals, business reports, be it anything. So we practice all of them over there. So I used to give them assignments, and they used to submit the assignments, and there is a lot of scope to correct them, give some remarks. So this is how we used Google Classroom. Apart from Google Classroom, so I used to collect some data. Even I'm going to show you in some time. So I used to collect some data, like what is there, some basic information, basic profile. Even I used to give them some like a personality test. Okay, you can see over here. Okay, we have got abstract image test, where they can identify their dominant personal trait. That is one of them. Apart from that, in order to understand their interest, so we used interest profiler. Then again, we practiced on LinkedIn, and we helped them to create their own profile on LinkedIn so that they can get connected. Because after 2 semesters, they are supposed to do their internship. So that internship is of 3 months. Okay, so before they get into internship, or before they do their internship, so they need to identify the dream companies. So how will they get it? So LinkedIn is one of the platforms where they can create an account, and they can connect with a number of networks, especially in that area. Apart from that, as we know, I mean, after email writing, second most important communication tool is presentation skills. So what did I do for that? So basically we use Google Slides. Okay, so where learners used to work in a team of 6 to maximum 7. They used to create their slides over there, research, and they used to present over there. And once that is presented, then they used to upload on Google Classroom as well as Padlet wall. So this is how we use Google Slides. But one more important thing I would like to tell over here is, So I asked them to watch at least couple of TED Talks, learn from it. How do they develop credibility with the audience? How do they use verbal communication? How do they use non-verbal communication? What are the different elements that they use effectively and efficiently? And based on their learning, they had to showcase their takeaways. They had to showcase their reflections. Where? On Padlet wall. So again, Padlet wall is one of the effective tools that I used. Even I'm going to show that one too. So this is how, but generally I used Google platforms, okay, Google products, where, because that is our institutional account, that's why I had to use it. But apart from that, I used the rest of them. Then Quizlet. Again, Quizlet is very wonderful tool where we can test them, we can conduct number of quizzes, and they enjoy it because they're categorized into different teams and they need to respond to those questions, and they loved like anything. They enjoyed it very much. Okay, so this is all about these digital tools that I use during my sessions. Then yes, now this is all about my sessions. So what did I use in my sessions is brainstorming. So I made sure that there should not be one-way communication. Okay, so I used to speak only 10% and I let them speak for 90%. And you won't believe our session is of 75 minutes. Even this is a challenge for me. I have that habit to speak for 75 minutes or interact with audience for 75 minutes at a stage, and that too for 3 to 4 different session in a day. Okay, so again we need to cover everything within 10 minutes anyways. So I used to brainstorm. Okay, so I made them brainstorm. And yes, I mean, maybe sometimes they used to share their experiences. Even in their undergraduation, they must have learned all those things, so they shared their experiences. Then since I told you that we have around 10 to 15% who have some experience, industry experience, so initially I used to encourage them to come up and share their experiences. So what kind of business letters they have gone through, what kind of memos they have gone through or come across. So this is what, I mean, they used to share their experiences. Then case studies and authentic materials. So be it proposal, be it report. So we used to collect some authentic materials from industry, from printed material, and we used to discuss in the classroom. Then collaborative activities, as I told you, like in presentation, they used to make presentation in a team. So similarly, whatever assignment they take up, so they had to work in collaboration. Then writing assignments were done in Google Classroom. Then reflections were shared on Padlet wall. So just I'm going to show you here. Yeah, just give me 1 minute. I think this would be interesting to see.
Go
okay,
quick.
So yeah, here you can see the Padlet wall. And when I converted this Padlet wall into PDF, you won't believe it makes 51 pages within 4 months. So whatever they have learned in the classroom, so they have showcased everything on the Padlet wall. Okay, so this is just a glimpse. Maybe I'll share the slide too. Okay, just give me 1 minute, please. Sorry. Then I organized number of webinars over here. Okay, so I organized 8 different webinars, and that too from BCG members. Okay, I was fortunate to invite BCG members, especially Yulia, Oksana Hera, Keith Steen, Dolan Gupta, Lalita Murthy. So these were the BCG members who did this favor to me, and they did great job in terms of webinar. So I'll just show you this clip, small clip, please. And all these topics are related to the curriculum of business communication, syllabus of business communication.
Great. Well, Mushtaq, I thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That was great. And it's good to see we need more support in business English teaching. I know I'm IATEFL BSIG, so it's good to see that we've got more and more you're putting together. And very impressive, 4 months, you have 51 pages of Padlet.
Yes, yes.
That's impressive.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for the great opportunity. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So next up, we're going to move on, and we're off to Alexandra. Hang on, let me make you co-host. Okay, how are you, Alexandra?
Great, Rob. How are you?
I'm wonderful, thanks.
Good. Can you hear me well?
Hear you very well. We see you well.
Good.
And you should be able to bring up your slides now.
Yes, I'll do it right away.
And cool looking slides. I love black backgrounds.
Thanks, Rob. Me too. Favorite color, so it's everywhere.
Mine too. Well, I'm actually colorblind, so it's easy for me.
Oh, okay.
Black and
Yeah.
white. Okay, so you've got 10 minutes, and thanks for being here.
Thank you for the invitation, Rob.
All yours.
Thank you. Okay, hi everyone. So today I'm going to talk about Ikigai in the primary classroom. And you probably don't know what Ikigai is, so I'm just going to give you a very brief background. Ikigai is basically a Japanese concept, and it's a concept of achieving a life's purpose. And in their book called Ikigai, The Japanese Secret to a Long and Happy Life, Garcia and Morales visited Okinawa, and they visited the small village of Oremi because that small community has the highest number of centenarians in the world. And what they discovered while they were there doing their research was that we can actually all find and follow our Ikigai, or our life's purpose. So what they did is that they distilled these 10 rules of Ikigai from the wisdom of these centenarians. And while I was reading the book, I realized that from the perspective of an EFL teacher and teacher of young learners for over 20 years, these can actually be applied in the primary classroom. We can incorporate these rules in our teaching practice, and in that way, we can actually set our students, our learners, on the right path to achieving their life's purpose. So that's what I'm going to talk about today, these 10 rules and some practical applications of the 10 rules in the primary classroom. So the first rule is that you need to stay active and don't retire. And this is very important to show our young learners that there is life actually after retirement, and that aging is a normal part of life. Because if you take a look at materials and course books that we use, elderly people are usually represented in a very negative light as people who are not active, they are ailing, and they are boring. So we really want to move away from that negative representation of elderly people in materials. So what we can do as teachers is we can encourage our young learners to spend more time with their grandparents or elderly neighbors, just chatting to them, just to see that there is life after retirement. Or as teachers, we can set up community projects. Of course, you need to ask the parents' permission, but your students can visit elderly people for an hour or two a week. And when they come back to class, they can share their experiences and what they have learned from these elderly people. Now, the second rule of Ikigai is that you take it slow. And this is very important because this new life that we're all living is so stressful. And now it's very important for our learners to understand as well that they need to take it slow. And we also need to remember that every time we learn something new, it takes time. Things simply take time. So what we need to do is we need to allow our young learners time during lessons to absorb the new information, to process it, to incorporate it into their existing knowledge. So we need to get them to leave that sense of urgency behind in their academic work, but not only in their academic work, they also need to do that when they're in their lunch line, you know, waiting for lunch, or when they're just waiting to enter the classroom. So we need to get them to leave urgency behind, and we need to do the same thing. Don't fill your stomach. This is an excellent rule that they have, and it's an 80% rule. And you need to eat until you're 80% full. Because what we usually do is when we teach lessons on food, you know, we teach different lexical categories such as fruit, vegetables, dairy products, meat, etc. But, and also we talk about healthy food, but this is not the only part of eating healthy. We need to work with our students on understanding the importance of a balanced diet, how to eat, what to eat, how much to eat, and when to eat. So the next rule of Ikigai is to surround yourself with good friends. So it is very important for our students to understand that they need to be open and accept others, embrace differences, diversity, and spend a lot of time with their friends and family, because that is part of being a fulfilled person and having a fulfilled life. Now, as teachers, we can do this by having a lot of collaboration among our learners, a lot of group and peer work, mutual support and assistance as well. And also, we need to encourage activities that promote sharing personal stories and experiences, because in this way, learners create connections. Now, the next rule is to get in shape for your next birthday. That is the importance of physical exercise and movement. And we all know that movement is as much a learning opportunity as any book or materials that we use in our classrooms, because it is a good stress release. It is good for your focus. It is good for your cognitive processing, building social connections, you know, teamwork, self-esteem, and developing leadership skills. So you can set up a pre-class routine where you do some physical exercises before you start academic work, just to get, you know, their blood pumping. But also, if you see them kind of dozing off during a lesson, just get them up, okay? Get them to stand up, stretch for a minute, walk around the classroom, you know, do anything to wake them up. And this is good for your students, but it's also good for you as a teacher. The next rule is smile. And this is very important to model as teachers, because we are models of positive behavior for our students. And that's why you need to always model kindness and positivity. So what you could do is you can create an act of kindness pocket. I will show you a picture of it, with an act of kindness in it every day or a week. It's just a piece of paper, and on it you can write things like write positive messages on the sidewalks with a colorful chalk, create a playlist to get your friend in a good mood, make a cup of tea or coffee for your parents, or okay, anything that will get your students to help people around them. And as you can see, this is very simple to make, and just put a slip of paper in. In this way, we create kind and empathetic young people. Of course, after they do the act of kindness, they come back to class again and share their experiences with you, so you can discuss and see how that influences them. The next rule is to reconnect with nature. because our young learners are, of course, young, and sometimes it's not enough just to talk about the importance of nature and environment. You need to show them. So you can bring some plants into your classroom, or you can actually plant some with your students, with your learners. You can also use, if you have a big schoolyard with a patch of green, you can use that. So you can get them outside and activate their senses so they can touch the grass, leaves, flowers, soil. You can ask them how they feel or how they smell even. You can involve parents by asking them to take their kids for a walk in a nearby park or a forest and do the same thing, activate their senses and ask them how they feel during the walk. Give thanks. It's very important to set up morning meetings so that your students can give thanks and say what they're grateful for, because some of them might be grateful for getting a ride from their parents that morning, but some of them might be grateful for just simply having breakfast that morning. So that makes them kind of be grateful for they actually have. And also it makes them connect to each other even more. And the next rule of Ikigai is live in the moment. So what matters is what you're doing at that particular moment in the classroom. And even if something goes wrong and they fail, they cannot see failure as something regrettable. They should see it as a learning experience. So they should incorporate that in their classwork that day. And the last rule is follow your Ikigai, because there is a passion inside you. So you need to encourage your students to have freedom to express themselves, to explore, and to discover, because they all have their own light that the world needs. And also, we as teachers need to follow our own Ikigai, because as Mark Twain once said, the two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you find out why. So these are my 10 rules of Ikigai in the primary classroom. Thank you very much.
Alexander, thank you so much. That's a friend of mine studied Ikigai last year and taught me a lot about it. And I especially like the one, surround yourself with friends and positive people.
Yes.
That one I've the exercise one, not so much.
Yeah, but I think it's a very interesting concept, and it definitely can be applied in our teaching practice. And this is just, scratching the surface of all the things that we can actually do to incorporate these 10 rules in our teaching practice. So I hope that, I've given you just a little bit of insight into this, and maybe, develop this a little bit further. So thanks, Rob, for the opportunity.
Oh, thanks. I have another one for you that I've been reading about lately. Is another one they have called Kaizen, which is the 1 minute principle.
Oh, okay.
And to take 1 minute every day to think something positive. God, those Japanese are so smart.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are, Rob.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay, so we're going to move on, and let's see. I don't know why my view has changed. Bear with me for a second. Hi, Randy. You have to unmute.
Yep, I'm unmuted.
Great. Hang on while my view has changed here. So now I'm all messed up.
Yeah, mine sort of did also. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. 1 second. Let me get the chat. Let me get that. And that way I can change you over and make you a guest host. Okay. Good. You should be able to bring up your slides now.
Okay, 1 sec.
Great.
Slideshow. Oh, there we go.
Can
you see it okay?
Nice. I see it. And we met in Yash, right?
We did.
Yes.
We did. That was, it seems like it was a whole world ago.
My God, yeah, it does. And it's what, only 2 years, right?
Not even, but yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know. This past 6 months seems like 3 years to me.
Oh gosh. Yeah, and it's not ending so quickly either, but I guess let's talk about positivity. I actually loved Alexandra's presentation. I really learned so much from it, and it's a concept or a way of life maybe that I had not been familiar with. So thank you so much. I'm going to go learn more about it. It's great.
One of the services we provide here at EFLtalks, teaching teachers from other teachers. Yes. All right. So anyway, you've got 10 minutes. Thank you for being here. And I'll let you take it away. Okay.
Okay. So, generally in my normal life, I teach, well, sort of normal, I teach English for specific academic purposes at Rupin Academic Center in Israel. Rupin Academic Center is a college that has both BA and MA and MBA programs. However, during the summer of 2019, together with my colleague, Karen Aney, I had the amazing and incredible privilege of teaching an elective English course in professional English to engineering students at the Guangdong Technion Israel Institute of Technology. GTIIT is an English medium instruction university in the Guangdong province of China, and it's a joint initiative between the Technion in Israel, which is a university in Israel, and Shantou University in China. Now, our Chinese students, EMI means, again, English medium instruction, and our Chinese students studied all of their Bachelor of Science disciplinary subjects in English. So that included subjects such as food engineering, chemistry, physics, everything. And they were required to write various different kinds of texts in English. Now, Karen and I, did not know all of these texts because we're English teachers. We're not engineers or engineering teachers. So we had to figure out a way to teach certain text types that we may not have known deeply, or we may not have understood in great depth. And I want to share an example that we did for lab reports. And from this example, I think you'll be able to step back at the end and use it for any type of unfamiliar text that you have to teach in your classroom. So without further ado, we started out by helping our students become familiar with the lab reports by using the IMRAD discourse format, which stands for Introduction, Method, Results, and Discussion. And this may be familiar to you from various academic or empirical research articles or things that you've had to write yourselves, like your master's thesis or your doctoral dissertations. And the students were somewhat familiar with it from reading, but they certainly had never used it for writing. So let me move to the next slide. We developed a lesson flow for writing, and we used it for writing lab reports. Now, we had 2 lessons of 2 hours each to work on the lab reports. And we used, for this particular lesson type, we used a jigsaw technique, a cooperative learning method that brings both individual accountability and achievement of team goals. We developed a lesson flow. I hope you're familiar with that. If I have time, I'll explain it more later, but I think you'll understand it. We developed this lesson flow to use for both lessons. The first lesson focused on recognition of the text type. The second one was on production. So in the first lesson, our students worked in their home groups. They were grouped in groups of 4, approximately 4 or 5, and they were given sample lab reports that they had to analyze, identifying the various IMRAD parts and noticing and underlining or highlighting the vocabulary and rhetorical structures that were generic to the lab reports. This was our hook. If you see on the left, we called it a hook, or basically the conscious raising activity we used for this lesson. And each group then reported back to the class, and together we built a bank of language elements. This was our language input and recognition part. We then had the students apply the language in various practice activities where they reflected on their learning and they self-assessed what they had internalized. So keeping this lesson flow in mind, I'm going to move on to the second lesson. The second lesson, we worked on the production, as I said before, and they actually had to write lab reports. Now, we were teaching in a regular classroom with tables, whiteboards, projectors. Had we been science teachers, we might have done an actual experiment with our students, but we aren't science teachers. So in order to create a stimulating and engaging topic, for the lab report, we used a YouTube clip of a science experiment about Orbeez. Now, I don't know if you know what Orbeez are. They're these little tiny absorbent polymer beads. And when you add water, the molecules in the bead absorb the water and they expand in size up to 150 times their original size. Now, this Orbeez experiment involved filling a pool with 25 million Orbeez to find out whether or not you would sink or float if you jumped in. So this was the hook for our lesson, and we had them watch this video as a class. Following the video, we grouped the students in expert groups based on the IMRAD division, where each group was responsible for one part of a lab report. They discussed and analyzed and pulled together the information from their section of the IMRAD and made sure that each member of the group would be able to share their part when returning to their home groups. This meant taking notes. It meant being very cognizant of what your part was when you return to your previous home group. Now, once back in the home groups, each student shared their part of the lab report with the other group members. They organized themselves in class and they continued working at home to prepare the lab report that was due the very next morning. This was an intensive summer course, so they didn't have a lot of time to monkey around with this. They had to have it to turn in for a grade by the next morning. Now, we were kind of shocked at the quality of the results that we got. So the students worked in their expert groups on their sections, and we were surprised that we didn't receive, none of the 5 reports from each class, or 6 reports, were the same, despite the fact that each member of the home group came from a similar group. In other words, they all brought the same information, and yet the way they put it together, the way they developed it, was completely different. And I want to share one of the group's development because it was extremely impressive, and we were kind of blown away. So in this case, they first went about explaining what Orbeez were and what the experiment was about. They had a very clear introduction. They then did something that surprised us. These super achiever students, and most of our Chinese students were super achievers. These were kids who were at the top 10% of their classes in China, maybe even 5% in some cases. They went on to identify each of the people in the YouTube movie, and they developed a key and a document regarding the information of the jumps that each participant made. So you can see here, this was not stated explicitly. None of this was stated in the movie. They must have listened to it 25 times to get all of that information and to chart it the way they did. And once they completed the report, we had them hand it in, and they then worked together to peer review the various different reports. They were all shared on a drive where they could be accessed by the different kids in the classes, and we gave them clear guidelines about how to review a peer's work. In other words, what are you looking at? How can you do it? And they shocked us at the way they were able to give constructive feedback in a positive way. It was, again, for us, it was so reinforcing. Okay, how much time do I have? Another minute. Okay, so basically at the end, each group then received a grade based on a rubric that we had shared with them in advance. They knew how they were going to be graded. And what I want to do now, so that is what we did. Now I want to just step back a little bit and summarize the process. So I want to zoom out. I guess that's a different meaning of zoom. And again, start with some kind of stimulus or prompt from something that's familiar to you and that would be familiar to the students. In other words, take it almost metaphorically, the text type that you're going to be working on, and find something that would be a great consciousness raising activity for your students. Then have them write their own, produce their own text. So this is the full text of what they produced. This is what they came up with. And in summary, we'd like you to be, I hope you'll be able to take this process to your classroom and use it for any new text type that your students have to produce. Thank you very much.
Great.
Okay, so I'll stop sharing now, right?
Yep.
Thank you very, very much.
Thanks so much, Randy. And I appreciate you being here. And I hope I see you somewhere soon.
Let's hope so. It was fun. Good luck to everybody else. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on. And where are we off to? We're off to the UK. And Ross. Hello.
Hi there, how are you?
I'm wonderful. And yourself?
Good, fine, thank you, fine. Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
Oh, I'm so glad you could be here. And I know, yeah, what was it? 2 years ago, you did a plenary for BSIG, I think?
Yeah, it wasn't for BSIG conference, it was for the PCE at the IETFL conference.
That's it.
Yeah.
So I've wanted to hear you speak ever since. So I'm so glad you were here.
My pleasure.
And let's see, you should be able to bring up your slides now.
Okay, I hope so.
All right. Good. And just start the presentation mode, slideshow mode.
Yep.
That's got to be you. Look at those eyes.
Scary.
Exactly the same.
Yep, exactly the same. Haven't changed a bit.
Very good. All right. Well, thanks so much for being here. And I've got you 10 minutes and take it away.
Okay. Thanks for inviting me, Rob, and hello to everybody. When Rob asked me to give a talk, he said that I could talk about my passion. And my passion, as you might have noticed, has been an ongoing passion, and it's that of medical English. So I'm going to talk to you about medical English. I've been teaching and teacher training and coursebook writing in this field for about 20 years now. And I currently teach doctors who are looking to work in the UK. So just to give a bit of context to this field, it's quite a vast field, and where a lot of learners are using English to communicate with patients. There are many, many more of them who are using English to engage in research, to promote their research through journal articles and presentations. And increasingly more and more, as the previous speaker mentioned as well, medicine is being taught, and nursing even, is being taught through the medium of English. So English is being used in medical faculties across the world. There are another couple of areas that are interesting as well, where English is used as a lingua franca, and that is medical tourism. Not something that I know an awful lot about, but it is another area. The real game changer recently has been the OET, or Occupational English Test, which has meant that there are more and more opportunities for people to teach medical English. So The idea today is to give you a few tips and hints if you've never taught medical English. And I'm doing it from my perspective. I teach patient communication skills. And I think I started to understand about the importance of effective patient communication skills when I was quite young, although I probably didn't realize it at the time. I had a doctor when I was about 8 or 9 who used to shout at her patients. And I always felt that a little bit undignified, as everybody in the waiting room could hear what the problems were for each and every patient going through. So I probably started to understand a little bit about patient communication skills from that point on. Later on in my teens, I had a wonderful doctor who always seemed to remember something about me. He always remembered the fact that I was studying French and how much I was fascinated with Paris and all things French. And it already started to feel a bit more of a personal experience, or personalized experience, if you like. When I got to France, I had various experiences with different doctors, mainly positive, but one time I was bitten quite severely by my mother's dog, and I ended up in hospital in Paris. I'm returning to Paris, and the infection had been in my ear, and it was, I'd bitten my ear and I got some kind of infection. It was getting worse and worse. When I arrived at the hospital, I was told quite simply by this doctor, best case scenario, you'll be left with a cauliflower ear. Worst case, you'll lose your ear. So from that point, I started to think, okay, that's probably not the best way to deliver any kind of bad news. There's something slightly amiss with the way this doctor is communicating with me. So from a personal experience, I've had a lot of examples of both good and not so good patient communication skills. Of course, we need to learn from experts, and two of the experts that have really influenced me has been these two guys here, William Osler and Jonathan Silverman. Now, William Osler, clearly from the dates, is no longer with us, but one of his famous quotes is, "Medicine is learnt by the bedside and not in the classroom." And that was a real light bulb moment for me. And I really started to understand that the principles behind patient communication skills that I was teaching with my students, what was important was the patient, and not necessarily all the reference, the medical references that they would have been used in, they would have used in their universities. Medical communication skills was a lot more about dealing with the person that you have in front of you. Indeed, Jonathan Silverman, and if I was to recommend one title for new medical English trainers, it's this one, and it's the Calgary-Cambridge Observation Guide. And Jonathan Silverman gives us a framework around which we can really develop our patient communication skills lessons. And this framework takes you step by step through a patient consultation and is really transferable to the English language classroom, and it's something that I have based an awful lot of my materials around, and it's actually the basis for effective communication skills and also the OET that I mentioned earlier. Now, understanding the patient and understanding a patient-centered approach is really the key behind effective patient communication skills. And this is something that your learners need to know about from day one. It could be you have learners who have not necessarily studied medicine in quite the same way as doctors trained here, for example, in the UK, and they haven't necessarily followed a patient-centered approach. Now, what is a patient-centered approach? Well, it's a holistic approach to patient care, and it's one that involves the patient as a whole. I've got two patients here, John and Henry. Now, Henry, amazingly enough, is 87 years old. and swims 40 lengths a day. Now, understanding that patient as a whole will ensure that his treatment and the care that he receives is much more personalized to him. John is illiterate, and so his access to patient care may be slightly different. So his treatment and the way in which the doctor engages with him will need to be a little bit different, again, from other patients. Something that's important in all communication skills is culture. And when you're training people to come and work in the UK, for example, they need to understand something about our culture. Now, I often show this picture with my doctors. They just arrived in the UK, and they need to understand that our culture is around the issue of alcohol may be quite different to the countries in which they were trained and where they are used to practicing. So this picture generally creates a bit of a shock. Lexis is always a fun thing to deal with in medical English, and you can have a lot of fun with it. What's important is to ensure that your students are able to understand the patient as clearly as possible. One of the things is to get them to avoid using medical jargon, which they're so fond of using, and to explain things in a patient-friendly way. It's also useful for them to know something about the local colloquialisms around different aspects of health and, in fact, dying in this case. So popped his clogs, kicked the bucket, pushing up daisies. This item is generally known as a stool, but in medical English, there is another word, stool, that has a different meaning. So, you know, you can have a lot of fun with trying to get the patients to explain the different meanings of a stool. I didn't give a picture of the other type of stool. I thought I'd let you imagine that one instead. Obviously, the internet has given us lots of openings as far as medical English are concerned, and we're able to access authentic examples of expert care. And this is my favorite doctor of the moment. His name is Mark, who appeared on the 24 Hours in A&E on Channel 4. And he just epitomizes, for me, the perfect doctor in terms of his patient communication skills. You may come across some skeptics, fewer now than when I started training in medical communication skills about 20 years ago. 20 years ago, you could be sure that doctors and medical students would be sort of a little bit skeptical as to what an English language teacher could bring to the party. Today, it's very clear, and medical communication skills is being taught in a lot of overseas universities these days. But if necessary, you need to stand your ground. And so the idea that communication is a personality trait, either you have it or you don't, is not at all correct, and something that you could rebut with your students or anybody who is skeptical is the following. Communication is a series of learned skills, not a personality trait. Anyone can learn who wants to. And indeed, all the documentation, all the evidence shows that good and effective patient communication skills have a lot of benefits, and some of them are outlined here, including patient satisfaction, and most importantly, obviously, an accurate diagnosis. So, just to end with a few pieces of advice from some of my colleagues, because we're always learning, and if you're new to medical English training, obviously it's good to be able to learn from other English language trainers or English for medical purposes trainers. So Rebecca from the OET Cambridge group reminds us that we need to respect that there are always two experts in the room. One is yourself, obviously, as expert in communications, and the other is the healthcare professional who is an expert of their particular field. Buying a reference book, may help you to have a basic understanding of anatomy and physiology, according to Pascaline from the Sorbonne University. Using online health information, which is specific for patients. There's an awful lot of that available that will help you train your doctors, train your healthcare professionals to give more patient-friendly information. And that comes from Virginia. And last but not least, Dr. John Skelton from Birmingham University. The idea of role play is essential in healthcare communications. And but as a trainer, make sure you do it for real, take it seriously. This is a way to allow them to practice before they are in front of a patient. And so getting them to practice without harming a real patient. Okay, thank you very much.
Great, that was good. You made me think back when I went to the doctor in Brazil and was talking to the doctor about golf, because being an American, he was telling me how he played golf all over the US.
Yeah.
And beautiful, really nice English, no mistakes. And then when he started talking to me about my arm, which I was there for, he was back in Portuguese. And I said, why don't you speak English? And he said, accuracy.
Ah.
Say one thing wrong, that could be a liability. So it really made me rethink how important it is to work with, fluency and accuracy with doctors.
It is. But one of the things when you're working with native speaker patients, what I always tell my doctors is actually it's the delivery that's often most important in terms of gaining patient trust right at the beginning, because something that, it may be perfect in terms of the vocabulary they're using, sort of demonstrating empathy, for example. But if they don't deliver it in a way that with the right sort of intonation and tone of voice, that empathy suddenly dies a death, really.
Right.
So accuracy is important, but fluency and delivery, their delivery skills are really key. Yeah.
I've given up on bedside manner from doctors years ago.
Oh, well, it depends. Maybe I need to come and work a little bit on the doctors there in Poland then.
Well, I haven't been to many here, so they're
okay.
Actually, the one I've been to, she's wonderful. But American doctors, forget it.
Whoa, that's not looking good. It's not sounding good.
Yeah. Okay, thanks so much.
All right.
Great.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks to everybody. Thanks.
All right, and let's move on. Okay, for those of you following the schedule, hang on. We had Marilia Sorrentino, unfortunately, is having technical problems, so she's going to record hers for us. So we'll put that up on the site later on once we edit everything. So we're going to skip ahead to Marina. And hello, Marina.
Hello everyone. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
Oh, I'm so glad you could make it. Okay, you are now co-host, so you can bring up your slides.
Thanks a lot.
I'm trying to remember, we met in Telrun, I think, the first time, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So you, Daria, and I can't remember the other.
Yes, and Svetlana. Yeah, there were many of us. Yeah, my favorite conference. That was amazing.
That was a fun conference.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Yeah.
Okay, so we're ready to go. Thanks for being here. I've got the timer, and let me just pin your video. Hang on, and okay, all yours.
Thanks. Thank you. Everyone, thanks a lot for being here, and I'm really happy to be a part of this community today. And well, Today, I have only 10 minutes to talk about the thing I have been so much enthusiastic about and the power of this thing, which is called multimodality. So over to it. We don't have a lot of time, so let's start. The first thing is when it comes to learning and teaching, we tend to use monotonous monomodal text. Actually, this text is not monomodal, but it contains basically textual modes. What does that mean? Well, this text is a combination of symbols. These symbols get into words, these words get into sentences. Come on, it's really boring. So what I actually do, I work a lot with exam prep classes, and I prepare students a lot for first certificate, for IELTS, and so on. And all kinds of texts which we see there are, roughly speaking, monomodal. But probably we can explore the potential of the text in order to make it more interesting, more engaging, and possibly more resembling the text that our learners tend to deal with on a regular basis. Where do they deal with the text? Mainly on the internet. What kind of text do they see? Text like this? No, I'm not sure about. So why am I so bad to this text? Well, the thing is easy. First of all, the major evil is this text doesn't have visuals. If you go on Instagram, if you go on Facebook, any post should have a visual, right? Yeah, there are posts which are without visuals, but they are not so widely read. What do you think? Over-reliance on linguistic means, which means that if I don't know some words, for example, I don't understand what kinds of blatant means or violations, I won't be able to get what's happening in Malaysia. Next thing, limited range of colors and fonts. Well, gray, dark, and white. Yeah, whatever, and black. Lack of emotional engagement as a result of it, because even this picture, it gives you a kind of a sense of emotional engagement that something is being banned or whatever. Over-reliance on learners' reading skills and strategies, right? So if the learner is unable to read effectively, right, for the academic exam and so on, he won't be able to interact with this text to a really essential extent. So what can we do about this? You will see the same text, but a little bit more modified. This is a multimodal text. What is good about it? It has the same name, but what happens is visual engagement. You look at this wonderful rubbish dump and you want to ask, what is happening? What is happening to this place? So you are already engaged. Will you read on? Yes, you will. What happens next? We will look at the colors and we will look at different vectors which we see. And we will see that most of the countries are orange and only China is green. And probably we will try to find out, why do we need it? Probably the text on the right will help us a bit, and it will say that China was the country which decided to get rid of some kind of plastic scrap, which was disposed by some developed countries to it, and the role was given to poor Malaysia. And why do we understand that some kind of garbage is bad? Well, we see this sign of the hazard. Yes, so basically we understand that some signs, some pictures, and some colors, and actually vectors, which go to poor Malaysia, here they are, they intersect here, they actually show us what is happening. What helped me distinguish between different kinds of symbols in this text? Well, my knowledge in multimodality and the developed visual literacy. You may ask, yes, why do we need it? So Kress and Van Leeuwen, like one of them was, and another one, thank God, still is, actually other people who have been developing the multimodal ideas for quite a long time, including the insights, amazing insights into the visual literacy in terms of colors, which could serve as frames and fields, and they actually show us like where one topic finishes and another starts, or probably highlighting some important information. Vectors, just like in the previous one, shapes, shape of the hazard, for example, yeah, biohazard. Personalization, when we see like a picture, a photo, which of a person who looks straight into your eyes. Isn't it personalized? Yes, of course, you will be emotionally connected or emotionally attached, and you will be interested in the text, and you will be asking, why is he looking at me like that? Well, layout and positioning, it also matters, because basically when it comes to semiotics and when it comes to visual literacy, we need to understand that if we have something at the top, this is the information which is kind of what may happen in the future, while the information in the bottom is the current situation. So is this garbage dump really like a realistic site? Probably somewhere it is, but not like this yet. So it is something which may provisionally happen. On the left, we usually or normally give the familiar information, while on the right, we give the new information. Of course, if you come from Japan, it will be swapped somehow, but well, that's a thing, that's a good thing to know. When a person wants to find some new information and this person comes from Europe, usually this person looks on the right. So let's move on to the next thing. And here comes another question. How many skills do we have to interact with when we are teaching English? Reading, listening, speaking, writing, and viewing plus representing. Viewing is basically about visual literacy. Representing is basically about being able to reproduce what we have just seen. So probably it's a productive skill, representing, and a receptive skill, viewing. Well, let's look at the listening text. What is interesting about this text? Is it multimodal or monomodal? Thank you, dear authors, that you have given this amazing, huge picture of a spectacled bear. Many students don't know or don't seem to know what spectacled bears are, and if you have problems with your eyes, probably you won't even be able to distinguish it from a hamster, but who knows? And as long as this picture is really small and small in our, like, when it comes to our cognitive patterns, we think that, well, small means minor, unimportant. Why should we look at this picture? So many people won't look at this picture, including me. A lot of text, and again, over-reliance on linguistic means. Do we really interact with this text, or we only focus on specific things we need to hear? After, or having done this kind of listening task, can we really say that we have interacted with the text, that we understand it deeply? Well, sometimes not really. What can we do instead of this? For example, my favorite Venn diagram, which teaches you analytic skills and a little bit of visual spacing of the material. You can listen to two people talking about different kinds of sports, namely tennis and basketball, and put down some kinds of things that they have in common and different. Another thing, you might think, oh, this is a young learners course. Not really, this is the IELTS prep course. Listen and follow the map, listen and draw, listen and label, listen and correct. All these kinds of skills are connected with this visual literacy. And some people, depending on the social context, here I come to social semiotics and social linguistics, may not know how to read this map. Yes, it could be a problem. And I think some of you who are preparing for IELTS and who are familiar with this type of task might say, yes, that sometimes happens. My favorite one is basically IELTS task, which is connected with visual literacy. So being able to identify what is happening in the picture, in the graph, basically to analyze this information and to reproduce this information. What can be done about this kind of thing? Why don't we start teaching visual literacy as well? Like we pair our students, one of them is going to have a blank piece of paper with probably some kind of graph bars, yes? And another one is going to have this kind of beautiful graph. Why don't they have a kind of a visual dictation? Yes, so it will be viewing, listening, representing, and later they can use it in writing. So one of them is dictating to another one what is happening in these graphs or in the bar charts or pie charts, whatever you wish. And another person is trying to reproduce what they hear. So that could be one of the things to work with. It's only a tiny portion of visual literacy, multimodality, and why it is important in learning and in learning languages. And I think that you will ask yourself a question. Why are the texts mostly so monomodal? And what can I do to make them multimodal? because it works. Multimodality works. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
My, to the second. Good work.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And it was great to see you. And I hope I see you somewhere around soon.
Yeah.
I missed you at EFL Poland this year.
Yeah. That was it. Unfortunately, not in person, but okay.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. So, well, we're a little bit ahead. Let's see what we have for time. It's 5:23 here, and we're going to take a break. So, let's see. Why don't we, before we take a break, let me just quickly go through and I'll share my screen. Hang on for a second and show you a little bit. We are EFLtalks, and I'll give you a commercial instead. Again, we talked about this is something that everybody's doing for free. This is something I've been supporting this since the beginning with my online language school. One thing that we do have, though, if you go to Amazon, the EFLtalks companion guide, and we're going to have to look at doing another one of these soon, where we have articles from our EFL talkers about some of the things they talked about. And these are very, very inexpensive. You can get these at Amazon. If you go to Amazon and put in EFL Talks, the companion guide is only like $2. It just covers the expense, and it gives $1, which helps support EFL Talks. You can always get print on demand. And the other thing that I was very happy about is the EFL Talks cookbook. And the idea behind it, it's a 10 and 10 cookbook, and it's teachers feeding teachers. In it, we have about 70 different recipes from around the world. And the whole idea behind it, because it is 10 and 10, it's for busy teachers. And the whole idea is it's 10 ingredients that only take 10 minutes to prepare. Now, it may take 2 hours in the oven cooking, but it's the preparation time is only 10 minutes. I've tasted most of these and they're delicious. And we're thinking of coming out with another one for Christmas, but we'll talk more about that later. And this one, it's available online. You can get it as a download for inexpensive. To print it, though, I'll tell you, it is a little more expensive because of the color pictures. And basically, it just covers the expenses, plus gives $1 for EFL Talks, and that helps keep us fast, free, and fun. So, what we'll do is we'll take a break. We're going to be here at the top of the hour, so the break will be a little bit longer, about a half an hour break. Grab something to eat. For me, it's been a long day, so I'm going to grab something to eat, stop talking for a little bit, rest my voice, rest your ears, and we'll see you back here at the top of the hour. And in the meantime, go to Amazon, buy your books, tell all your friends to come and watch, and we'll see you back here in a little over 30 minutes. So thank you. We'll pause to stop the recording and reset the recording. See you all in a bit. And we're back. All right, give me a second to get everything set up here. So, welcome back, everybody. Yes. I'm Rob Howard, and welcome back. It's EFLtalks, our marathon 5th anniversary. And happy World Teachers Day to everybody. We're 8 hours in. We've got 4 more hours to go, and 18 wonderful speakers left to hear from. And I want to thank all of you for being here and wish you all a happy Teachers Day. And I'm going to ask Dr. Nellie Deutsch, our next guest, to unmute herself and say hello.
Hello. Hello, Rob. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
And thank you for making this possible, Rob. You have empowered all of us today.
Well, I'm going to embarrass you a bit. And
Okay.
I've been waiting for this moment, not too much.
All right.
I really have to thank this special person. I know there's a lot of people who are responsible for getting this going with me and helping me do this over the years. But my guru, the person who really taught me everything I know, except for my sense of humor, Dr. Nellie, you have been a wonderful friend, a wonderful mentor. You've taught me everything I know about doing webinars, and you're still teaching me every day when I screw up. And I love you for it. Thank you so much. I couldn't have done this if it wasn't for you over the years. And I recommend anybody who's looking to do something like this, take Nellie's Moodle courses, take Nellie's online courses, take everything from Nellie. You won't regret it. And there's a lot of people here. I know I saw Nevis is here somewhere, Judy's here, Eva's here. These are people that Nellie helped from the beginning. And she really is a role model to me about sharing and caring and helping other teachers. And World Teachers Day, this is Nellie's World Day, so a huge round of applause for Nellie.
Wow, Rob. Thank you. Thank you so much. But, you know, as I notice every single day, my students or people who think that they've learned from me and they owe me, thank you so much, that I'm learning from them. They have taken leaps, miles ahead, and they're doing better presentations, better everything that I could ever do. So if that's my contribution, thank you, Rob. I love your backgrounds. I have no idea how you do that, how you make the slides go. So, you know, there are a lot of things that we're learning, but, you know, just having a chance to help someone and then see them do things better than you is great. I love that. And I'm so grateful.
I'm not better, I'm different.
No, I would say you've taken lots of leaps and I can see them and appreciate them and enjoy them.
Well,
all right. So without further ado, Rob, before I start hiccuping here, let me let me look for my, I don't know why Facebook is there right in front of me. That's not what I want. Okay, guys, so we're going to get started.
All right.
So we don't lose time. It's going to be a long day.
Yes, I'm going to.
And there's
video.
18 presenters out there that want to be on time. So mine is kind of short.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, wait, I can't. Hold on.
Why not? Why not?
Sorry about that, folks. I forgot the most important thing. Guess what?
I don't know. What's
my timer?
Oh, your timer. I
Yeah,
thought
but
it was
it's
chocolate.
off. What?
I thought it was chocolate.
Well, you know, it is chocolate sometimes, but oh, it's really off. Okay, there we go. All right, so thank you for being here and for supporting me. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys because you really, you know, get me motivated. So what have I been doing these past multiple years, many years, at least 30 years, is taking care of myself so I could be a better mother, a better wife, a better teacher, you know, so I can improve. And I think that's what learning is about. And that's what we try to get our students to do. And it's only right that I do it too. So self-care is something that is very close to my heart. And if I can help anyone make their lives easier, then I'll be happy. So what is it? Why do I need it? Why do you need it? How do I get it? Where do I get it? And when do I get it? That's what I'm going to be discussing today. So as you can see from the photos, these are the Alexander Technique photos. They were taken online. That's what we need to do. We need to take care of our bodies, first of all, the way we sit, the way we stand, the way we do the dishes, the way we do this and that. There's a way of doing it. And that's the Alexander Technique. If you're interested, look it up. It's amazing. Even the way we lie down, the way we drive. We've lost our natural stand. Notice the baby here on the right. That's the normal way to be, and we seem to have lost it. So we need to get back to that. So what is self-care? Self-care is awareness. It's becoming aware of what we do, how we do, aware of ourselves. And we can practice this. Studies have shown that the way we perform actually impacts how to react to events, how do we react to people, and the ongoing chatter, as Patricia mentioned so nicely in her talk, the mind chatter or the monkey mind. We need to be freed from the suffering that we seem to be causing ourselves and open the space for happiness. That's what we want, isn't it? And compassion and a growth mindset. So how in the world do we do that? Well, through well-being. Self-care is about well-being. So why should we do it? Why bother with this? Well, because our physical and mental well-being is really, really important. We want to be able to use our bodies the way they were meant to be used. And we want to be able to use our minds to the fullest, the way they were meant to be. And enjoy happiness, as I mentioned before, free of suffering. So Nellie, do you have a solution? Let me get to that. Research has shown that, yes, there is something that you can do, and that's mindfulness, formal practice. And there's research. This PowerPoint, by the way, is available for everyone. It's online. Where does suffering come in, and how do we get rid of it? Well, suffering has to do with not what happens with us, to us, not COVID-19 and the circumstances and the governments and schools and everybody that we want to blame. No, sir, it's not about what's happening. It's about our reactions to it. And we know that. Of course we know that, right? So how do we get out of the loop of reacting in ways that only cause us suffering and prevent us from being happy? Well, one thing is patience. Develop patience. That seems easy enough, right? But how do we do that, Nellie? Well, I'll get to that. We can look at the way we react by stopping and just looking at it. Is it benefiting us? Is it benefiting others? Are we hurting ourselves in the way we react? Are we hurting others in the way we react? And eagerness, are we eager to get over this? Yes. Mindfulness is how we do it. And I've been doing, as I said, this for the past, I think it's over 30 years. I didn't count, I just got into it. And that's a long story that I might want to get into and tell you about. But mindfulness is about taming the mind. Okay, we take care of our bodies, we exercise, we eat well, we sleep well. What about the mind? So taming the mind is what mindfulness awareness practice is about. It's becoming aware. And that's the trick. That's all it is. Becoming aware. So are you ready to become aware, at least for now? I hope you are. And Rob, this is not only for everyone, but also for you. So get your hand ready. Okay, you got your hand and you got your index finger, and you're going to close your eyes. Nobody's going to see you. You're on your own, right? In your room or wherever. Nobody's going to notice. So close your eyes and you follow your finger up, you breathe in, down, you breathe out, up, you breathe in, down, you breathe out, up and down, up and down, up and down. And you do it twice. Now, how does that feel? You do it as many times as you want, but twice is recommended. It's called starfish breathing. You can do it with your young learners. You can do it with your family, with your kids, with your cousins, with the whole family. And you can do it with your adult students. Everyone wants to learn how to be breathing consciously, to be aware of the breath. That's what mindfulness and self-care is about. So there are two kinds of mindfulness. You can be mindful throughout the day, but there's also formal mindfulness sitting. You sit, you close your eyes, you let whatever come, and you label your thoughts as thinking, realizing that thoughts are just that. Our brains generate thoughts, 50,000 a day. They're like clouds. You can't touch them, you can't hurt them, but they can hurt you if you take them too seriously. So remember, they're only thoughts. Observe them and go back to the breath. Well, how do you do this? You now know, but where do you do it? Well, you model it. You do it in the classroom, everywhere. You anchor, you stop the boat, stop the chatting, stop everything. And now with COVID-19, what an opportunity to stop everything and just be present, be aware. It takes 10 minutes, that's all. But we don't have 10 minutes anymore. We're almost up with our minutes. 10 minutes every day, preferably in the morning. You sit, you close your eyes, or you focus on one area in front of you, and you pay attention to the breath as it comes in and out. And then thoughts will come in, of course. So you don't say, go away thoughts, I'm doing mindfulness. You accept them and you realize that they're only thinking. So you label them thinking. And you might be doing this a lot. which is great. And how you do it is okay. And this impacts how we react to events, people, and ongoing mind chatter. It frees us from suffering and opens up space for happiness, compassion, and a growth mindset. So wouldn't you like to have that? Try it. Try it tomorrow. If you don't want to try today because it's not morning where you are, go to sleep, wake up 10 minutes every day, and your life will change. And if you want to know more about it, join our Self-Care for Educators on EVO 21 in January, where you'll get a chance to practice and learn the tips and tricks of how to do it for 5 weeks with other educators from around the globe. And my time is up. So thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy whatever it is. Take it as good for you because it is. Ciao. You got your fingers all tied up, eh, Rob? You managed to get things. Well, ask Ava, she'll help you with with it.
You know, I use manual dexterity things. No,
okay, thank you.
I was reading an article the other day, and it was a bunch of doctors were recommending the 3 major things to do to get through this COVID thing, and is to, increase your immunity, get more sleep, get rid of stress, and eat healthy. And
well, mindfulness is a way to do it.
Exactly. And, it's really important right now. And, I see it all the time. I hear it from teachers. People are really depressed and really need to work on this stuff and start taking control of their mind and their attitude. And it's great what you're doing. And please, everybody, help spread the word. So
thank
Nellie,
you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob. I'm out.
Okay, so next we are off to, is it Anastasia or Anastasia?
Depends where in the world I am. I answer to either.
Okay, I answer to a lot of things too, but none of them I would like to repeat here. Now, you're in the States, right?
Yes, I am in Tampa right now.
Oh, Tampa.
Yeah.
Are you a Tom Brady fan now?
No, I grew up in South Jersey, so Eagles forever. No, actually, I was laughing at the Bucs fans for having a deal with Tom Brady, to be completely honest.
Well, it's funny because I have a lot of friends who were Bucs fans for years and hate Tom Brady, and I think it's great that he's there now. He's my favorite. I'm a Boston boy, so.
Well, you're dedicated to your team, and I appreciate that.
Yes.
Team dedication is important.
Yes. Okay. Well, thanks so much for being here. And let me see. Did I give you control? Yep. You should be able to bring your slides up.
But I just showed my 5-year-old the starfish breathing, so hopefully he'll be okay for the next 10 minutes.
Oh, good. I'm still trying to figure it out. Maybe I can, by the time you're done, I'll do it. All right. So bring your slides up.
See if I can share my screen. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yep. Just present. And I'm not even going to attempt your last name.
Hawaja.
Oh, it's not as bad as I thought.
No, it's pretty easy to do.
I really don't understand the she, her, though. Are you against this new they?
No. That's actually part of what I'm going to be talking about. Pronoun identification, identifying as how you identify. It opens up the space for everyone to identify if they don't identify as she or her or he or his. So that is actually my talk discussion today. All right. So
I'm often called an it, but it's usually started with shh. So take it away. Sorry.
All right, well, thank you so much, Rob, for having me. This is my first EFL talk. I'm very excited to be here. And today I'm talking about developing an inclusive international classroom by providing a safe space for all gender identities. In addition to my PhD, I have a graduate certificate in women and gender studies. So this is also a topic very near and dear to my heart. Just a really brief outline is I'm going to talk about using pronouns, gender identity and expression terms, using a continuum in class as to how I introduce this topic. And I'm also going to share a few student reflections that my students shared with me at the end of this. So the first thing about using pronouns is that a couple of years ago, TESOL International released the 6 principles for exemplary teaching of English learners. And the first principle is to know your learners. Now, this is really important when you have to understand how they learn, whether they're kinesthetic, whether they're visual, but it's also crucial to understand their backgrounds, their culture, their identity. And so to provide a space for them to be able to share that where it's comfortable is very important. In addition, as Robin mentioned, there is a they, and the APA 7th edition, as well as other style books, have recognized and welcomed the singular they. So gone are the days of having to write he or his or her or what have you. And also not everyone identifies as a he or her. And of course, now, as you might see from companies and different universities, it's now part of many email signatures. In fact, mine has my she, her, and it also has a what is this? So people can click on the link and understand why people are identifying their pronouns. It's also part of a lot of diversity and inclusion statements at the university. So for example, where I am employed, it has a whole myriad of understanding, sustaining a community of free inquiry in which people of diverse race, ethnicity, veteran status, et cetera, sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. So right now in the United States, where I teach a variety of international students, it was important for me, for them to also understand the different types of people who a lot of them are openly out, some of them are not, but maybe they're going to sit next to somebody who may identify as a he or her, he or his, and they have to be able to understand that, or at least tolerate it, at least understand and be prepared for it. So there are at least 64 gender identity and expression terms, and here are just a few. We have cisgender, transgender, agender, bigender, gender forthcoming, gender neutral, gender queer, gender binary. So it's always just important not to assume, not to guess, but you can ask because you don't really know how they identify. And when I started this whole thing, I was very aware of he and she and they and them and their. There's a whole bunch of different ways that people can identify with their pronouns. This is not an exhaustive list, but this is just an idea of the different types of pronouns that are out there and how people identify. And it's very important to be able to give a space for them to be able to do that, and also to be aware of the various gender identifications. And so the way I handle this gender identification is that I have a get to know you survey, and it has a space for preferred pronoun, or rather just pronoun. It's completely optional. Students do not have to identify. It introduces pronoun usage in the classroom. And I also introduced the diversity and inclusion statement regarding why I'm doing this. Now, I had students many times in the past that say, okay, so my name is, and they'd say their name and say, I'm a he, and then I'm a she. And so a lot of them were very confused at first, like, well, of course I'm he, of course I'm she. But then I basically really quickly identified that not everybody identifies as a he or a she. But I don't get into the intricacies of the gender identity quite yet, because it's very important to understand the different cultures and having that cultural sensitivity for the different backgrounds, cultures, and values that I might have. And to understand this is a completely new topic for many people. And for some people, it may not be as unfamiliar. And so what I do is I introduce a continuum, and I have my students introduce a few hot topics to discuss, and I have them choose because I want to make sure they're all generally comfortable with talking about these different topics. And one semester, for example, I had gun control and climate change. So I had students explore the topic without taking a side. And I showed a variety of sources that describe different perspectives. I had my students also explore depending on what level they were. I divided the class into groups to describe the different perspectives. And then I had them place their perspectives that they found on a continuum of this is absolutely right, or this is absolutely wrong, like gun control, or climate change absolutely exists to climate change, okay, it doesn't exist. And they were able to put those perspectives on a continuum and come to a conclusion that there's no necessarily right or wrong answer, and that all these different perspectives coming together bring a fuller picture as to how the world is viewing these very important topics. And so then I was ready to introduce, with a little more carefully, gender identity continuums. Now, I was able to do this, number one, with the approval of my my administration, to let them know what was happening in case I had international students get very upset or uncomfortable. Even though I explained, I tried to do everything step by step, it was very important for me to get my administration on board. And also, I was able to get a guest speaker from the Diversity and Inclusion Office and Women and Gender Studies Office. And so we were able to partner together to do a workshop with the gender person and also the gender unicorn. And so I started with the gender person because it kind of, simplifies it a little bit more if people are very if people are very new to this whole idea. And so you have gender identity, gender expression, biological sex, sexual orientation, and you can see the different continuums. And so because my international students were so exposed to the continuum and understanding that maybe not everything is over here and not over here, they were a little bit more amenable to looking at this idea of gender identity on a continuum and understanding not everyone identifies as male, as feminine, masculine, woman, man, female, male, and even heterosexual, bisexual, homosexual. Now, the one at the bottom, I didn't really do as much with. I just really wanted to make sure they understood the gender identity. And as I did this more, I got more into the gender unicorn, which is a bit more complex. But again, depending on your classroom diversity, depending on the culture, even depending where in the world you are, you may want to use all of or part of these different gender identity continuums to be able to not just explain the gender identity, but also to give a space for students to be able to understand and explore for themselves. And so I have a few student reflections, actually. And the one thing I did want to mention as well is that when I had the guest speaker come, before I did, I had a student raise their hand and say, oh, what is their pronoun preference? So we know how to address them. And so that made me realize, well, I've really started to do my job. And so after we talked about the gender identity, gender continuums, I asked my students to reflect upon what they had learned. And there's a few topics about how you can identify yourself how you want. I learned a lot of important things, how to discuss and respect all different genders. I learned how to treat these guys well. They learned how trans struggle to change and how much it costs. A lot of people who might be LGBTQ have a societal barrier. We should understand them at least. I want to understand them. And so these are very important student reflections to me, because a lot of students were willing to understand different genders, different identities. But the other thing to also understand is that we could also have students in our classroom who may not identify as gender binary. They may very well be gender non-binary. And even if they do not come out or they don't feel comfortable coming out in the class or even to you, you know that we're at least providing that safe space for them to be able to do so if they ever felt comfortable, but to also understand that they are accepted and they are welcome in the class and at least like in my classroom space. And so very important for me to be able to be as inclusive as possible and also to be able to translate that to remote learning, even if we're not in the classroom together. So that was what I wanted to share. And again, feel free to adapt, use as much or as little as you want to. I know that that depends on wherever we are in the world, but it's also so important to be able to provide a space for gender identity and understanding. So thank you so much. That is all I have.
That was great. While I have you, before your son drives you crazy,
I tried.
let me ask you now. I've been out of the. You're doing fine with them, by the way. The old smack in the head. No, I'm kidding.
No, I had to push him away. I was like, no. He was giving me my headphone. He he ripped my headphone apart, which is why I couldn't use it. So he found the part he ripped and he was giving it to
That
me.
was nice of him.
He found it. He found it, yes.
I've been out of the States now for 20 years. What is the feeling about the use of the term guys for a general group? Is it still okay?
People are trying to use the word folks, like FOLX. Everyone, so they're really trying to find different ways to address. Guys, not necessarily wrong, but for trying to be as inclusive as possible. And I even stopped myself too, coming from the Northeast. I have to, try to do that. So I try to use the word folks, everyone, and yeah, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting because I teach students mostly in Russia and Belarus. And when I tell them about them and they and everything, they're like, really? No way. They don't believe it. And I say,
Right.
it's coming. You have to get used to it now.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of a step-by-step kind of process to try to introduce them, but.
Yeah. And how is the comfort level of the students overall talking about this in class?
So because I introduced continuums with topics that they were comfortable with discussing, once I introduced the gender continuum, they were like, oh, okay, so it's the continuum, but now you're putting genders to it. So there may have been a little bit of kind of discomfort, but at least there was more of I provided a base, so it wasn't a complete shock to them. And also having a guest speaker coming in from Women and Gender Studies, where I did my graduate certificate, and kind of being able to partner with them. They identified as they, them, there. It was a little bit easier to try to show them what was happening, especially when they had somebody identify as they, them, there in the class. I was like, oh, okay, so that's okay. Well, that's not so different. So it was
okay. Great, very interesting, and this is something I'm really glad that. I guess all of this has started in the United States, I would assume. And it's, branching out. I hear some of it in Europe already. So it's nice to hear where we're going. And thank you so much for being here. Thank your son for his patience. And teach him the starfish, tell him to go like this.
I did, and it only lasted for about 4 minutes, as you could tell. So.
Nah, but he was great. Okay, thanks so much, Anastasia.
Thank you so much.
Okay, great. So we're going to move on, and let's see. Our next speaker is not here yet, and actually, our next two speakers are not here yet. So we're going to jump ahead. Nope, not yet, Armin. We'll be there soon. But be ready. Judy, are you ready? Are you ready, my dear? Are you unmuted? Wait, I'm not hearing you. Now that's a rare thing, to not hear you.
I guess it would help to turn on the mic, huh?
Yes, that's, I was going to say someone's done the impossible. I'm sorry.
This is what happens when you wake me up so early in the morning, Rob.
I know, but you're a dear, and I'm so glad you're doing this, as always.
Always for you, dear.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, you can share your screen.
Okay.
And Judy is coming to us from New York City, where all the restaurants are currently going out of business.
Not necessarily.
No, I'm kidding.
They just opened up. Actually, they just opened up live.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they did. Okay, let me get my screen up here.
No problem. I appreciate you jumping ahead.
It's all right. Always for you, kiddo.
What a trooper. And she got Tom Brady. Ha ha.
All right, let's see if I get you up here. All right, you got my screen there?
Not yet.
No, not yet. All right, hold on. Oops. Right. not? Should be there. Try again.
Oh. Start clicking.
Here we go.
All right.
Much better.
Yes, there it is. And let me pin your video. And 10 minutes. I know you're good at this now. All right. So, Judy, thanks so much as always. And I appreciate you jumping ahead. And we'll see. We're probably going to have to jump around with the schedule a little bit. And I'll watch when our other speakers come in. So, take it away.
All right. I always expect you to keep jumping all over the place, Dyer. Anyway, so a PLN, what the heck is that? Let's see if you can see my whole slide here. Oops. Move it a little bit. There we go. A PLN, what the heck is that? Or how to teach an old hat new tricks. Well, some of you younger folk may or may not know what a PLN is. But some of us older folk who did not grow up talking in acronyms have no idea what the heck that is, or at least this old-timer did not. But as they say in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, don't panic. Here is a quick guide to what it is and why it is so darn important. But first, let me tell you a little bit about me. I had been an educator for over 30 years when I returned to school to get a master's in TESOL, teaching English to speakers of other languages. That was almost 9 years ago. At the time, I was the oldest one in my class, old enough to be some of my classmates' parent. Even older than my professors. They kept talking in all these acronyms, and PLN was one of them. I had no idea what that was. Plethora of little nuts? Pupil learning nests? What was a PLN? Well, so here I was, this little drop in a huge sea of young educators in a brave new global world. They tried to explain to me that it was about my network. Huh? My local or cable TV stations? No, it was about my social circles and how I network in my social circle, like FB, Instagram, LinkedIn. What were they talking about? I was not on my computer all the time. My telephone only made phone calls. I had just added data so I could get text because my son said I needed to get into the 21st century. Ah, but that is what they meant. Telephones, paper letters, post-it messages, etc. Now that I understood. I was slowly beginning to understand what they were talking about. This indeed was a brave new global world for me. They tried to explain to me that this LinkedIn was my Rolodex and the WordPress was just my paper. It was really new. So, a PLN was a personal or professional learning network. It was that wonderful group of human beings that would help me navigate this brave new global teaching world that I was experiencing. It was the one thing that would turn that little drop of me into a bigger sea of learners and educators. So, why was that so important for me to learn and have? Why is it important to any educator? Well, to begin with, as my dear friend Sylvia Duckworth shows here in her amazing drawings, one finds great resources and amazing conferences like this one. 2, there are so many more people to share your ideas with, like Rob. 3, You get to meet and follow amazing educators from all over the globe. 4, when you get stuck, there's a helping hand. There is always someone there. 5, you make all sorts of international connections, something that is needed in this global world. 6, your classroom expands to include a greater world, helping your students become better global citizens. 7, you get to collaborate on wonderful, interesting global projects like the cookbook that Rob did and the companion. 8, if you are like me, time of day can be any time round the clock for inspiration. Like when I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to meet with you all today. There's always someone awake with something wonderful to share. 9, you are always learning. I like to say I'm a work in progress. 10, you can never, ever run out of things to share with your students. So here are only 10 reasons why a PLN, or a professional or personal learning network, is so dang important. Or, as I like to say, a personal or professional learning network is important because we, as teachers, are all in this together. And that alone is the biggest reason it is so important to have a good PLN. Wow. I never leave anyone without a quote. So here is one from one of my mentors, John Fanslow. To be open to possibilities is the key goal I have had as a teacher for change. So if you keep that in mind, you will always understand that it is always possible to teach an old hat new tricks. And, as I always say, I am always a work in progress, so never forget, we are teachers as well as students, and our students are our teachers. So, celebrate being an amazing teacher. Celebrate this amazing day of World Teachers. And thank you for learning with me today. If you wish to connect, here is where I can be found these days. My email, theaterforell@gmail.com. My blog, judysworld@edublogs.org. My LinkedIn, Judy Wong or Teddy. And my Facebook. Yeah, I did learn all these new tricks. And I encourage you to join me at my newest community, the Global Play Brigade. We are a group of educators, artists, and creative therapists bringing healing play to a world in need. And God knows right now we are a world in need. So join me. Go to globalplaybrigade.org. You could sign up for some free sessions. I am doing one actually on Wednesday, and I would love to see all of you there. And I believe, Rob, we got it in under 10.
Amazing. How did you manage that? Well, you still have another minute. Tell me about the Global Play Brigade. I know I saw a post the other day, and I didn't get a chance to watch any video or anything.
Global Play Brigade was begun at the beginning of this pandemic because a bunch of performers, creative therapists, artists, and educators realized that we really needed to do something as far as helping this world. That people were hurting, and that we needed to somehow unite. It came about because the founder, Kathy, and another colleague of ours who's in China was saying how, people were really hurting, and they're feeling isolated and they're feeling alone. So we all came together. We're a bunch of activists who believe in play therapy, that if we play, we actually bring the world a little closer to being better human beings.
Good. And
I will be doing a session on Wednesday.
Nice.
Which is about at noon New York time, around now.
Yeah, just about now, yeah. Okay, great. And yeah,
Sessions are free. All you have to do is go and sign up.
That's wonderful. Okay, and what's the email again, the site again?
Global Play Brigade, all one word, .org.
Great. Wonderful. Well, I wish you luck with that. And we know we need more play, we need more laughter, we need more fun, we need more positivity. And whenever I need a good laugh, I always have you, because you have the most infectious laugh of anybody I know. And you're one of the happiest people I know. I'll leave it at that. You see? There's that laugh.
See? That's what happens when you're all East Coasters like us.
I know. All right, Judy, thanks. As always, you've been a great supporter over the years of EFLtalks. You've been a co-host. You've been a lot. And we love you for it. So thanks so much. And we'll see you soon, okay?
Good to see you, kiddo. Love
Okay. Bye now. Very good. So we're going to move ahead to our next speaker, which will be Catherine. And I'm going to make Catherine.
Hiya.
Hello.
You can hear me, Rob?
I can hear you perfectly.
Excellent. Good. Okay.
Now, I'm trying to think of how long it's been since I've seen you. It was in Brazil, right?
I think, were you not at the Image Conference? Or am I
yeah,
imagining
that's
that?
right.
Yeah, I think that's the last time I saw you. The Image Conference, which was last October, so a year ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. I miss traveling.
Yeah.
It was terrible because I'm doing so much traveling, and you probably do this too. I got all ready. I have a nice backpack, which is perfect for traveling. I bought a little notebook to make it easy.
Yeah.
I had my little coffee thing and kettle, everything ready. And I was so excited. Now this year I'm ready for travel. And after Barcelona, nothing.
Yeah.
So, but you're home with the family, so I'm sure you're happy.
It's all good. It's all good. And in fact, my talk is going to be about trying to keep spirits up and staying positive. And I'm not going to lie, at times it has been a real struggle. I think it probably has for everyone. But yeah, I just wanted to share a few things that I've learnt. And in fact, the few talks that I've caught up with, there seems to be a running theme there, which is great. That's good.
Wonderful. So speaking of sharing, you can share your screen.
Okay. Let's see how this goes. Okay, can you see that?
Yep. Just start in presentation.
So if I go from the beginning, I'm slightly worried about doing this because okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that worked. Excellent. Okay.
Wonderful. Okay, so you've got 10 minutes on the timer. let me pin your video, and thanks for being here. Take it away.
Okay, thank you so much, Rob. Well, as I was just saying, these are dark times. These are really difficult times, and I will have to admit that I have really struggled personally, and I've seen my family struggle. I've seen my two kids struggle, and I've seen students struggle. But what I wanted to do today was really share some things that I have found work for me, and have found work for the young people that I'm working with, um, and to show the ways that we can use these ideas and we can also teach English at the same time, so that you don't feel you're wasting your English lesson. You're using your English lesson usefully, but you're also really helping with your students' mental health, and I do think that's absolutely vital at the moment. So that's why I've called it Keeping Spirits Up in Dark Times and also Teaching English. Okay, so what I've done is I've just decided on 3 key things that I want to talk about, and then I'm going to share some ideas about how you can actually put them into practice when you're teaching. So let's start with the first one, which is get outside even if you're just sticking your head out of the window. There are all sorts of there have been all sorts of surveys and research that have shown how important it is to just go outside and, if possible, interact with nature. And I know that's not possible for everyone, and I know that, you know, lockdown rules in some countries have meant that you're not even allowed to go for a walk. But I think that where you possibly can, you absolutely should. And I know for myself, when I start feeling a bit low, I don't want to leave the house at all. And I'm really lucky because I've got 2 dogs who basically would bully me out of the house if I didn't take them for an hour every day. So I'm absolutely forced to go and take them outside. And every time that I do, and it doesn't matter what the weather's like, within 2 or 3 minutes of getting outside, I'm thinking, oh, I'm just so glad I did this. I'm so glad I did, because there's just something about breathing the fresh air that lifts your spirits. So how can you encourage your students to do this while teaching them English? So here are some ideas. So I'm making the assumption here that all your students probably have access to a phone that can take photographs. If not, you'll have to ask them to draw pictures. But even for your your primary school kids, your students who have limited English, why not challenge them to go outside and take a picture for every colour in the rainbow? Very simple idea. Just go and see what you can find. You don't have to be in the countryside, you can be in the middle of the town, but just try and take a picture for every colour in the rainbow, and then bring those pictures back and share them either in the classroom if you're able to be in a classroom. If you're still working online, then share them online and get your partner to name those colours. You can also put your students into groups and get them to take a picture for every letter of the alphabet. So that's a great way of encouraging them to expand their vocabulary. And they can share that between themselves. So if you put them in groups of 4 or 5 students, then each student will have a certain number of letters and they have to take a picture for that. And then again, they can bring that back into the classroom and the other students can try and guess what the letters are. And you can, if you want to be kind, you can give them a pass on X and Z maybe. And for your more advanced students, you could give each group secretly a colloquial phrase. So for example, every cloud has a silver lining. Tell them to go outside and take a picture or pictures that represent that phrase. And then again, they bring them back and everyone else has to try and guess what they are. So there are 3 ways that you can get your students to go outside, which is going to be hugely positive to their mental health. All right, that's my first. My second is find your happy place. There are no limits to your imagination. So this is a kind of meditation technique. I use it a lot when I find myself getting very anxious and I can't, you know, when you just can't switch off those negative thoughts and you can't switch off the worries, then at that point I think to myself, okay, I'm just going to really focus on a place where I feel happy. So, oops, what happened there? I'm just going back. There we are. Right, so you think of a place that makes you feel happy. And the key thing with this is to focus in on the most minute details possible. which again is really great practice for your students in terms of their lexical development and their being able to talk. So what you're asking them to do is close your eyes, think of somewhere where you feel really happy. It can be a real place, it can be a fictional place. So when I do this myself and I'm trying to calm myself down, a key point for me is how I get there. And when I go to my happy place, I'm always just stepping out of my car and it's dark and it's raining and I've just driven somewhere. And the reason that I do that is because driving in the dark and the rain is one of the most scary things for me. I hate driving, my night vision's terrible, and it makes me really stressed. So I like to start by thinking that I've achieved this horrible thing. I've done it. The journey's over. Close the door. Right. Now that's all behind me and I'm going to the place where I feel happy. So how did you get there? Then what can you see? What can you touch? What can you smell? What can you hear? And you get your students really, really to think hard about everything that's all around them. And it's just a fantastic way of getting your mind to kind of calm down, because you're focusing in so much on those details. And you can get them to do that in pairs, to describe that to each other, or you can get them to just set them a task to think about it and then just write a few sentences to describe it, even to draw a picture about it. But just get them used to the idea that this is a place that they can create and they can talk about, and it's a place where they feel safe. And again, this is something that you can do at a very basic level with just a few words for furniture and a few words for colours. So you could even get your primary school students to think about it. It's really just getting them to develop the habit of sort of seeing something internally and switching their minds to seeing that completely. And it's all about the focus and about switching off those other things that cram your head at all times. So think of a place that makes you feel happy. That's my second idea. My third idea is stay connected. Okay, I don't know why I have just realized let's see if that works better. There we go. Right, stay connected. Don't forget your friends. Okay, so I was really surprised actually to find out that my own younger daughter, during the beginning of the pandemic, during the beginning of the lockdown, was not really doing much in terms of communicating with her friends. So she's a very sociable person. She's got lots of friends, but actually she wasn't doing that. She was pretty much staying in her room or talking to the family, which was great. And I don't know why that is, but it's very, very important to try and stay connected to your friends. And so these are some ways that I thought we can try and encourage our students to do that. And the idea is that they contact people outside of whatever their bubble is, if they're in a bubble, or outside of their home if possible. So these are people they can contact by telephone, they can send text messages to, but what you're asking them to do is just to talk to people. And there are all sorts of different things that you can ask them to discover. So you can say to your students, right, I want you to contact 3 friends or 3 family members not in your house and ask them to tell you an interesting fact about themselves, or think of 3 adjectives to describe you, or think of 3 adjectives to describe themselves, or tell you about a time they felt scared or excited or proud, or tell you what their last meal would be, or describe a friend of theirs whom you've never met, or tell you about a time they made a mistake. So all sorts of different ideas. What you're really getting your students to do is just to kind of reach out beyond where they may be stuck at the moment. Just reach out and give them an excuse, because you're giving them some questions to ask. So there are all sorts of other questions that you can put down there. And it doesn't really matter if they don't use English in the contacting and the talking. You're not expecting them to contact 3 friends and talk to them in English. What you're asking them to do is just to make that contact, to ask the questions, and then to come back and report to the class what they found out, or report to you what they found out, or write down what they found out. So the mental health thing, the thing that's going to keep your students' spirits up, is just reaching out and making those connections. And the practicing English thing is then coming back and reporting what they've found out to you. So that's my third way of trying to get students to stay positive and to practice English at the same time and to keep their spirits up when times are tricky. And they should all work just using the internet or using a phone connection. So they should all work in very safe ways where you're not asking them to go around and mix with lots of people. So those are my 3 ideas. I don't know how I'm doing for time. Oh, I've gone over. So I'm going to stop now. Get outside, find your happy place, and stay connected. Over to you, Rob.
That was great. And I really love the idea of the happy place. And I've been using that for a while with my students that just, for some reason, they don't have the confidence. And, when I get them to sit back and close their eyes, think of their happy place, it really helps. So it's amazing. I used to laugh at such things. And, now I realize how important it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So, great talk. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for inviting me, Rob. It's been really good.
Okay, well, we'll see you somewhere soon, I hope.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
Thanks. You too. Okay, next up, we're going to go to Armin. Armin, come back. Armin, you have to unmute.
Yes, I'm here now.
Good. Hi, how are you?
Very well, and you?
I'm a little on the tired side, but I'm having fun.
This is like a teaching multi-day marathon, like an Iron Man or an Iron Woman.
That's no, we'd have to say an iron folk.
Iron all inclusive.
Yep. Good. So let's see. You should be able to share your slides now.
Okay. Very good. So should I? Let me see.
Yep.
Here. All right. I think everyone can see what I'm looking at, right?
Yes, and that looks good. And so I was confused until I figured out that what you were using for your last name is where
the country where I was working. My last name is Kasabian.
So Armenian?
I'm Armenian. You got it.
Ah, see?
Yep.
I'm not as dumb as I look. Very good. And okay, so you have everything. I've got 10 minutes. Let me just pin your video. Hang on. And okay, we've got you pinned. 10 minutes. Take it away.
Okay. So welcome everyone. My name is Armin and I'm a teacher. I live right outside of New York City and I work in Connecticut. And before the pandemic started, I was working in Mauritius. So that's my name here. And I wanted to introduce everyone to a technology that I was using during an online class with students in Senegal. And I'm going to be popping back and forth between the YouTube so that you can have the resource. So the technology is called Loom. And I found this very helpful in recording my classes. And I'm going to give you a little flavor of it today. And then after, we're going to experiment with another technology to do interaction digitally together. And Loom is for screen recording, whatever you're presenting. And I found this a great way to introduce topics to my students. I work predominantly in high school, but I've also worked in universities. And this was an online class for Senegalese students on the topic of conversational cybersecurity. So I'll introduce a little bit of Loom. So if you want to, you can add it onto your Chrome browser. And I'm going to show you, if you see in my screen share, I can play a recording of whatever I'm doing once I have Google Chrome, and I'm sharing it because I'm really into this kind of tech tool, and then I can record whatever I'm presenting. So I can do my whole screen, and this is what I am encouraging you to experiment with. It's became free now. So that's all it is. I wanted to just show it to you. So let's see a little bit about my class in Senegal. And welcome to my English for Cybersecurity class. In it, I have 17 students from Senegal. And what we are doing is we have our classes live on Zoom once a week. And the rest of the week, students are interacting on a closed Facebook group, practicing their writing skills and also practicing presenting vocabulary that they've learned. How do they present it? They present their vocabulary in a creative image. And then I have students like Khalifa Abubakar Way, so you can see a little of their interactions. And they have to also explain their ideas and present their ideas and share with each other. So this is what we do on the closed Facebook group. And it's a really great way to use vocabulary in a relational way. Now I'm going to show you what we do with videos. Is we have something called Flipgrid. And on it, I ask a kind of reflection questions. For my beginner level students, my reflection questions are also complex for them because we'll get a little presentation. And then for my higher level students, let's see. What do they want to share about what they are learning? Because I found interaction and connection was so key, like the other presenters were just saying. And I actually found myself in between jobs when the COVID started. So I started volunteering a lot online, and it gave me a sense of connection, and it helped build my confidence. And I think, we're all on a continuum of building ourselves up. And when we can build ourselves up, we can also build students up. So I'm sharing this, it's kind of freezing here right now, but I wanted to introduce everyone to using this technology, which is Loom. And I won't be able to do it in 10 minutes, but at least you get a little sense of what I was doing. Oops, let me see if I can find my screen here. So I will post the video for people who are watching, and I wanted to share this as a little flavor. And the next thing I want to share is using something that's called Padlet. I'm sure many of you have heard of it, and I wanted to share the second thing that I use to keep my students interacting and to keep them engaged. So with the couple of minutes that we do have here, I'm sharing a link with you, and I'm inviting you to join me in the link. And if you go into the link, you'll see that I have the wonderful photo of all the teachers that are working here. And I wanted to invite people to practice interacting with each other digitally in a live way, kind of like how you're doing in the YouTube. And this is another approach to get teachers and students interacting. And I wanted to just share it with you. And the way you do it is you just click on the screen once you have created a login. And if you haven't, it's fine. And I wanted to invite teachers to join me, or whoever is with us, to click on the screen. And you can write a title. And my question is pretty open. And I wanted to invite everyone to experiment with me in telling everyone else, what topics do you want your students discussing? Because I found that it's really important to get people talking about things that are important to them. And if we can present it in a way that's engaging, then the students feel more involved. So then I would make an example of saying, one topic that I want my students talking about is, and you would put it in. I want my students talking about is, and you would put it. And it's just another way of getting engagement. Students talking about, and you could say it. And that's more or less what I wanted to share about Padlet. If anyone I don't know if people in the YouTube can take a little glance at this, but I would love you to join me right now in putting a post. So one thing I really wanted my students to talk about on another topic was reading, because I'm having in my class presently in Connecticut they're reading about books and getting them to talk about the main points in books. And I use lots of online resources. And one of them is here. It's called Storybooks. And you can get lots of books in various languages. Another resource that I've been using for books is called Get Epic. You can also get many books for free as a teacher. And I want my students to present their learning about books, for instance, and showing their comprehension of it. So I'm just sharing that as a certain way that you can also get students interacting live inside of Padlet to share about what they understand in what they read. And then what's really nice about Padlet, as you probably may know, and please join me. If you haven't yet joined me in here, I'm only one here, and I think I have another 4 minutes or so. I would love you to practice posting on Padlet with me. So I'm thinking I want my students to do reading, so I'm going to put a little GIF to it. And it's a kind of fun way to get people posting and sharing resources. And this is more or less what I wanted to share. Don't know if anyone has any questions for me, but then I would put up my little post, and it kind of makes learning interactive and fun. It can be like that cat. And then when I'm all done with my presentation, remember I showed you to add this technology, which is called Loom, to your Google Chrome. If you have that, I would click on it. And this is what I've been doing a lot. And it would generate a link for me. And this is a very nice way of getting a screen share recording very quickly. And then you can push it out to your students. So I would click on it, and usually it would just open up. So I believe these are the main points of what I wanted to share with you all today. And don't see anyone jumping in here, but this is where you can do a lot of online interactions with students using Padlet. And that's more or less the main points I wanted to say. It was Padlet is a way of getting people to write, and Loom is a way of getting videos out to your students. So with that, I don't know if there's any questions inside of the YouTube, but I kind of wanted to give a little flavor of what I've been doing with my classes recently.
Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of good comments. People are interested in the Padlet and like it.
So yes.
Yeah, they're looking for the links and everything else. So don't worry about it. They're there. They're interested. They're just not participating. So Loom is free right now, you said?
So Loom is a paid product, but because we're teachers, you can get unlimited cloud for videos, and it's free right now. They have more paid versions of $10 a month, but right now, yeah.
Good. Yeah, this is a new one for me. I've heard of it once, but it used to be a pay product, so I didn't even bother looking. But that's pretty cool. And
I was just going to say that when you have it, you can create in Loom, you have all of your videos in folders. So I have all my lessons and all the different countries inside of a Loom folder, as if it was a Google Drive of videos. Yeah.
Very nice.
That's it.
Great.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored, and it's so wonderful. And I saw everyone giving their contact. If anyone still wants to stay in contact with me, you have my contact there. I teach Tai Chi for children. I do podcasting, blogging.
Maybe I'll take your Tai Chi class.
Yeah, it's right there. Tai Chi for kids. We do it online on YouTube and Facebook. You can just click it there. And I'm just honored to learn more from what others are doing here. So thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Armin Kasabian.
And where in Connecticut are you teaching?
In Greenwich.
Oh, nice. Very good. Yeah. I used to live, on the other side in Groton.
Very nice.
Okay. All right, Armin, thanks so much. And I appreciate you being here. and hope to see you soon.
Definitely. Bye.
And next, where are you? Illinois, Kyle?
That's correct. I'm in Illinois.
Okay, this is Caio. I know Caio from Brazil from years ago. And what are you doing? You studying at the university? Where are you?
I just cannot turn my camera on. But anyways, yeah, I'm studying. I'm doing grad school here.
Yep.
Yep.
Very good. Okay, so you can bring up your slides.
Okay, now my camera's on again.
All right, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Let me just pin you. And so how do you like my country?
Well, I've been living here for 2 years now. I lived in Virginia for a year, and now I'm in Illinois. It's definitely a different experience. Like, I feel that each state is a different country because it's like so different culturally.
Yes. Virginia's a great place.
Very beautiful.
Illinois.
Yeah, it's just corn.
Yeah. I hope you like corn. Have you noticed the difference in the corn from Brazil?
Yeah. And the corn that they plant here, it's not even edible. So it's just like, it's just great to
Yes,
see.
it is. It's the stuff you have in Brazil is what we feed cows. Yeah, you just muted yourself.
No, that's because my Alexa is reminding me of EFLtalks.
Oh, okay. Tell her I said hi. All right. So
Okay, we're good now.
Great. All right. So I appreciate you being here. It's good to have you again. And you know the drill. You got 10 minutes and take it away.
All right. Let me just turn on my timer here. Okay. So my topic today is revisiting the roles of input, output, interaction. It might be not new for us because we've been talking about input and output like for years now. But I feel that like based on some research, based on what I observe and based on my interactions with other language structures around the world, I feel that we need to revisit those topics a little bit. And then that's why I decided to talk about this. So the first input, let's talk about input. And then when we think of input, I think it's impossible for you to think of input without thinking of Krashen, right? So in the 80s, Krashen came up with the monitor model. It included 5 different hypotheses, and one, and possibly the most famous hypothesis, was the comprehensible input hypothesis, which in academia has never really been contested. So I think it's a huge common ground in SLA, because everybody agrees that if there is no input, there is no acquisition. But there are other parts of the model that is still discussed nowadays. And some of the issues that researchers see with the monitor model, for example, is the fact that some of the hypotheses are not really testable or not really very well defined. So one of the hypotheses, for example, is the fact that he says that acquisition is different from learning. But this definition is not really clear, and there is no study, empirical study, that really brings evidence that saying that they are different things. And also another comment that the researchers usually do is that like his motto is a little bit too simplistic. Yeah. And then even though we've been talking about input for decades now, so this monitor model and the comprehensible input hypothesis was back then in the 80s or 70s, 80s, we still have some programs, we still have some classes and textbooks that really focus much more on output instead of input. So there is this research by Rubio et al. In 2004, where they took a few different textbooks in German, a few different textbooks in Spanish, and then they took 3 representative chapters of those materials and analyzed the activities there. And they realized that for the German books, they had 27% of the activities that were focused on input, whereas 73 were focused on output. And Spanish is not very different. It's 28% against 72%. So yeah, and this here is this slide here, I'd like just to promote some reflection. I think that like one of the most important things a teacher can do is to be reflective, right? That's what makes us better teachers. So how are we dealing with input in class? I'd like to bring this question so that we can reflect on this. Skipping a few years and coming to something more recent, we have the research of Van Patten that is also focused on input, but it's a more scientific or more empirically based research. So he talks about input processing. So this main idea of his work is the form and meaning connections. So it is the learner making connections between what is written or the word or a part of the word, a morpheme, and making connections in terms of meaning. How he does this with a set of principles. And these principles, they are based in empirical studies. So studies like eye tracking, where they analyze the time where the time which the learner goes from word to word, or if the learner skips words, or if the learner goes back and revisits some words. And then he came up with a few principles. I brought here 2 examples of principles, but there are many. So the primacy of the content words principle, it means content words. So nouns, adjectives, verbs, they are processed first. The sentence location principle. So depending on the language, the words on the left will be processed first. And there are many other principles. And then what he proposes are structured input activities. So they are activities that they are designed in order to promote form meaning connections, taking into consideration the principles that come from research, that come from empirical studies. And then some of the rules or characteristics of these structured input activities are this. So one thing at a time. So if you're working with simple past, we're going to work with simple past. We're not going to mix with many other things. So it's one thing at a time. We're going to focus on meaning because we know that content words are processed first. So we're going to focus on meaning. First thing is the target language. So we're going to start the sentence as much as possible with the target language because of, for example, the sentence location principle. And then the activities, the structured input activities, they're going to look like this. And I just have an example in Spanish, but I'm going to explain how it works. So basically what the learner has to do here, they have to say if they do this, they used to do these things alone by themselves, with friends, with family, or if they never did it. And then here they are working on the used to structure, which in Spanish is actually a morpheme. So we have this ABA, this ABA, it indicates used to. So what we want here is the student to process the meaning of used to and do something meaningful with this. So they have to respond with always, with family, friends, never, or by themselves. So they have to process this. And then we are promoting form meaning connection. So it may look a little bit simple if you think it's some teachers might say, okay, so they're just gonna do this. I mean, this is so easy. This is so simple. And yes, this is a structured input activity. We are trying to promote form. We're trying to promote form meaning connections here. I'm not saying that this is the only sort of activity you have to have in class. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if we want to value and give input the space it needs in order for acquisition to happen, we need activities that are focused on input and focused on promoting form meaning connections. Right, and then if you think of the other end of the process, if you think of output, So if we go back a little bit to Krashen, Krashen claims that you don't really need output for you to acquire language, that just input is enough. But there are many other researchers that say, no, actually, we need output for acquisition to happen. And one of these researchers is Swain. So what they say here is that the process of producing language, so the process of the output, the role of output is important because it raises awareness of what the learner wants to say versus what the learner can say. So it helps the learner realize this gap. And realizing this gap, he can work on that when receiving input or, whatever. And then he's gonna acquire that target language, that piece of language. It also gives the students or the learners the opportunity to try and modify. So to test hypotheses. And this has to do with, if we go back a little bit to Chomsky, when he discussed the behaviorism, and then he says that we are very creative, that we produce languages that, we produce sentences that we never really heard before. And that's the creativity of the language. We can produce sentences that perhaps nobody ever said in the past. And that's what we are talking about here. So the learner acquire some structure, but then he just changes a few words or inverts stuff, or he tries language out. And then when he tries it out, he's going to realize if that works or not based on the other person's reaction. And then it promotes automaticity, so which is important, right? For free to speak language. Let me see how much time I have. Okay, I'm going to skip this slide because I have 30 seconds. So I'm just going to conclude with the interaction. So as I said in the previous slide, so the output is this opportunity that the learner has to practice the language or to try out the language, to experiment with the language. And then the interaction with another speaker is gonna reinforce a positive trial, or is gonna promote a reformulation of that negative trial. And this is through confirmation checks, clarification requests, comprehension checks and requests. And that's what we do in the classroom as a teacher, or we should be doing as a teacher. And I think that's it. It was so fast. Oh my God.
It's always fast.
I know, that's crazy.
Fast, fun, and free.
Yeah, that's right. I know, that's how it is.
Yeah, no, that was great. Thanks, Kaio. I appreciate it. This is what, your third talk?
It's what? Sorry?
Is this your second or third talk? It's your third, isn't it?
I think it's my second or third, because I did it like many years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you doing it.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. What are you going to do? You're going to stay in the States, or you're going to go back to Brazil?
Well, I don't want to go back to Brazil, honestly. What I usually tell people here is that I'm going to do a PhD so that I don't have to come back to Brazil. But no, it's because I want to do the PhD.
Yeah, no, well, it's a good idea. And I don't know if I'm going back. We'll see. I do miss Farafa, though, and feijoada.
Oh, yeah. I know. I miss that too. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's the biggest thing. Well, other than my friends, I miss the food. The food in Brazil is wonderful.
I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah. All right, Kaio. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So moving on, we are going to skip ahead. Carmen, I hope you're ready, because we're going to jump ahead a little bit while we wait for our other people to come in. And Carmen, are you there? Come join us. If not, I'm going to sing. And you don't want to hear that. All right. So while we're waiting for Carmen, I know. Oh, wait. Nope. No, hang on. All right. So we'll wait for Carmen to come in. And when Carmen comes on, I'll stop. In the meantime, just for those of you, you can find all these recordings will be available. The entire recording stays live on the YouTube channel the second we finish. So that will be there. And over the next few weeks, what I'm going to be doing is editing everything. So each separate video will be available and they'll be put in the playlist. We hope that you can join us. And hi, Carmen. Hang on.
Hi. I thought there was somebody else before me.
Yeah, there was. You know, I don't know if it's time zone problems or what, but we're missing a few people, but skip ahead. But recordings will be available, and everything's available through EFLtalks.com. About our Facebook group and the teachers group and the channel, everything you need to know about EFL Talks. So now we're going to move on to Carmen, and you're in Spain, right?
Yes, currently in Spain. I used to be in Dubai, and before that in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, and where are you from originally?
I'm from Vancouver, British Columbia.
Oh, wow. You know, I've never made it up there yet.
Oh, you don't know what you're missing?
I know. It's, you know, it was one of the things that I wanted to get there before I left the States. And you know, it's always been a dream. I was going to go up and take the Trans-Canadian Railway across and then go from Vancouver up by cruise to Alaska. And someday when I get older.
Yeah. You'll enjoy it. You will.
Very good. Well,
it's a beautiful place. Just the landscapes.
I've seen the pictures, and I have some friends that are in Vancouver, and it's gorgeous. I'd really love to be there, but someday. So, you can share your screen now.
Okay. Why can't I share my screen?
I don't know. You should be able to. You've got the rights.
Here we go.
And just start.
Okay.
Start the presentation mode. Is that it? It looks like it's in the. Okay, and let me pin your video. And okay, so I have the timer, 10 minutes, and thanks for being here, and take it away.
Okay. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Carmen Medina, as Rob has said, and I'm a face-to-face online English teacher, teacher trainer, and materials developer who is currently working in Antequera. I can't see my presentation. Is it there, Rob? Rob?
Yes, it is. We see it.
Oh, okay.
It's
all right. That's okay.
In presentation mode, though. That might
Sorry?
be why I don't know if it's in presentation mode because you're using Adobe Acrobat Reader.
Yeah. Do you prefer PowerPoint?
Okay. Yeah. I think you have to start the session up in the right-hand corner. Maybe that's why you can't see it. I don't know. I've never done it with Adobe Acrobat.
Oh, just hang on a second and
yeah, take your time and no problem. We have time. Oh, there's Daniela. Daniela, we skipped ahead. You're after Carmen, okay?
Okay.
And you're trying to share the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Now just start. Okay.
Okay. So here we go.
Start all over.
Okay. So as I was saying, my name is Carmen Medina, and I'm currently working at the language school. It's a government-funded school in Antequera in Spain. And I'm an English teacher, of course. I teach both face-to-face and online. I develop materials and I teacher train. My presentation will be on the concept of mediation as it has developed from the Common European Framework to the companion volume, and I've included my contact details should you want more information or would like more tasks. I'd like to review the concept of mediation and offer a working definition of what it is, and clarify the concept by reviewing some speaking and writing tasks at different levels. The Common European Framework pioneered the introduction of mediation to classify communicative language activities which are not covered by production and reception. To quote directly from the CEFR in section 213, in the receptive and productive modes, the written and/or oral activities of mediation make communication possible between persons who are unable, for whatever reason, to communicate with each other directly. Translation or interpretation, a paraphrase, summary, or record provides for a third-party reformulation of a source text to which this third party does not have direct access. Mediation activities occupy an important place in the normal linguistic functioning of our societies. For some reason, in Spain and in many other academics, missed out this first aspect of mediation. I think it was because the CEFR brought so many things to the table, that especially the focus on the different skills and such, that we missed it. So the companion volume, this first introduction in the CEFR, but the companion volume has new mediation descriptors and offers a broader application, particularly in relation to teaching and learning of the languages across the curriculum, including the language of schooling. There are no longer the tasks are no longer centered exclusively on secondary school learners or adult learners, but rather they have a broader social range. Also, expressions like mother tongue, second language, and so forth have been removed and have been substituted by language A and language B. But in simpler terms, what is mediation and why will it be useful for our students? Mediation is using our language skills to transfer information from a source person to a person who needs to understand it but cannot do so for whatever reason. For instance, if I'm in a training course with teachers from other countries and we have to work on a project with colleagues that don't know the language that I'm proficient in, but I found a source that would contribute something important to our subsequent presentation and project, I would translate that information from said language to English, thus making the content accessible to everyone in the group. But that transfer of knowledge is not done only through translation, but also through summarizing, note-taking, paraphrasing, identifying main ideas. In other words, synthesizing the message so that I will make it digestible for another person or persons. Mediation works in three ways. There's a source, there's a manipulation, and there's a transfer. That's what makes it such a useful skill for our students. But going a step further, what difference is there between types of mediation and mediation strategies? Mediation types would be the areas in which we mediate, textual, conceptual, or communicative, while mediation strategies would be the ways in which a particular sub-area of meaning and function is structured and expressed in order to enlighten a person who doesn't understand a text, a concept, or communication. But let's have a look at the descriptors. I know that this slide has a lot of information, but I wanted to show it because I create directly from the descriptors at the different levels. And as you can see, for different areas, there aren't always descriptors. For instance, when we're interpreting graphs, diagrams, and charts, tables, and so forth, for an A1 or an A2 student, this would be very demanding. So we only find it in levels B1 to C2. So let's see how the tasks are exemplified. In general, as one moves up the scale, the more cognitively and linguistically demanding the process described by the descriptors. There is a greater variety of text types, a higher degree of complexity of the text, and abstractness of the topics, and of course the vocabulary and the structures become more sophisticated as well. For writing, I've focused on C2, C1, and B2. In our exams, the prompts are not to exceed 200 to 300 words. There's a limit, a word limit that ranges from, there's a time limit that ranges from 30 to 45 minutes for different levels, B1 to C2, and there is also a word limit that ranges from 60 to 100 depending on the level. The slides with the tasks, as you can see, include the descriptor, the prompt, and the instructions. All of the prompts you can click on and expand to see the information in more detail, and they are linked directly to the source. I personally like to work with graphs, tables, charts, and infographics, no matter how complex they may be, because they're visually attractive for the student, and they're better than having to read longer text. Although I have also used extracts in Spanish from articles, blogs, podcasts, and so on to create the text, as well as interlinguistic, that is English to English tasks. This C2 writing task prompt is from a medical report on how asthma affects different age ranges. What I'm testing here is the student's ability to extract the meaning and synthesize it in an informal email. It includes translating a more complex medical vocabulary. In C1, the prompt is taken from in the comparison of digital versus traditional ways of obtaining information. The focus on this task is on the student's ability to reformulate, summarize, and paraphrase the information that is contained in the 4 blocks of information. This vocabulary, of course, is more familiar than that of the C2 task. The B2 writing task is a summary of information contained in a table. The students must reformulate the relevant information, choosing the highest, lowest, and average figures. Let's move on to speaking. Again, here you can see that the descriptors apply for all the levels, ranging from A1 to C2. I'll give you a few minutes in case you want to have a quick look. A little more detail. I can't stop too long. Okay, so for the speaking activities, I've chosen B1 and A1. In the B1 task, the student is asked to create a short presentation where they need to summarize the information, paraphrase it in such a way that they're going to convince their partners to decide on their suggestion as the one that is the best. The A1 task is obviously very simple. It's a mere translation of personal information, and as you can see, it's a registration form, which includes like basic personal information, name, address, age, and so forth. So, as a conclusion, I'd like to say that I hope that I've clarified in these few minutes the concept of mediation, as well as provided some useful tasks. I always suggest that the descriptors, that you base yourself on the descriptor, directly on the descriptor to create your tasks for the different levels and in the different areas. That you use images where possible, because they're always more attractive and motivating than the text, especially in class and classroom discussions. And to remember to keep the instructions as simple as possible and the tasks as realistic as possible. The references that I have used are directly the companion volume and the CEFR. And as I mentioned before, all of the images can be clicked on and are linked to their original sources. Thank you very much for attending my talk. Thank you, Rob.
That was great. And you even have 24 seconds. It's interesting because mediation seems to be the new hot topic right now that everybody's starting to talk about. Did you find that working with the graphics and images was more successful overall? I'm curious about this.
Yes, It's much more successful because, first of all, the information that the students have to look for is very direct. It's very visual. Whereas when they have a text, for instance, I've worked with extracts from the local newspaper that they've had to read and then reformulate, summarize, and take notes on and so forth. And that's always a lot harder, amongst other things, because the students are trained to translate. So what they do is they grab the text and then they try to translate it. But of course, if you have a prompt of 300 words and you can only use up to 70 words at a C1 level, for instance, there's no way that you can summarize a 300-word text or translate a 300-word text. So it's very important, because I find that mediation develops or asks us as teachers to develop summarizing skills, note-taking skills, paraphrasing, which is something that we've largely ignored in language teaching.
Yes. In fact, I noticed that with IELTS and TOEFL over the years, they even got away from paraphrasing. They used to look for that, and now they don't want it, which I think is a big mistake, because I think that's one of the strengths of learning.
I agree.
So,
and it's one of the ways that on an exam, a test, or whatever, it's the way that you can tell that a student really understands and dominates the language.
Yeah. Okay.
And identifying main ideas. How long has it been since we've done that?
Yeah. Great. Well, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. And
thank you very much.
That's
my
a
pleasure.
lot of information, and we hope to see you again soon. Okay.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Bye now.
Bye. Bye.
And next up, we're off to Brazil, and Daniela is here. Let me make you co-host. Daniela.
Let me see. I'm here.
You're here.
Can you hear me?
I certainly can. And
how do I do this? Okay. Here we are.
Okay. So, first of all, Daniela, I have to say, she's a wonderful person, a great educator, a wonderful boss, but she is kind of suspect in her choice of employees, because she hired me years ago.
I did.
Before, not now.
No, and I don't regret it. Never did. Not for a minute.
Well, thank you. And, I learned a lot from you over the years, and it's great.
And I from you.
Oh, thank you. And when I finished the book about the film thing, you're in the first part of it, because it was.
Oh, really?
You. Yeah.
Oh, good to know. Yes, I remember that conversation we had.
Yep. But you've been with Cambridge now for how many years? You're with Cambridge?
For 12 years now. Can you believe it?
Oh, wow. It's been that long?
It's been that long, yes.
Good. Well, let's see. You've got co-hosts, so you can bring up your slides. And I really, really appreciate you doing this. And it's nice to see old friends.
It is. It's nice to see you too. And I appreciate the invitation. Let me see if my screen comes up.
Yeah, I can see him. Just go into, there you go. And
okay, so let me turn my timer on.
All right, I'm going to pin
and am I on now? 10 minutes.
Yep.
Okay, everyone. Thank you, Rob, for the invitation. I'm Daniela Meyer, as Rob has said. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you celebrating this 5th anniversary of EFLtalks. Here's my contact information in case you want to drop me a line or, start a conversation afterwards. So here I am to give you my 2 cents in 10 minutes. And I decided to call this session What I Know for Sure. And also, as I'm sure Rob told everyone that is speaking today, he said, talk about something that you're passionate about. And I was thinking and wondering, I'm passionate about education, as I'm sure we all are, all of us who are teachers and students and, all colleagues around the world. So, and you may be thinking, so you're sure about something, Daniela? in the field of education, as we know, it's very fluid, right? And the pendulum moves from one end to another end of the continuum and is always moving, and groups of students are different. So what is it that you know for sure? Not much, I must tell you, but there's one thing I know for sure and I would like to share with you. And before I do, I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself and my history as a teacher. I started teaching when I was 14 years old. We were living in the States, and both my brother and I were learning French as a foreign language, if English was, having to deal with English as a foreign language, because I'm a native speaker of Portuguese was not enough. And I helped him because he was flunking French. And I didn't know anything about teaching. I just taught him the way I learned, and it worked. So that means if I start counting at 14, that I have 43 years of experience. I'll let you do the math of experience in teaching. But my first official job as an English teacher of English to Brazilian speakers in a private language school, was at 17. I was already living here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And I started teaching because I could speak English well, the owner of the course said. After that, I went to university, but I majored in economics, and I had a very small minor in ELT, English language teaching, very, very short. It was just a year. And then there came a time when I was teaching at another private language school, and I was, first I was moonlighting as a teacher. I was always moonlighting as a teacher. Then I gave up my job as an economist and became a full-time teacher. And once when I was talking to my older sister, Danusa, who has a major in pedagogy, she said, so how are you doing with all your groups, all your classes? And I said, fine, but I don't think my students are learning. And she said, but how do you teach? What do you do in your classes? I said, well, I follow the teacher's books. And she went, oh, there's much more to it than that. And then she gave me a 2-hour pep talk about teaching and learning in Piaget and Vygotsky and the presentation practice production, framework, which was very much in fashion at that time. I think it was the only thing. And I went, oh, okay, that makes sense. And so what happened at that point, up to that point for me, I was focusing on the teaching, kind of like this cartoon that you see on the screen. One of the boys says, I taught Stripe, the dog, how to whistle. And then the other boy says, I don't hear him whistling. And the first boy says, I said I taught him. I didn't say he learned it. So that's exactly my situation, what I was doing up until then. I was teaching, and I didn't know if they were learning. I kind of sensed that they weren't because I talked to my sister about it. And that's how it was until then, until that 2-hour pep talk. At that point in time, I didn't know anything about classes that they should be student-centered or student agency. I had no idea what one meant by active learning. Nowadays here in Brazil, maybe for the past 2 or 3 years, people have been talking a lot, especially in K-12 schools, about metodologias ativas, which translates literally into active methodologies or active learning. Had no idea about it, any of that. I had no idea about different patterns of student-student interaction, the so-called 21st century skills of nowadays, such as critical thinking, collaboration, creativity. I didn't think of objectives or assessment, really. I was clueless. I was teaching, right? And using the teacher's book. So that brings me to the metaphor that I have used many times now when I do teacher training. I forgot to mention that I'm currently an academic consultant with Cambridge University Press for Latin America South, mainly in Brazil. I do a lot of teacher training with teachers, teach and learn with and from teachers in Brazil. And this brings me to this metaphor of teaching, Alice and the cat. You may be familiar with that. Alice comes to a fork in a road and she asks the cat, would you tell me please which way I ought to go from here? And the cat says, that depends a good deal on where you want to get to. And Alice says, I don't much care where I go to. And then the cat says, well, in that case, it doesn't matter which way you go. So that's a very good metaphor for us if we're only focused on the teaching and not thinking of objectives and things like that and the assessment that is necessary. So this brings me to this other picture, which is the relationship between teaching and learning. And you may be thinking, right, so what it is that you know for sure, Danielle? What I know for sure is that learning is more important than teaching. That is my opinion. And that is one kernel of truth that I would love for you to think about, to reflect on if you can. Learning, student learning is more important than teaching. Just recently, I heard about backward design. I'm always trying to learn with teachers, from students. And backward design, I said, that's interesting, something new. I ought to learn about that. So when I went to read about backward design, it's also called backward planning or backward mapping. It's the process that educators use to design learning experiences and instructional techniques to achieve specific learning goals. We begin with the objectives of a unit or a course, what students are to learn or be able to do, and then proceed backwards to create lessons and assessment that achieve those desired goals. So you see, this is one of the buzzwords of the moment. I thought it was like a new approach, and it is nothing like the metodologias ativas or the active learning that we have been doing in ELT since the 1980s, which means student-centered classes, students have to learn. So that's what I'm passionate about, is seeing student learning, is seeing the students feel good, have this sense of success, this sense of achievement, right? When they feel like, oh, I have learned something. We also use that SWABAT that is very famous, which means student will be able to, at the end of each class, or the can-do statements that many textbooks have. Even if you're not even if you're not using textbooks, I suggest you always focus first on what you want students to learn in each unit, in each course, in each process of learning. So I would turn that picture that I showed you previously upside down, because for me, teaching is subordinate to learning. Learning, student learning is the most important issue or the most important thing of the process of teaching. And having said that, I would like to encourage you then to think about, student learning and also how you can check their learning. You need to have concrete evidence of student learning. You need to see that your students are really successful, but there's got to be concrete evidence of that. So if I can recommend something, and what I'm sure about is that we need to focus our classes on student learning. So that's it. I think my 2 minutes are up. So no, 10 minutes are up. And thank you very much for paying attention and for being here with me.
That was great. I knew there was a reason that I picked you for my boss.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to be remembered and picked by you.
Well, we've talked a lot over the years, and I've learned a lot. And it's amazing how we're still able to learn, isn't it? And I never realized, I don't think we talked about it unless we did during my interview, that you came from economics too, before education. And so basically, I was business and minored in education. And
mine too. Yeah, no, I didn't remember that. If we did talk it during your interview, I didn't.
What, 43 years ago when we were kids?
Let's not start calculating these things.
No, let's not. But that was great. Thank you so much. How's Cambridge doing with materials for the online?
We're fine. I mean, in spite of all of these, difficult times and the pandemic and everything, one of the positive factors of the pandemic is that the teachers had to learn about educational technology, the ones that didn't, right, that didn't like it.
Yeah.
So they had to learn real quick, and we were ready for that. We have been having and including online digital workbooks and platforms and blah, blah. So it was nice to see that, like in March and April, we were so very busy with the teachers that hadn't needed, if we could say that, or didn't want to use educational technology. So
yeah,
it's been okay so far.
great. And, you know, I miss being neighbors.
I do too. I'm actually currently in Petropolis in the mountains in Rio de Janeiro at my mom's, but I haven't been to Leblon in a long time. We need to try, and when you come, let me know. I don't think I'll go to Poland that soon.
Well, you have to come visit, though. You know, Europe's a great place too.
I will. I love Europe, but maybe next year.
Yeah, well, there's always next year, as they say, right?
True. Let's hope.
All right. Danny, thanks so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Rob.
And it's
Thanks,
great
everybody.
to see you. Okay. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so I would say we'd move on to the next speaker, but none of our speakers are here. I don't know where they are. We're supposed to be in Argentina, and I have no speakers. So let's give them a couple of minutes. Just to reiterate, we've got, well, let's see. We're about 3/4 of the way through, which is nice. It's now 8 o'clock, so we've got, what, a couple hours left. And our next speaker should be here. We're only about 10 minutes ahead. So in the meantime, while we're doing that, you can listen to me talk. Lucky you. And yeah, bear with me for a moment. I'm going to give you a little backup. And all right. We have, oh, good. We have a speaker. So lucky you. You don't have to listen to me. Belen, are you ready?
Hello, how are you? Yes,
Hi.
I think it's early for me, but I can start anyway. I was
it is.
just listening to the
early.
previous talk.
Yeah. Now, is it Belen?
Yeah, it's Belen.
Oh, okay.
Belen.
So my years of living in Brazil and learning the city Belém paid off. Okay. There's another speaker. Well, Belen, we'll go with you now, and
Okay,
then Patricia just came in, but we'll go with Patricia afterwards. Okay, Patricia. So you're on deck.
Okay.
Belen's coming from Argentina. Where are you, in Buenos Aires?
Patricia? Yes, I'm from Buenos Aires.
Okay.
I think the set.
All right. So, Belen, I'm going to give you.
I'm Buenos Aires.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's good. Yeah, there was a problem with the connection.
Yeah.
It was a little bit unstable.
All right. So, Patricia, I'm going to mute you for now, and you'll be after Belen. Okay.
So I get out, or I remain here?
Stay here, and
All
as
right.
soon as Belen's finished, we'll turn yours on. Okay. Great.
So after she finishes, it's my turn.
Yes, correct.
Good.
All right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, so you can bring up your slides now, Belen.
Perfect. There we go.
And
let me know if there are problems with the connection. And it's a little bit unstable.
yeah, it sounds bad. Why don't you mute your camera? Let's see if that makes a difference.
Let's see. Is that better?
So far, so good.
Okay.
All right. So are you ready to go?
Yeah,
Now,
I'm ready.
let me see. Are you seeing your signal strength there? Is it showing you have any problems? Okay.
No.
No. All
So,
right. If it
shall
gets
I
really
start?
bad, I'll interrupt you, and we'll give it a few minutes. Okay. So.
Sure, no problem. Let me know.
Yep. Okay. So 10 minutes. Take it away. You can start.
Can you listen to me? Shall I start?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. I thought there was a problem with the sound. Okay, so we're going to be talking about integrating VR to foster language learning. My name is Belén Albarracín, and I am from Buenos Aires, Argentina. So first of all, we're going to be talking a little bit about what virtual reality is. So in fact, when we are using virtual reality, what we are doing is placing the viewer inside a moment in history, if we are teleporting, or a moment in a story. And this is made possible by sound and visual technology. That's how we can block external distractions and engage senses more deeply. So one of the strong points of this immersive quality that VR has is that you immerse the viewer completely in a new surrounding, and he can gather information and interact in this new environment. Now, a good distinction is to know, to distinguish, augmented reality from virtual reality. Augmented reality would be like the sister technology. And in fact, what we are doing when we are using augmented reality is enhancing with digital objects the real environment. So I thought that it was going to be more helpful to show you a video where we are integrating augmented reality in the classroom. Now, this game that I'm going to show you is called Pictionary Air. And basically what I do is to draw in the air what I have in the card, and students have to guess. Now, students can see what I'm drawing because they have downloaded an app where they can read and see through their screen what I am drawing in the air. So let me show you how this augmented reality app works.
House. Boat. Boat. Wave. Yeah.
So basically what we are doing in this game that integrates augmented reality is to enhance the real environment. Now, when we are using virtual reality, as this artist here is doing, her name is Anna Silieva. She's a very well-known artist. Her art is known as volumism. And basically, she's immersed in this virtual environment. And that is what basically you accomplish when you're using this kind of tools. Now, how is 3D recreated in VR? When we are using smartphones that support VR technology, basically the screen in our smartphone splits into two, and each eye focuses on one image that is slightly offset. And that is how it generates the sensation of depth when you watch at this image. And that is why when you turn around, it reveals new areas of the video. And you don't feel that you're just watching a video, but you feel that you're actually walking through it. And that is very important when it comes to the immersive sensation of VR. So apart from the smartphones that support VR technology, what you also need is the presence of headsets. Now, there are different kinds of headsets that you can acquire. You have the VR cardboards, and you have the more advanced head-mounted displays. Now, when it comes to integration of VR in the classroom setting, the VR cardboard is the one that is more affordable. They are inexpensive. They are easy to assemble. In fact, you can buy the cardboard thing and you can build it yourself. What we integrate are 360 videos. 360 videos are considered a form of VR where the viewer has choice over what he sees within a 360 environment. And they are easy to carry around. Now, when it comes to the more advanced head-mounted displays, they are more costly. They are complicated to set up, especially if they're wired to a powerful computer. You need a larger physical space to move around. And you also lose this portability because they are more difficult to carry around. So whenever we're talking about VR integration of 360 videos, we should go for the VR cardboard option that is more affordable. I always talk about the 3 strategy approach when integrating VR and engage. Well, why enhance? Because basically what we are doing with VR is enhancing what the teacher is already doing, and it's transformative in the way students connect with the VR content. Engage because students feel more motivated when using this kind of technology. It's a technology that they are familiar with, and it really boosts their curiosity and discovery learning when integrating it. And empower, because our aim as teachers should be to generate projects that foster communication, collaboration, and creation, as in Bloom's taxonomy, and where students take an active role in their learning. We know that technology is it's just a tool, and technology as such does not teach. We need behind to back it up with a strong pedagogy, sound pedagogy, to make it have sense. Now, when it comes to VR content, there are several sources that you can check online. From YouTube or Nat Geo 360 or VR Discovery, or Within, which is a very interesting site by Chris Milk, where you have short films or even cartoons in 360. But what you can also do, which I find more interesting and what I'm passionate about, is the idea of generating your own content. And how can you generate your own content? Well, what I do is to use a 360 camera and create my content with other teachers. So for example, one of the first videos we created was this one of Teachers Gone Wild 360, where we recorded in the staff room. All the teachers, we sat around the table. We placed the camera, the 360 camera in the middle. And the idea was to break rules in the staff room. So we simultaneously performed different actions. And then we shared this video in the classroom where students had to jot down and spot the different rules teachers were breaking using their headsets and just taking a look around in 360. Of course, one student couldn't spot all the actions or all the rules that were being broken at the same time. So it was very interesting, the scaffolding dynamic that students had to do in order to get all the activities that teachers were performing. Then another video that we carried out was a project known as what we did was to shoot on location 2 spooky tales from the neighborhood of Recoleta, the story of Rufina Cambaceres, and the other one was the story of Felicitas Guerrero in Barracas Church. So the idea was to enhance storytelling with these teachers, talking about the supernatural events that were set to take place in these 2 neighborhoods, and then students would have to watch these videos using their headsets and smartphones and retell the story and complete a chart. So this aspect, this strong immersive aspect of VR and its integration in broader projects and in the technology-driven portion of the lesson, is something that I find very meaningful for students and also a memorable experience for them. What are the challenges? Basically, well, you need Wi-Fi stability, also the availability of smartphones that support VR technology, because not all smartphones do this, and also the availability of VR headsets. I usually integrate it with students working in groups, so they have to do this turn taking when they are working in groups. So it's not that all students should have the VR headsets, but if at least half of your group has smartphones that support VR and VR headsets, you are set to go. And what is also important is the length of the videos, since very long videos or long exposure to virtual reality can cause motion sickness. So the idea is to create videos from 1 to 4 minutes long and that they view the video once, because like that you also trigger this idea of exchanging and scaffolding knowledge according to the information that they can gather from this virtual surrounding. Now, when it comes to virtual reality powered by mobile technologies, what are the possibilities mainly? Well, learners can experience the virtual environment in real time. They can teleport anywhere beyond the classroom walls. They can visit events that are unavailable or unfeasible because of distance, time, money, or safety factors. And also they can obtain an infinite number of viewpoints. Chris Milk, who is a referent in VR, I like what he says about virtual reality that allows you to walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. So this strong aspect of empathy that you can foster by integrating VR in your classroom is also a very, very important aspect to bear in mind. So that would be
okay, good.
all for now. I hope the sound was okay.
Yeah, it was good. There were just a couple of moments, but it was fine. Why don't you flip your camera off so we can say goodbye? And that was great. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rob.
One thing I noticed, I was curious about, because I'm really not into the VR too much, but I remember a couple of years ago, all the stores were selling, the VR headsets that you put your cell phone in. And then all of a sudden they disappeared. Is there a reason for that? At least here. I don't know.
I think my sensation is like a very underexplored field, and especially in language teaching. And it's a real shame. It's a pity, because I think it has a lot of potential. And there are very few people, at least in my case, I use this in lower secondary, and there are not a lot of people who are integrating this technology. And maybe I think they overlook its potential or how to integrate it meaningfully. Why they disappeared, I don't know, but I think it's still underexplored. It is used a lot more at university level. I think that there it is gaining like more relevance. But I think we have to join this of language learning and its integration meaningfully for second language acquisition. I think there's a long way to go.
Yeah. Very good. Well, we finally got teachers figuring out how to start PowerPoint and Zoom. So, that's step one, I guess. So, all right, Belaine, thanks so much. That was great. And
happy to hear that.
You being here. And
all right. Thank you, Rob.
See you soon in the future, I hope.
I hope so.
Okay. Bye now. Now, Patricia, there you are. Hi. Unmute your microphone. And nope, you're still muted. here.
That's it.
Okay.
All right.
There you
Now,
go.
sorry.
Oh, no problem. Now you should be able to bring up your slides.
Yes, I'm going to share the screen.
Good. And you're also in Argentina.
Sorry?
You're also in Argentina, correct?
Yes, yes, I'm also from Argentina. I'm from Buenos Aires.
Everybody's from Buenos Aires. It's like, why don't they just name Argentina Buenos Aires?
It's very populated.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, number one.
Nobody
There.
looked.
Okay, thank
All right,
God.
you ready to go? So you got 10
Wait a minute.
Set
Yes.
your timer, and I'm going
Timer.
to pin your video. And thanks for being here, and take it away.
Thank you for inviting me. All right, I'll start. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, hi, everybody. Well, everybody knows that English is used internationally, and this has affected the teaching and learning of English because there are more non-native speakers than native speakers. This has created a variety of accents, and for this reason, we need to redirect our teaching aims and focus on international intelligibility rather than native-like accent. What the students need to develop is communicative competence, that is the ability to understand and be understood. And drama is a powerful tool that can help students develop communication skills. Now the question is, why drama? Drama is a whole person learning because it uses a holistic approach. It is experiential learning because the students learn doing, feeling, and thinking. It unlocks the students' potential because it is interested in their abilities. It promotes active participation of the students instead of having students who are only receivers of information. It brings reality and fantasy into the classroom so that the students have the possibility of taking on different roles. It is an outlet of self-expression also, because the students can communicate even within limited language. And it favors diversity, and it is a great equalizer. Well, the roles of the students are completely different because now we are in a different type of classroom. It's not the conventional one. They are proactive. This means that they become highly motivated and engaged. They sharpen their senses because drama uses multisensory learning. They unleash their imagination because they cultivate creativity, and in this way, they broaden their minds. They respond to challenges because they step out of the comfort zone. They work cooperatively because learning is a social act, and they learn together. And they gain the confidence and self-esteem that is needed in order to work naturally, and in this way gain autonomy. They experiment with language because the classroom becomes a laboratory in which there is a lot of error and trial, and they welcome mistakes. Now, sorry. What I got. Communication includes both speaking and listening. This means that productive and receptive skills should be present every single class. In this way, the students enhance their pronunciation ability, their paralinguistic recognition, their body language use and interpretation, and intelligibility and fluency are more important than ever because of the international character that English has. Intelligibility and fluency are key factors in communication. Fluency is the ability to have a good command of the language, and intelligibility has to do with speech clarity. If you are not understood, this means that your speech is not intelligible. Now, the students need to develop two different types of strategies. Reflective, receptive, and productive phonological accommodation in order to help intelligibility. The productive phonological accommodation is made by
the speaker. In this way, the speaker speaks more slowly and he articulates also with great care in order to be understood. And the receptive phonological accommodation is made by the listener. In this case, he tries to make the necessary adjustments, for example, phonological, grammatical, lexical, in order to understand what is being said. But sometimes accommodation is not enough, and the interpretation of nonverbal language fails. So we use negotiation. In this case, the speakers use conversation devices in order to avoid conversation breakdowns. For example, asking for repetition, asking for confirmation, rephrasing, etc. Now, what are the right conditions for drama? First of all, the physical environment is very important because there are two types of activities. First, there are activities in which the students may need space for movement or for performance, and activities in which they may remain seated. Of course, everybody knows that orderly rows do not generate active learning. So we prefer different seating arrangements. For example, a horseshoe or full circle, or for example, group sitting. Relationships are crucial because the students are working together and they need to develop social skills. And the teacher is always encouraging them to give positive comments of each other's activities. And in this case, metacognitive strategies are used in order to reflect on their work. A cooperative climate is created, and it requires accountability, positive interdependence, and active participation. As regards goal orientation, the students need to know that they are doing an activity and they have an aim to achieve within a limited period of time. This enhances their concentration, and their activities are done faster. Whenever the feedback that we give is effective and meaningful, it improves their learning. That's why it is always present in every single class whenever we have this type of activities. Now, what are the strategies that we need to take into consideration for effective communication? Exposure. Exposure is crucial. This means that the students have the possibility of authentic language and colloquial styles. The focus should be on meaning, not on form, on fluency, not on accuracy, on language use, not language usage, because what is important is the communicative value of what is being said. Group and pair work practice should be present in the classroom because the students are trying to get effective communication. This means that there are more oral assessments than written tests. As regards errors, well, as I said before, they are welcome because they are opportunities for learning. That's why they are never punished. There is reinforcement of spoken language practice, and all the activities are oral. And we pay attention not only to listening, but also to speaking. Both of them are important. Listening is usually not taught in the same way speaking is. This means that productive and receptive skills should be taught. In the case of listening, the students should know what type of strategies should be used in order to interpret the meaning of the words, and at the same time, the nonverbal language that is present in every message in order to enhance the meaning. Phonological and receptive accommodation for speech clarity. And if all these strategies are practiced in our classes, this means that the students will achieve intelligibility, that is to say, they will be able to produce clear sounds, comprehensibility, the focus on meaning, and interpretability, the focus on the purpose of what is being said. What type of activities? Normally, there are two types of activities. Warm-ups, which occur before we start working. These are a sort of preparatory activities to make the students ready for the process of learning. We may have breathing exercises, physical stretching, mouth gyms for our articulators, brain coordination for mental processes, and brain breaks to get more energy. The activities may be verbal, in which listening and speaking are practiced, and at the same time, the conversation devices should be taken into account. This is another aspect that is not fully developed when we are teaching production and reception. And non-verbal activities concentrate on the visual and auditory channels, which are the ones that are normally used when we are listening. Why? Because when we are listening, we are not only using our ears, we are using also our eyes. So, in conclusion, I invite you to enter the magic world of drama and let your students have a living experience of communication. I'm sure that if you give it a try, you will love it. Thank you very much.
Great. That was right to the second. Very good. That was excellent. And I really think a lot of the things, the activity, I think we've been missing that in the classroom for a lot of years. And just the simple things like the brain breaks and just the movement.
Yes, they are very important and they are ignored. They are usually ignored. You're right. In the middle of the class, an interruption is great.
Yes, and I've noticed this even with working online. If I do anything more than more than an hour, I take a break every 40 minutes and just a couple minutes, even if it's just a stretch or get up and just change your mind a bit and get the blood flowing.
Yes, yes. They forget about the work and they have something different. It may be a piece of music, some exercise, whatever. The idea is to forget for some minutes what they are doing.
Exactly.
So as to recharge.
Well, Patricia, thank you so much. That was great.
No, thank you for inviting me. It's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure having you, and I hope we'll see you again soon.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye now. So we're going to move on to, my goodness, we're still in Argentina, Maria Laura. It's
Hi
such
there.
a big place there. That's why.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
That's right.
How are you?
I'm good. With the
Good.
rain here.
Yeah.
Rainy day.
Yep. We had a huge storm pass through here. I was very happy that it didn't affect my internet.
Yes.
So, are you also in Buenos Aires?
Yes, I am.
Does anybody live outside of Buenos Aires?
Yes, a lot of people. Yes,
Oh, yeah?
believe me.
It seems like everybody I talk to lives in Buenos Aires.
Oh, I see.
Great. You must all be teaching each other. Very good. So you can bring your slides up.
All right.
Share your screen.
Okay.
Is that a storm blowing through or a fan?
No.
All of a sudden we heard this loud noise.
Oh.
Okay, so very good. So you've got 10 minutes and
Okay, I set the time here.
let me pin your video. And thank you for being here. So I'll let you take it away.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you very much, Rob. I'm honored to participate in the EFLtalk 5th anniversary. My name is Maria Laura Loviza, and today I'll be exploring some aspects about how, how to think tasks, how to handle tasks, and that's why the title of this presentation is Effective Tasks in Need. It's common knowledge that the threat posed by COVID-19 has meant that teachers around the world are looking for the best ways to continue to support teaching outside the traditional school. And we've heard words such as, or phrases such as online education, blended learning. And the question here is, are we developing effective tasks? So let me share with you today's outline. First, I'll start with defining what a task is. Making decisions has to do with the responsibility we have towards our students when deciding what tasks to present and how to present them. Thirdly, we're going to talk about task types, since there are many authors. There are many different definitions depending on the authors we read. I've chosen Stern Sanon classification. And finally, some final thoughts I'd like to share with you about tasks today, and some considerations I would like to have in mind, because they have to do with our daily teaching practice, and particularly nowadays. So one of the approaches we as teachers think of when planning our lessons is the teaching-based learning approach, where classwork is based on tasks. Well, now, what is a task? And today we're going to concentrate on Rod Ellis' definition. According to him, a task involves primary focus on meaning. It has well-defined objectives and contains communicative language used in process. And of course, the learner experiences active personal involvement with it. That is engagement, right? The type of discourse, Rod Ellis says, the type of discourse emerging from tasks is aimed to be similar to the one that emerges naturally in the real world. Now, what decisions do we have to make when developing a task? And it is not easy. We as teachers need ways of determining the kinds of lessons our students are ready for. And in that sense, we should consider some aspects when thinking about how to organize the sequence of tasks and how to carry them out. We have to think of the order of tasks, which tasks should go first and which ones should follow. It's important so as to maximize the results. Pacing, how much time learners should spend on a task. Should results be all the same for all our students? What learning strategies are the best ones to each task, and what sources and materials to use to complete a particular task? Now, it is important to insist on the fact that a task should have clear learning goals, and those tasks presented to our students should be carefully planned. And for that, their structure and demands should be analyzed, as well as the support needed, the support provided to meet those demands. So let me expand on this. Lynn Cameron suggests that task demands may vary according to the degree of contextualization, as well as they may also vary whether the language is spoken or written. They may vary on the nature of the interaction. The demands have to do also with the ease and difficulty the learners may have in engaging with the task, and the physical demand, which may vary according to how long the child should sit still for. Now you'll see that task supports will consider the same aspects, okay? The support can come from the contextualization, okay, of the language, familiar formats, from the reuse of language already mastered, from the type of interaction, definitely from clear explanations. The support may come from contents and activities that are easy for the learner to engage with, and of course it may come from the physical variations the activities, for example, such as moving or sitting. Now, I've said task types before. According to Ster and Zanon, communicative tasks involve learners in the comprehension, production, and oral interaction in the foreign language. Plus, they are focused on meaning, reproducing processes of everyday language, everyday communication. As we see in the example aimed at primary level, students think about clothes and weather here. They classify the clothes and then they check that with their teachers and classmates. So that's why this is a communicative task. Now, enabling tasks, okay, provide students with necessary linguistic tools to help carry out the communicative task. Their main focus is on linguistic aspects. In the example, we can identify that the focus is on vocabulary. This could be this practice may be a facilitator for speaking communication tasks which may follow. Now, some final thoughts. As we have said, COVID-19 has meant a challenge for most of us, and we have to rethink ourselves as teachers, since we face new demands, and therefore we have to think about new ways of supporting those demands. We have now to encourage our students towards intellectual autonomy by promoting the development of the many skills which may contribute to this new digital era we are facing. And at this point, it is worth mentioning that we need to reflect upon our practice. Decisions about tasks are essential. Decisions about tasks depend on our reflection towards our own teaching practices. And do not forget that clarity and concision are a requirement when planning our tasks. And mainly if we don't want to lose our students' attention. Something else I wanted to mention is that whenever thinking about or planning tasks, we have to develop or have in mind the development of our students' attributes, such as confidence, resilience, and resourcefulness. Well, I'll finish up here with the Goldilocks principles. A task that is going to help the learner learn more language is one that is demanding, but not too demanding, that provides support, but not too much support. Thank you very much for listening.
Great, and you even have a minute left.
You see, I rush.
Well, very good. Well, that was great. Very interesting. Thank you so much, Maria. And
Thank you.
We appreciate you being here. And so we're going to move on. We're finally going to leave Argentina.
All right.
Nothing personal.
Goodbye.
We enjoyed our stay, and we'll see you again someday.
All right.
And we're going to go off now to Colombia. And
all right.
An old friend. Hello, Mauricio.
Hello, how are you, Rob? Thank you so much for having this event. I'm so happy about it.
Well, glad to have you here again. And I'm going to give you co-host, and you can bring up your slides. Oh, look at all the happy faces. You can tell we're heading south. Everybody's happy. How is everything in Colombia, Mauricio?
Yeah, I'm here. Actually, I'm here in Medellin, which is the second biggest city in Colombia. And everything is going well, yeah, facing these challenging times.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I haven't heard much news from anybody there. So I'm glad you're safe, and I'm glad you're here once again. And so we've got your slides up. Let me get the counter. We've got 10 minutes. Let me pin your video. And with that, I'll let you take it away.
All right, thank you, Rob. Okay, hello everyone from Medellin, Colombia, as I told you before. My name is Mauricio Arango, and I'm so glad to be here to share with you what I have been doing. Let me turn the lamps on. It's kind of dark. So today I'm gonna share with you the things I have been doing these days with technology, and basically all of them adapted to our Colombian context. So actually this is a picture that I took 2 years ago because I used to work for some projects in small Colombian towns. So the first activity is called the odd one. The odd one activity is an activity which I use with different topics. It could be numbers, it could be Colombian cities, Colombian departments, and this is the example number 1. I have 50, 100, 200, and 400. Students are expected to choose to pick the one that is different in the group. So in this case, before looking at the pictures, the students are supposed to say what is the one that is different. So in this case, the one what is different is 400. Why? Because it's not a Colombian coin. So now what I'm doing is also making some connections between some topics that we are expected to teach, like shapes. So even if they are basic students, basic level students, we can practice numbers, shapes, and many, many things. Now I have another example: Cali, Cartagena, Casanare, and Cucuta. Now this is more like geography. So I want to check whether or not students know about how many Colombian departments there are. So here, students are going to say maybe which one is the thing they think, and the one is going to be Casanare. Why? Because Casanare is not a Colombian city. Casanare is a Colombian department. Now I can ask students, hey, how many departments does Colombia have? So maybe they know that we have, or there are 32 departments. The last one, because I also have teens, I know that they love reggaeton. So I selected 4 reggaeton singers, and now they're gonna tell me Nicky Jam, Maluma, J Balvin, or Raycon, and maybe they know that is gonna be Nicky Jam, that is the one that is not from Colombia. Anyway, this is the odd one. So as you can see, it's connected to several vocabulary topics. Second one, famous Colombians. So here, what I'm going to do is start showing some words about a Colombian famous writer, singer. So here they have Aracataca. So students are going to ask questions and start trying to guess who is that character. I say, is he from, or she is from, yeah, Aracataca Magdalena. Oh, Mercedes Barcha could be her, in this case, his wife. Yes, I will say yes or no. More keys, so more clues, and students are going to find out that 1927, no, we are practicing also numbers now. And more, 100 years of solitude. So maybe you already know Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Yeah, he was born in 1927 and died 2014. Now, another character, he or she was born in 1972. This activity actually can also be led by students. So Equimoxis, he was a rock band. Luma, Paloma, and Dante. So here we're talking about children's names. Then we have La Camisa Negra. So students are going, Karen Martinez. Students can ask, okay, teacher, who is Karen Martinez? Oh, I am the one who's going to ask, who's Karen Martinez? And finally, they found that he is Juanes. I love using pictures. Why? Because, for example, here using Juanes' picture, what we can do is ask questions about how many people can you see in the picture? Tell me who do you think is Luna, who is Karen Martinez. So we have to explore and use a lot of pictures. Now, let's going to continue with this. Costales de café. What is a costal de café? It's actually a coffee bag. So I have one because this is the story in the back. The story in the back, I have some objects, fruits, things. So students are going to speculate. I say, okay, I have something and it is a fruit. A student can say mango, banana. So I can give more clues. It's like, okay, we have this. This is called granadilla. So I say, please keep asking questions. Okay, I have this. Usually our parents, I don't like it, but our parents drink this in the morning. Oh, this is coffee. So I have many things in my bag. And then once I finish with the bag, I'm gonna, these are actually the objects. So I have chiva in Spanish, granadilla, this is granadilla, the flag, I have 10,000 pesos, which is $3 American, US dollars. So then students can create a story. I can say, okay, I want to say, Araceli, let's begin with the chiva. Oh, you know, in past, last weekend, I went to my hometown and I took a chiva. And then when I got there, I ate a granadilla. So with this, and you are using something really cultural because this is an example of a coffee bag. Now, we have another one. Colombia, okay, we are supposed or expected to provide students with choices. So in this tic-tac-toe activity, we are going to work on Colombian celebrations. So what is that? Here, the students are going to have this piece of paper, or digital paper document, and then they are going to select 3, like when you play tic-tac-toe. So they're gonna say, oh, I like making posters. I want to write the 8 questions about Colombian celebration. So this group of students, they selected this one because they feel more comfortable doing so. Now, I have another one. Maybe other group of students, they say, okay, I'm going to select this because I don't want to write questions. I prefer to write a letter. I want to create a brochure. So this is a way we are providing students with choices. They are expected to select. It's like when we go to a restaurant, we like having a variety in the menu. Now, one more. Oh, I love using realia. There are many ways we can use realia, like the ones, okay, now, in this case, oh, I forgot before showing this in the other activity, because this bag was really small to put the chiva inside, but I just want to let you know that I use realia. Okay, now here we have, we are supposed to have this, I don't know, yeah, scrambled words. This activity is about flower festival in Medellin, specifically in my hometown. So Rose, activity number 1, scramble words. Students are going to unscramble the words and found rose. Then they are going to listen to the words that are going to be spelled, like these ones. 2 words.
1. R-O-S-E. 2. S-U-N-F-L-O-W-E-R.
Yes. Rose, now, and sunflower. Now we have pictures, but the part that I like most is that I have the real flowers because we are surrounded by flowers. So they have the birds of the paradise, we have a sunflower, we have the rose, we have daisies, and the students, maybe they're gonna like it. And now they have 4 strategies to practice, to foster their vocabulary. One more is this, number puzzles. In number puzzles, students have 32 in C. So they have 32 departments in Colombia. They have to guess what is the letter C in CF. 3 colors of the Colombian flag, the 5 R and C, the national regions of Colombia. And we're going to work, like what Maria Laura says, working on task-based approach. We can use this, the 7 wonders of Colombia, in which students are going to work together and they are going to have, maybe after a week, a month, even a project base, it could be a project, they will have the 7 wonders of Colombia, like the 7 wonders of the Asian world. Now we're gonna have the ones of Colombia. Hidden Colombian places. We have some questions about, we can have grammar points, celebration, landmarks, department capitals. And now students, as they ask, we ask, and they find a question, there is a hidden picture that is Valle del Cocora in Colombia. One more, acrostics. This is coffee, orchid. Students are expected to tell me what is that mean before that. Okay, before that. And now, when they found the acrostic, I have the pictures, and they are expected to connect coffee, orchid, and which one is the picture that I have there. All right, and this is acrostics. I love acrostics, not only with Colombia, but also students' names, cities, and more things. Now, I have one more. Summarizing, now we are about to finish this, let's say, workshop, and now talk, and now we have summarizing. Oh, this could be a warm-up. Name is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Name 5 Colombian departments, 4 Colombian celebrations, 3 Colombian typical dishes, and also just to summarize, I can say after that, It's going to tell me 3 keywords about this workshop, new ideas that you got, 4, 3 activities that I can implement, 2 extra activities that I can share with my friends, and finally, a question I might have about the talk. Oh, thank you. I finished.
Gee, Mauricio, we're going to cheer you up a little bit one of these days. That was great. The enthusiasm, people were commenting here, and it was wonderful. I would love to see your floor because you must be covered with props. You have something of everything, and you're pulling them out. I'm like, woo! It's like a that was great. I really like that, how, you know, you're working, number one, with the language, but you're also getting them to get the language to talk about their culture, which is good. And you know, I can see doing this even with advanced students because they're not used to talking about their culture. So great ideas. Thank you so much, my friend, and
Thank
great
you,
to
Rob.
see you. All right.
All right. Okay. Bye-bye, and thank you.
Bye now.
Bye now.
Okay, so now, okay, we're off to Mexico. And we're going to start with Araceli. And let's, Araceli, why don't you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, now I'm ready.
Now we hear you. And okay, so you can bring up your slides now.
Okay.
And it's good to have you back again, too.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for having me here.
Okay.
You tell me when I can start.
You're all ready? You've got your 10 minutes? Take it away.
I'm ready for my 10 minutes of word fame. Okay, so happy World Teachers Day. And Rob, thank you very much. And congrats on this 5th anniversary of EFLtalks. My name is Araceli Salas. I am in Mexico. Welcome to Mexico to all viewers. And the name of my presentation is Between Globalization and Nationalism. And I'm going to talk about a particular holiday in Mexico. Well, it's October, and the time has come in Mexico to have one, to prepare to get ready for one of the most colorful and representative celebrations that we have. And this is the way I organize my talk today. First, we're going to talk a little about transnational skills, the case of a holiday in Mexico, which is the Day of the Dead, and the social responsibility of language teachers. Okay, we are going to start with the purpose of education that was given by the United Nations in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Education shall be directed to the full development and personality to the strengthening of respect, for human rights and fundamental freedoms. It shall promote understanding, tolerance, and friendship among all nations, racial and religious groups. From this definition, many terms have emerged. For example, interculturalism, multiculturalism, transnationalism, and one of the most recent is transnational skills. And we are going to see here that through transnational skills, people might develop the linkages, relationships, and practices among members of 2 or more societies. This is a very common picture in many of the big cities around the world. And we have here an exchange student in the university. She's learning how to make the traditional tortillas, and the Mexican woman is teaching her how to do this. Okay, if she goes back, if this student goes back to her country and she starts making these tortillas on her own initiative, she will have developed these transnational skills, yes? However, also some terms have become more, have also emerged and we have globalization, which tries to put us all together, and nationalism, which has the opposite direction, trying to divide people because of their nationality, their language, etc. And we have seen this, but I'm not going to go into that because even in Mexico, we have some examples, and this is what I am going to talk about. Probably you have seen this movie Coco by Disney, and wherever I go, or wherever I used to go when we could travel, people told me, the people used to tell me about this movie. Oh no, I watched this, I even cried, etc., etc. So I feel well, and I feel happy that people around the world value and appreciate one of the most representative celebrations in Mexico. However, and in October also, I start to see this kind of posts in Facebook, on Facebook walls, and that is okay because we all have our ideas, our beliefs, etc. But I saw them on English teachers' walls. And I said, wow, if we like people to appreciate our culture, why not? Why shouldn't we not appreciate other cultures' expressions too? So I developed two questions that I posted, of course, on social media. The questions were, being an English teacher in Mexico, how do you live the celebrations of Halloween and the Day of the Dead? Which one do you celebrate and why? And you can see here, I'm sorry if you're hungry, you can see here one of these very traditional offerings that you can see in Mexican houses around these days. We have this that is called pan de muerto, the bread of death. We have chocolate's cool, we have fruits, etc. What the people used to like, that is what is offered. Okay. So after, remember, I got 37 answers from teachers in Mexico, English teachers in Mexico. And I analyzed them, and I separated in happy answers and not so very happy answers, as you will see in a minute. From the happy answers, I just wanted to show some of them. And one of the participants said, we celebrate both of them. So he or she was very conscious that it was a cross-cultural activity. Both celebrations. Students organize the event with traditional Halloween games, a talent show, altars, etc. Another one said, Halloween, the entire school writes spooky stories and we make them into a book. On the Day of the Dead, we usually do not have school, and that's true. As a Mexican teacher, in my classroom, we review both topics, but we celebrate the Day of the Dead. So far, it was okay. But then some answers started to come up, like, for example, one of the participants said, it depends on the school, what the principal prefers. I don't know why everybody makes Halloween a synonym of English. If we are in Mexico, we should celebrate the Day of the Dead. But if the school says Halloween, then Halloween it is. We have open door activities. We are doing a theater play. Mine is Frankenstein, and it's not what I wanted, but what the school pushed for. And you could even see these not very happy faces there. I've had students go so far as to tell me that if I put up any kind of Halloween decorations in the classroom, they wouldn't be able to come to class. This diversity of answers made me or led me into this reflection about the social responsibility of a language teacher. Sometimes language teachers are not aware that by teaching another language, they are also representing another culture. And sometimes they are the only contact that students have with that culture, especially in countries where English is taught as a foreign language. This developing this development of transnational skills does not imply sacrificing one's identity. On the opposite, we are modeling the appreciation for other cultures and for other practices. So the English teacher or the language teacher in general, and specifically in this case, the English language teacher, should promote values as empathy and respect in the classroom, just like this one. Because, why? Because the language classroom should reflect the example of what the world can be in terms of respect, empathy, and peace. And that's what I wanted to tell you. Yes, that's. Thank you very much.
And you even have a minute left.
Oh, okay, good. I have to say something.
Yeah,
very quickly. Yes. The first, this is thing, I have to thank you, Rob, because when the first time I was in the EFLtalks, it was the first time I was on an internet talk, and it showed. And it showed. I couldn't even speak, and I was I was so nervous and afraid. So that's something else I have to thank you for. Now I feel more comfortable. I feel happy. I can see people, and I'm happy. I'm happy to be part of this, and I hope I can see you again.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. It was great. And, this is actually something interesting because being an American when I was teaching in Brazil, they didn't have a problem celebrating Halloween, but they were a little leery about celebrating Thanksgiving. And, for me, Thanksgiving was a turkey sandwich from Subway. So, they didn't do much because they couldn't understand the culture of the holiday. And I think it's important that we learn to understand the different cultures of the different holidays. And I think the English classroom is a great way to do it. So thanks so much. And you did wonderful. So we're staying in Mexico. I'm doing better, aren't I? And we're going to go on to Gabriella. And Gabriella, let's see. Okay, you're unmuted. Good. And hang on, let me give you ability. Welcome back again, Gabriella.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For me, it is always a pleasure to work with you, Rob, with EFLtalks. Yes. And well, today we are going to talk about something that is really important in this moment, resilience. We know that we are living in a world that is having rough times. And as teachers, as educators, it is very important for us to share with our students different ways of, let's say, coping with these difficult times. So today I'm sharing with you promotion of resilience through autonomous learning, common factors and classroom activities. So, education. What's education? We know that is one of the most valuable tools humans have. Yes, it is part of being a human, of being part of a community. It gives us identity and very important tools that are relevant inside the classroom and outside the classroom, because it promotes values and attitudes. You can say yes, and scientific knowledge and scientific facts in our lives. Yes, but as you know, the world is evolving and we can check those facts, yes, on the net. But the values and attitudes are part of us as human beings. Also, education helps students or participants to change their cosmovisions. Why? Because it reduces stereotypes and dignify human beings. That's the most important part of education, that we are talking with and about and sharing ideas about human beings, not about things or concepts. No, we are human beings interacting. And because of that, it promotes resilience. But what's resilience? According to the American Psychological Association, resilience is the process to adapting well in the face of adversity, trauma, tragedy, threats, or significant sources of stress. Oh, it seems we are describing the moment we are passing as humanity. Yes? So, resilience is one of the most important human characteristics. Something very important about that. We can say, wow, if it is a process that is helping us as humans to adapt, to change according to the situations, to normally very negative situations, and we can learn about it and promote it, well, we have a very important tool. And yes, we have an excellent tool that can be taught and learned, and education is part of that. So we, teachers, educators, can help students during this process, and we can promote students' road to recovery and adaptation. And in this moment, this is vital. Something important, that the factors that contribute to resilience are similar to the factors that contribute to autonomous learning. So if we are promoting autonomous learning in our classroom, we're promoting resilience, even if we didn't know that. So if the first factor in resilience is having caring and supporting relationships, and relationships that create love and trust, role models, and offer encouragement, what are we doing in our classrooms? Yes, when we are promoting autonomous learning, we are promoting this kind of relationships in the classroom to create a safe environment with trust relationships. And in some cases, if we analyze that, our classroom are environments full of love. Yes, because as we are sharing our time, our ideas and opinions, we are creating those kind of relationships. And remember, language classrooms are places where we can share ideas and opinions in a safe way. So students are having their own voice, and this creates a very strong, affective environment. So if we check, these kind of relationships are very similar to the ones we create in our classrooms. So, as I told you, when we promote autonomous learning, we are promoting resilience. Well, but we have other factors that autonomous learning and resilience share. Yes, they are the capacity to make realistic plans. Remember that idea about autonomous learning? That students need to know what they want to learn and why. It's not just learning a language, but specific goals. Yes, the same in resilience. Another one is a positive view of students and their confidence in their own strengths and abilities. This is very important in autonomous learning, that learners know they are able of doing different things and they have several abilities. This is a factor that resilience share. We work in language classrooms, so we work with communication. And one of our favorite activities is problem solving using the language. So guess what? Resilience has exactly the same factors: communication and problem solving. But you can say, well, communication is part of the language learning, is part of being an ELT teacher. Yes, and it is also part of resilience. Remember, once the students have their own voice and they understand that their voice is important in the classroom, they are in their path to be autonomous and to be resilient. Another important part is when our students are autonomous, they can manage strong feelings, frustration, anger, and impulses. Okay, I don't want to learn English. I have a goal. So I'm working towards that. And guess what? Resilience has exactly the same factor. It's not, I don't want this anymore. It's, I have a goal and I'm working. So resilience and autonomous learning, in both cases, have factors that students can develop in themselves. And we, teachers, educators, can foster them. Yes, adding spaces to reflect when students are performing everyday activities. For example, a problem-solving activity is not only giving the answer, the final answer, but how did you get to that solution? What happened in your team? Did all of you have the same idea? So it's just a tiny space in our class that is helping students reflecting about their processes. Also, talking about feelings. We can say, really? In the classroom, feelings? Of course. When we are learning a language, it is very important that we have the opportunity to share our feelings. How do you feel when you talk in front of your classmates? Oh, I feel nervous, I feel anxious, or I feel very confident because they are very cool. And very important, how their feelings or our feelings are impacting our learning. Yes, remember, we as teachers, we also have feelings. And yes, we have, in this very moment, lots of feelings around us. Frustration, or maybe we are not really motivated to work online, or we don't know what to do and we are confused. It is important to say that. Yes, we are working together. Yes, we are living difficult times, but I understand your feelings because I'm feeling the same. And you can understand my feelings because we are sharing that. We are sharing the learning situation and we are sharing the learning experience, but also we are sharing human feelings. Yes, it is okay to have feelings. And we as teachers, we have all the right to feel overwhelmed. And we can say that. Of course, we can use our learning strategies and the learning strategies in the classroom because they are source of self-learning and self-evaluation. Yes, we as teachers have those tools. So why don't we make them explicit? It is a good way to foster autonomy and to foster resilience. Some classroom actions. For example, and this is very important if we are having a virtual classroom, help students to make connections with others. So they have a network. And this is very important because that helps them build empathy and they feel they are part of a community, a learning community. Yes, it could be through teamwork and different things. Encourage students to help others because they can feel empowered. And also have a daily routine that gives students a sense of safety and structures. In this moment, structures are vital. And also take a break. It is very important to have a time to rest and teach students self-care. It's healthy, exercising, having fun. So, reasonable goals, positive self-view, and help students to keep things in perspective. Look for opportunities for self-discovery for students. Do those activities yourself and show your students the results. Open a little bit. We are part of the same learning experience. The activities are very simple. The material is accessible and easy to find. Students produce knowledge, for example, in context, and they produce knowledge, values, attitudes, and actions. They use appropriate resources according to our classrooms, and they promote reflection and effective use of learning strategies. Some conclusions. Education is the most valuable tool humans have, and in this very moment, it is essential to exploit it. And When we promote resilience and we promote autonomous learning, we are helping our students to cope through difficult times, and we are helping them to feel they are important in their classroom. They have a voice and an identity, and we can share that. And we can go together through difficult times. Well, thank you very much. This has been a pleasure for me.
Okay, it was great seeing you again. Thanks for this. It was great. And now we're gonna jump ahead, and I don't know who is this person. Grace. Grace, have we met
Hello.
before, Grace?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, boss.
I knew you were gonna say it. Grace, great to see you. And for those of you who don't know, Grace is on the IATFL SIG bot team with me, and she keeps calling me boss. But I see you were doing your job. I saw you tweeting EFLtalks, so thank you.
Yes, I did.
Well, I thought for sure you would do something about wine today.
No, not today.
Not today? Okay,
No.
I'll drink some then. Thanks so much for doing this. It's great. It's good to see you, and I'll let you do your 10 minutes, and next week we have to get back to work.
Yes, like we do.
That thing that we got to do in November, so we'll start working. But let's see. You can bring up your slides.
Yes, okay, let me see.
And
okay.
Start the presentation.
I'm ready.
There you go. I got the timer here, 10 minutes. See, I'm going to start doing this for, the bot too.
It would be necessary, I guess.
Sometimes. Okay. So take it away. Thanks, Grace.
Thanks to you, Rob. Okay, hello, everyone. I'm Grace Alchini, and the topic of my talk today is related to collaborative learning. Based on my experience, I would like to share some tips to make collaborative learning activities work in your classroom. For those of you who perhaps are not that familiar with collaborative learning, I would like to start by giving the definition by the two brothers, David and Roger Johnson, who introduced this concept. And well, I will read it to you. Collaborative learning is a system of carefully designed interactions that organizes and leads to reciprocal influence among the members of a team. And well, you can see that I have underlined a couple of phrases there: carefully designed and reciprocal influence, because I think these are key factors in the success of a collaborative activity. If I have to explain collaborative learning in my own words, I would say that collaborative learning is not really having, for example, 4 students working together and perhaps having one student do most of the task and the others doing little or nothing. The teacher has to carefully design the activity so that this activity can lead to a common goal. And there must be a specific responsibility for each member, a very clear responsibility, and everybody's share of the work is necessary to get a final result. Yeah, this is key in having success when you implement a collaborative activity or collaborative learning in general in your classes. So before I get into the tips section, I would like to talk a little bit about the benefits of collaborative learning, why we should be including it in our classes, in our English classes. And the first one is that we can combine the development of language skills, which is what we as teachers of English want to get, yeah, and also the development of personal and interpersonal competencies, which is our aim as educators. Of course, we have active participation by the students, which means that there will be deep involvement and commitment. Knowledge will be constructed through interaction in a social context, which leads to deeper understanding. There is a focus on cooperation, so there is no real competition, but cooperation and collaboration. Working in small groups, students have more chances to speak, and therefore we develop not only collaboration, but also communication, 2 of the 4 C's. And we also help students develop more heterogeneous relationships, developing empathy and self-esteem. When we have, for example, very shy students, they feel more confident working in a small group when perhaps they wouldn't dare talk to a big audience. And well, also collaborative learning activities resemble real life social and work situations. So these are very good reasons why you should include collaborative learning in your classes. Now, here come some of the tips. The first one is for all those teachers, I think most of the teachers now who are dealing with online learning, online teaching, and the tip is do use collaborative learning in your classes. Yeah, we know that when we teach online, we shouldn't focus only on the use of technology, that is a detail, but mostly on the pedagogy. And we cannot have students just doing some interactivity with materials and a little interaction with the teacher. We should have students interacting with each other, not only during the session, but also outside the virtual classroom, because this creates motivation, engagement, and gives this feeling of belonging to a community that is sometimes and most of the times naturally absent in online learning if we do not enforce this. As a teacher, well, you have to know that you have to plan and prepare your lessons very carefully so as to take into account all these elements that will make every single member of the group really work, and not just idle. So, well, even though the participants in the class, in the group, are the protagonists of the activity, that doesn't mean that teachers are going to do less work. Believe me that it's not the case. We have to plan and prepare, and during the session, we must monitor our students' performance. That is to say, getting into the breakout rooms, if it's online, if it is face-to-face, well, walking around the classroom, not just sitting there and doing nothing, trying to listen to what students are saying and doing, the way they are behaving as group members, and provide them with feedback after the activity, yeah, not interrupting them, perhaps participating as one more group member, yeah, giving an opinion or something, sitting with them when we can do it, now with all the measures because of the pandemic. But well, providing them with guidance and feedback afterwards. How can we make sure that everyone has something to do? That is very important. And well, we have to make everyone necessary. So this can be done by the use of materials, for example, introducing some kind of jigsaw activity where one student, for example, is going to have part of a text, and then they will need, this student will need the rest of the members of the group to talk about their part so as to have a complete picture. Also introducing roles, yeah. For example, if students are preparing a presentation, they can For example, one of them can be the designer, yeah, preparing the visuals for the presentation. Another one can be in charge of checking the language that is going to be used. Someone else can be in charge of looking for sources of information. When I say being in charge, this doesn't mean that these students will have to do the complete task. Yeah, for example, do the complete design of the presentation, but be in charge of having everyone collaborate, yeah, and coordinate the actions of the rest of the members of the team. And of course, we also have external threats, which sounds a bit cruel, but this is something like, well, grades, for example. Yeah, if all students want to have a good grade, everybody will have to work. Another very important resource that we have is timing. You have to give the students the right time to do the activity. If the activity is very simple and you give students a very long period of time, that is going to have them well, waste time and perhaps just have one student doing the complete job. And again, another thing that is very important is to have the right number of students. If the activity is rather complex, well, you can have several students, but if it's very simple, it is a better idea to have just a couple of students working together, or perhaps 3, yeah, so that everybody really has to work. You can also make use of different types of groups. We have three types of groups in collaborative learning: formal, informal, and base. We usually think about formal groups, which are groups that are formed to carry out a certain activity that will be covered in one session or 2 perhaps, or perhaps a week. But we can also have informal groups, that is to say, those groups that have an activity to be done in 2 or 3 minutes, 5 minutes, perhaps brainstorming ideas, or perhaps even related to pair work. Pair work is also collaborative, in which perhaps they have to solve something simple as a grammar exercise, or perhaps a reading comprehension text. And also you can think about including base groups. These are permanent groups. And these permanent groups perhaps won't do activities during the sessions, during the classes, but they will act as a support team. Yeah, that is to say, if one student is having problems understanding something, or perhaps misses one class, he or she can resort to the other members of the group to ask for support. Yeah, so the idea is to create this type of exchange, of interaction, creating a community. Also, it's a good idea to mix your students, yeah, all the time, and don't allow them, please, to form their own groups. Perhaps you can do this exceptionally, but it is a good idea to have them mix all the time. If possible, we'll have everybody work with someone different along the course, so that they get to know their partners. And apart from that, they get used to this idea that, well, we have to collaborate and be ready to collaborate with everyone. Also, try to create the right conditions. This is especially true when we think about the classroom, the physical classroom, and we want to have students collaborate. And well, perhaps this is not applicable now because of the pandemic, but to have them face to face, perhaps at a distance, but try to avoid the situation in which students are sitting perhaps in a row, yeah, and they don't see each other, because you don't create the atmosphere of a group. And finally, well, deal with resistance, because you may have resistance from students at the beginning because of their own fears. Yeah, if you're applying this for the first time, well, this could be something that scares them. Sometimes because of distrust, you can find students that want to work on their own because they believe they can be much better than the rest of the group. and also prejudice, because sometimes they don't like a student and they don't want to work with that person. And the right thing to do here is to guide them, to let them understand, to work with them, to let them know that that is real life. Yeah, sometimes you have to work with people that you don't like or who are not your friends, and you don't have to become friends in the end. It's just working together. So in general, I would say no changes to the formation of the group unless it is absolutely necessary, yeah, that you have a very chaotic situation. The idea is that they learn to collaborate with each other, whatever the circumstances. Okay, so thank you very much for letting me share these ideas. Thank you, Rob.
Great, Grace. Thank you so much for doing this. And what time is it there? You're still
It is 2:30 p.m. more or less.
Okay, so it's not as early as I thought.
Not this time.
Great to see you, and we'll be talking probably during the week because we have lots of work to do over the next weeks. So thanks again. It was great, and I'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
So next up, last but not least, we go to George. Am I supposed to say George or Jorge?
Whatever you want. I mean, for me, it's okay. George, Jorge. Some people call me George. Some people call me Jorge. That's fine to me.
Okay. And let's see. You're closing it out, so you better be dynamic. No, I'm joking.
Okay.
So you can bring up your slides now.
Okay, let me just share my screen. Okay, it's right here. And let me just go like this.
Okay.
Okay, just 1 minute. Okay, it's taking time to. Okay, there you go. Can you see it?
Great. Yep. And I've got the timer set for 10 minutes.
Okay, I also have a timer in here, so let me get it. All right.
And
All
take
right.
it away.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you for this opportunity. Hi, everyone. My name is Jorge Torres, and today I'm going to share with you about this topic, which is mobiles, communication, and talking time in ELT. And more specifically about speaking activities in the classroom using devices, mobiles, cell phones, smartphones, whatever you want to call them. I'm going to be sharing some information with you, some information about what I have read, but also some activities I have tried in my classes. All right. So I want to tell you first about small talk because this is related to the topic, right? In the past, small talk was just speaking about controversial issues. The weather was the perfect topic for many people. However, these things are changing now because yes, we continue speaking about the weather maybe, but some people may say that this small talk, the controversial one, is becoming unnecessary. And I let you know why, and I have a picture in here. In the past, we will go like this, the traditional small talk, right? People face-to-face talking to each other, etc. But now things have changed. Now people are talking to their devices. They are not talking to other people, I mean, face-to-face, but in the devices. And when they don't have the device with them, they feel a little bit uncomfortable, like these people in the picture, for example. See? So I guess, yes, small talk has changed a bit, right? Well, continue about the mobiles. I can tell you that these mobiles, I mean, these devices are part of our life, not only our lives, but also students' lives, and we take them wherever we go. We take them with us to school, to the office, to the gym, to a concert, wherever we go, we have a device in our hands. And some people say that this technology is about communication and language, right? But some others say that it's not being used in the classroom. For example, here in Mexico, in some schools, the devices are forbidden. I mean, students cannot bring the devices into the classrooms. In some other schools, they are using these devices a lot, but there are still some in which it is not permitted. And these devices can bring a lot of benefits to our class because of the ability they have to exchange multimedia between users. And for example, in this picture, I can show you more or less some or many of the things students can do. They can exchange video, record videos, exchange comments, see a movie, look for information. They can have a video conference. They can do many, many, many things, which in the past was almost impossible. In the classroom. In our houses, well, it was a little bit different. If you had a computer, well, it was more or less something you could do, right? Well, of course, there are some pros and cons of using the devices in our classroom and everywhere. For example, some of the pros is that they are very easy to carry. Yes, we can take them with us wherever we go. The battery is usually last for hours, good enough. They have a lot of apps. Sometimes it's impossible to decide which app we have to use because there are many available. They usually have good quality in the multimedia, like playing and recording videos and pictures and more, and they are easy to use. Okay, well, and the opposite, the cons is that it's a bit difficult to write for us, I guess, because students are really, really fast at doing this. For them, I guess it's not that difficult, but for us and for some people, it's difficult because the screen size is small, right? And the other one is the price. Sometimes when some people cannot afford to buy one of these fashion devices, right? We have to buy like the not expensive ones. You need to pay to have access to the internet. That's another one. And since there are many apps, we don't know which one is the correct one. We need some kind of guidance, and sometimes there is no one there to guide us. So there is no training. And I don't know if there is some training somewhere, but I don't know any school or any place where they give you some kind of training on how to use the devices, especially the mobiles. Okay, so well, after having said this, I'm going to tell you about some activities I have tried with my students in my class using their mobiles. Okay, one of them, and I'm sure some of you have already used it, is this one, brainstorming a topic. This is a very simple activity. What we need in here is students with a WhatsApp group. Okay, and what I do is I just write the topic of the lesson on the board, and I ask students to exchange information about this topic, whatever they know, any questions they may have, but it's to each other, not with the teacher, right? So they are working in the WhatsApp group. I am not part of the WhatsApp group of these students. In this case, my students. Some teachers are part of the group, but in my case, I prefer not to be part of that group, but my students work together, right? So in this activity, well, they share information in there, but also I tell them not to worry about accuracy. They are exchanging vocabulary, comments, etc. So accuracy is not the main point in here. Communication is. So in here, students can expand their vocabulary because they are trying out some ideas and also giving feedback to their classmates. They may be asking questions to each other and helping, right? Well, and this is a picture of my students really engaged in that stage of the activity because they were exchanging messages to each other. Another activity is this one. Yes, the mobile phone functions. This is a very easy activity you can try in your class. And the idea is that you can have students in groups and they are going to exchange information about what are the things they can do with their mobiles. Okay, for example, they can say, oh, I can switch the language to English. I can, that's one. I can put it in a silent mode or a flight mode. I can access to the App Store. I can see how much storage is available and some other things. And this information is important to teachers because in that way we know what kind of devices they have and we can plan our lessons. If we want to include their mobiles, it's important to know what kind of devices they have. So having this information is useful for all of us, for the teachers, because that way we can plan. Another activity is this one. This is a little bit more complex, but it's a good activity because students reflect on learning and motivation, okay? So in this case, the idea is to help them a little bit and to find out the characteristics that learners would ideally like to possess. They can do this either using the audio or the video in or out the class. And they can, I mean, the teacher can help students by giving them some ideas, like, for example, you know, like the beginning of a sentence, and then they just complete the idea with their own words. And then in that way, they can reflect on what their expectations are for the semester or the school year, what they would like to learn, what they could do, what is something they need to know in order to continue learning, in what ways they learn the best, or what they need in that moment, right? So this is just some ideas. Of course, you know your students, and you can come up with more ideas or like this, and just students complete the ideas and then they reflect on this. So these are like 3 ideas. There are more, of course, there are many, but these are the ones I have tried in my class, and they have been successful. My students like the idea because they like devices. So whenever you ask a student to use a device in the class, they are the happiest students, right? Well, this is the final thought for my, there was one more in there, my presentation. And I like this a lot because this is true. This is not something we force students to use. They like the idea of bringing these tools to the class. It's part of their lives. And as I told you in the beginning, this is part of everybody's lives because we carry them wherever we go, to the gym, to school, to the office. And even right now, we are using this device to have this presentation and this great event. Well, that's all on my part. Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this great, great event. And happy 5th anniversary.
That was great. And yeah, you're absolutely right. This is so much a part of their lives now that it is something that we really need to deal with. And we should be working with it instead of trying to work against it.
Yes.
And use it as a tool. I totally agree. And I did from the very beginning. And, you know, many people said, no, they're a distraction. And it's like, no, it's a great tool.
Yes, it is.
Yep. All right,
yes,
great.
Excellent.
George, thank you so much. You did a wonderful job of wrapping up, and appreciate it, and hope to see you again soon.
Sure, for sure.
Great. So with that, we've actually come to an end. 12 more hours. 12 more hours. No. Let me just share my screen. I'd like to thank all of you for watching. Number one, you know, some of you have been here a lot. People have been in and out of the room all day on YouTube, and I've been in and out of consciousness all day. And I thank you so much, all the speakers that were here today. You guys were all wonderful, and I really appreciate you taking part. This is a special time for me, first of all, because it's World Teachers Day, but the 5th anniversary, like I said before, I never thought that I would keep doing this for 5 years. And as you can see in the picture here, each and every one of you, you're very special to me. You know, you make this possible. And I just put this together. You guys do all the hard work. And I hope many of you out there watching the recordings, you become future EFL talkers. We all have something to share. We're trying to build this PLN. And, you know, we all have something to say. We all have great ideas. And let's fill this up. So with that, I want to thank everybody who spoke, everybody who talked, everybody who watched, everybody who are special guests who came in, and they've been very important to the growth. Please help us spread the word. You can go to EFLtalks.com. The recordings will be available on YouTube. And thank you. And happy World Teachers Day. And it's now, well, 12 minutes shy of 12 hours, but that's enough talking. So thanks again, everybody. All the teachers out there, happy World Teachers Day tomorrow. You all deserve a round of applause. And we're all in this together, as people have said before. And keep at it. So for EFL Talks and for me, thank you so much and good night.